About a century ago, the heavens opened and dungeons began to appear in the world. The monsters emerging from them could not be defeated with conventional weapons. The only ones who could fight them were people in whose bodies supernatural abilities awakened at the same time as the appearance of the dungeons. These people began to be called awakened. Thanks to them, the world regained stability. While monsters, mana, and a new civilization took root, some of the awakened ones became hunters whose job it was to destroy these creatures. However, decades later, after the discovery of terrifying dungeons, it became obvious that there were too many hunters. Once the secret mechanism was revealed, it became possible to artificially awaken people so anyone who had enough money for this could take advantage of it. The number of people wishing to become hunters naturally also increased, so the great era of hunters began to flourish. However, at the same time, such unforeseen changes in the order of the world led to obvious problems, so governments instituted a professional examination. Only those who passed it were allowed to become an active hunter. Of course, educational institutions appeared that prepared people for passing this exam. They provided all the necessary information and also trained students. Eventually, private institutions appeared that trained future professionals in their field. Such institutions began to be called hunter academies. Kim Seo-jun was the one who tried his best to adapt and succeed in this new world order. He is naturally awakened, and at birth he was given more power than ordinary people. However, in order to pay off the debts of his parents, who died in an accident shrouded in secrets, he has been transporting killed monsters for 9 years in a row. There is only one thing that helps him withstand such hard work, and the psychological pressure of debt. Naturally, we were talking about his youthful dream of becoming a professional hunter. Such a status would give him not just financial freedom, but also some influence. Naturally, his workmates, among whom there were no such young guys, were skeptical about his goals. When asked how he was doing with becoming a hunter, the guy calmly answered that he was looking for a good academy, but there weren't many inexpensive ones among them. The discussion between the two old men boiled down to a misunderstanding of why an awakened young man could not become a hunter simply because he had an innate talent. Of course, the fact was that attending the academy had been mandatory for becoming a hunter for 50 years. Most of the teachers at the academies are active hunters who share their experience and teach all sorts of cool tricks that you need to know before risking your life. Because of this, a huge gap has formed between the uneducated and the academy graduates. The time has come when, in order to become a hunter, you must study at the appropriate institution. Kim Seo-jun was sincerely happy about this day, because he finally waited for the moment when his account had collected a large enough amount, which would be enough for a year of study at the academy. His joy was hard to miss. He would like to go to a better establishment, but they are too expensive, so he was content with the place for which, after many years, he was able to save with such hard work. At the same moment, a recruitment advertisement for the Transcendence Academy suddenly arrived on his mobile phone. This was the first time he had heard about it, but the promo promised that we were talking about individual tasks for each student from teachers who were more than 10,000 years old. It all seemed like some kind of unfortunate joke, as well as the inserted interview of a student who was able to pass the 9th grade Swordmaster exam. Shocked by what he saw, Seo-jun could not believe something like this, and thought about what kind of crazy person created this advertisement. The Academy's website was the same as the other institutions, but the list of faculty names was more like names from history than a list of current outstanding hunters. The basics of using a staff and a spear were taught by a professor nicknamed the Great Sage. As it turned out, this sage was some kind of monkey, whose real name was Sun Wukong. For the guy watching this advertisement, it seemed that such classes looked very normal, given the concept of the teacher. However, just a moment later, Sun Wukong decided to demonstrate a deflection move, one of the basic skills of a spear master. Using a spin and grab, he struck with a sharp movement towards the mountain nearby. Seo-jun was shocked by what happened in the video because as soon as the monkey struck, the huge mountain disappeared. It seemed that this was nothing more than some kind of fake, because none of the famous hunters was capable of something like that. The guy rose to his feet screaming, saying that this was impossible even for S-class hunters. The advertisement ended and a window appeared on his phone asking if he wanted to sign up for this class. When he jokingly decided to accept the offer, it turned out that to do so he needed to create an account and pay for a subscription. He couldn't believe that they were demanding $40,000 for this, exactly the same amount he earned after many years of difficult work. Shouting that they were some kind of charlatans, the guy closed the advertising window. Returning to work, his older colleague, who noticed the good mood of the young comrade, asked whether the young man was really going to enter the Hunter Academy. As always smiling, Kim replied that we were talking about an academy called the Ark. He heard that the teachers there are quite good, although this institution is not considered advanced compared to the others. Being happy for the young man, his colleague asked not to forget about him when he became rich as a hunter. In response, the guy laughingly suggested that he deal with the captured monsters and promised that he would even get a real dragon. Having loaded his back with the remains of the destroyed monster, Kim So-jun promised that one day he would give his friend the opportunity to play football with the skulls of the rarest monsters. Someone once said that life seems like a comedy from afar, but a tragedy when you look closer. Actually, this proverb described what happened that day, because when Kim So-jun walked under the crane, the chain broke and a heavy load fell on him. To truly laugh, you need to accept your pain. Due to an accident, the young man was taken to the hospital, where doctors reported that his condition was very serious because the regeneration of the awakened only aggravated the process of restoring the body. In addition, when the boss heard about the request for compensation, he shouted that this would not happen. He feared that his reputation would be ruined if the world found out about what happened at their plant. The operation cost him $40,000, so he was left with nothing at all. He knew that he needed to be able to look far into the future, so he looked into it all the time while he endured hellish labor for 9 years. All his savings were spent on the operation, and all that was left was the $3,000 he received from Mr. Manchul. Deeply devastated, the guy wondered whether he could go through this difficult and long path again. Suddenly, a message from the same Transcendence Academy arrived on his mobile phone. It said that the past of all transcendental masters is insignificant and insignificant, so they have a special offer for new students in the form of a free pass. While in the hospital, he couldn't find their website a second time, but the academy found it on its own. To his surprise, the site reported that their registration fee had been calculated taking into account his situation. Now the registration membership fee was $3,000, and that was again all he had at his disposal. The worried guy wondered if this was a scam, because the mysterious academy was actually trying to take away all his funds for the second time. With a smile on his face, the positive Seo-jun decided to try his luck despite the difficult situation. He was not afraid of losing money, because there was nothing in his bank account. But as soon as he signed the cash contribution, the bills from the envelope began to fly out the window. After that, he saw congratulations on his admission to the Transcendence Academy, and strange magic was released in front of him, and an unusual creature appeared. A small man came out of his phone and asked if the guy in front of him was the one who had become a new student at their academy. Seo-jun was shocked when he heard that this creature was his mentor, who was in charge of primary education at their academy. A strange kid with mysterious magic who continued to stand on the phone said that his name was Mentor. Confused, Seo-jun could not understand what was happening. The little creature again joyfully said that it was the mentor of their new student. Trying to dilute the tense situation with an absurd joke, Kim So-jun suggested that in front of him was none other than Mentor, who was the teacher of Odysseus, the hero of Greek mythology. In response, the proud little man said that in this case, ideas were unnecessary. The mentor said that Odysseus was the first student he mentored. He even added that a long time had passed since Odysseus became a transcendental master. Proposing to get down to business, Mentor said that the Academy of Transcendence trains those who want to go beyond the boundaries of their race. Suddenly, Seo-jun cried out in panic. Did he really sign up to study at the Academy for Transcendence and not for hunters? Sighing heavily, Mentor said that he did not understand how they could be compared at all because they were on a completely different level. The confused guy began to say something about S-class hunters, but Mentor did not listen to him and, interrupting his speech, replied that their instructors were able to deal with hunters with one finger. After that, he held out the phone towards the new student and asked him to fill out the Transcendental Aptitude Test. The first question asked about an area in which he would like to succeed. This way, their academy could see exactly what kind of master he wanted to become. The test also allowed them to determine his current level and inclinations. This was necessary to give him the best recommendations, so Mentor asked him to answer as honestly as possible. So Jun chose combat as his direction. However, when he saw the second question, he was faced with difficulty in choosing an answer. The question was about his skill level, but the answers were simply insane, asking whether he could clear an entire plane or split a mountain with a blow. The mentor admitted with a laugh that many doubt this issue, so it is worth choosing something that literally reflects his abilities. After that, he cheerfully asked if Seo Jun could clear the plane with his strongest blow. As with the previous question, he answered negatively to the question of whether he could split a mountain in two with one jerk. The mentor was sincerely upset, realizing that the young man could not even pull an entire mountain out of the ground. Realizing that he was a real incompetent, Mentor mentally wondered how he even managed to register in their outstanding academy. Winking at the young man, Mentor clarified that there was nothing wrong with this. The guy really didn't have to worry, because the Transcendence Academy does not exclude its students. Once a member of this institution remains a part of it forever. After some time, Kim Seo-jun, choosing the weakest possible options, finally finished the survey. He was seriously exhausted by this test and asked his mentor why the academy asked 108 questions to academy newcomers. While Seo-jun was trying to collect his thoughts, Mentor said that he would like to recommend some mandatory lectures for the new free pass holder. He offered to discuss this after they analyzed his profile. Based on the test results and information inside the academy base, Seo-jun's preferred method of fighting is using a spear. After thinking a little, Mentor said that to wield a spear instead of cultivating mana, it would be better to choose the Eastern Kai technique. The great celestial sage was best suited to learn the basics, but considering that the clumsy guy couldn't even lift a mountain, Mentor decided that it would be too difficult for him. In addition, he noticed that in addition to wounds, Seo-jun also has mental problems, which worsen his performance. Jumping onto the student's shoulder, the academy representative invited him to start with a lecture by instructor Siddhartha Gautama. Hearing this name, Seo-jun shouted in shock whether he was talking about the Buddha himself. The mentor replied that this was true, and although the instructor denies such a title, all students address him this way. Thanks to his lectures on psychology, he is one of the most famous instructors. His subject is required for the Transcendence exam. Usually, attending this lecture requires a huge amount of money, but Siddhartha Gautama is so insistent on saving poor souls that Kim Seo-jun received permission to study his teachings for free. The Academy's website said that upon completion of the lesson, he would receive an unshakable heart, an SSS-Rank skill. The mentor clarified that this is the reason why the instructor's lecture is considered necessary. An unwavering heart will help a guy succeed in almost any direction of transcendence. Winking positively, Mentor said that even if the young man thought he was going crazy, he should definitely watch the lecture to the end. Disappearing without answering all the questions, Mentor finally said that he would contact the student after he analyzed his profile in detail. The confused guy was left alone again. He realized that having lost all his money, he had no other option but to look at what he paid for. The instructor's first words were a question to the student about whether their world really exists. Seeing him for the first time, Seo-jun was surprised, realizing that this man really looked like a living golden statue of Buddha. Buddha himself answered his own question by saying that the word I did not exist, therefore he himself does not exist. The lecture turned out to be really difficult, because comparisons and reflections on existence on the part of the instructor were at the level of some kind of deep philosophy. Remembering the words of the mentor, Kim Seo-jun, continuing to study the lecture, only became convinced that the instructor's words could plunge him into shock and drive him crazy. After a few minutes of listening to this teaching, he was so exhausted that he could not continue. The lecture was less than 0.1% complete, and yet he had a lot of free time, so throughout the week the guy still studied the doctrine. The result was simply amazing. The doctor was confused when he saw the amazing speed of the young man's recovery. In his 30 years as a doctor, this was the first time he had seen something like this, even though he constantly worked with the awakened. During this time, Kim Seo-jun recovered significantly and became convinced that, thanks to the lesson of Siddhartha Gautama, his heart knew peace. which increased the speed of recovery of his body. Every time he listened to the lecture, it seemed as if his mind was leaving him. However, even though the lesson was only 1.5% complete, the effect was truly amazing. Reviewing the research results, the doctor hesitantly said that you never know what can happen, so Seo-jun will be in the hospital for at least another week. Seo-jun didn't mind. He just wondered what would happen when he finished listening to the lecture. He accepted the doctor's offer with a smile, thinking that the Transcendence Academy was not some kind of joke, as he had previously believed. Now he could move his body and thought about watching Chiron's lecture at the same time. The reward for studying this lecture was Class A Metamorphosis. Compared to Unshakable Heart, the rank of this skill was quite low, but even so, it was far from a low-level ability. Remembering Mentor's words that with an unwavering heart, most directions would become a piece of cake, he decided that that skill was simply too powerful. After turning on the video playback, Seo-jun saw the face of the instructor named Chiron. As it turns out, Chiron is a centaur, a creature with the torso of a human and the lower body of a horse. He was the teacher of almost every hero in Greek mythology, so the importance of this lecturer is incredible. First of all, the hero teacher said that the purpose of this lecture is to prepare students to the stage from which they can move to the early levels of transcendence. Relaxed Kim Seo-jun with a satisfied face thought that such a legendary person was in front of him. In the meantime, the lecturer asked to note that in this course, military techniques will be discussed superficially. When Chiron spoke about the first step to becoming transcendental, he began to hold a strangely long pause. Within a moment, he furiously shouted to the student that the bastard should quickly get up and go to train. From such a terrifying scream, Seo-jun jumped out of his seat and the phone fell out of his hands. The guy suddenly found himself on the ground, and a message appeared on his phone about a task in which he must perform a certain number of repetitions of 5 exercises. Looking thoughtfully at his phone, he wondered whether he would really have such a test literally every day. The doctor warned him that he should try not to overexert himself during the week, so he was not particularly keen on starting the exercises. Yawning lazily, he pressed the skip button to move on to the next lecture. During his stay in the hospital, he planned to simply listen to lectures. However, everything was not so simple. With a smile imposed by the situation, he learned that it was impossible to move on to lectures until he completed the assignment. No matter how he clicked on this button, the result did not change. The guy panicked and wondered how the academy even knew that he hadn't done anything on this list. He had no other choice but to start studying. Still, he had no intention of going against the doctor's advice. As soon as he went to the page with Buddha's lectures, he saw a message that the free pass to the teachings would end in 83 days. With tears in his eyes, he ran outside to begin completing his tasks. He could not waste time on rest, because the loss of knowledge due to limited time could play a bad joke on him. Initially, he was given 90 days, but only a week later he learned that there was such a framework. After all, this is an academy, and it is logical that not everything is free. Although Seo-jun did not know exactly how the academy worked, he assumed that in order to progress, he should absorb the knowledge until he understood it. Once he reached a certain level of understanding, he made no progress from listening until he realized something new. The Buddha's lecture turned out to be not so easy, so while doing Chiron's task, he doubted that he would be able to complete these free courses in just 83 days. To tell the truth, until that moment he had not seen the point in training at all, but fearing to lose this opportunity, the guy went to the training ground. For the sake of the opportunity to study at this academy, he carried monsters and killed hunters for 9 whole years. Now he couldn't afford to lose his chance to become a worthy hunter. The monsters he carried on his back weighed about 70 kilograms, so he had no need for additional exercise. Although he still does not know how to use magic, he was confident in his physical strength, since he is one of the awakened ones. Having completed all 300 push-ups in one go, the guy rose to his feet with a joyful face, and wiping sweat from his forehead, said that compared to years of grueling work, this was just a trifle. To keep up the pace, he glanced at his phone to see the next task. However, at that moment he was confused, because he saw that of these push-ups he was only credited with 81. Having difficulty repeating the exercise, he realized that only perfect push-ups counted. With a trembling body, he nevertheless completed this part of the training. The following tasks were no less difficult, including squats, abdominal exercises, and pull-ups on the horizontal bar. He was simply shocked, because it turned out that even running does not depend so much on the distance covered as on the quality of the movement itself. Towards evening, despite the people around him, he fell to the ground and shouted that he couldn't stand it any longer. And yet, the day's tasks were completed. So several days passed, the guy constantly left the hospital at a certain time and was already attracting the attention of some patients. One granny who was watching him said with surprise that the young man was getting prettier every day. He worked as hard as he could, making his grandmother feel proud of the younger generation. At that moment, they heard urgent news on TV that at 5 o'clock in the morning, a level 4 giant had been discovered in Seoul. According to the journalist, the Hunting Association claims that he was hibernating, which, as it turned out, the Monster Transport Service did not know. So the giant ended up in the center of the city, where he woke up from his sleep. Many could have died, but by pure chance, an awakened one was nearby and repelled the monster's attack. Kim Seo-jun watched this news carefully, because this incident could one day happen in the company where he worked previously. The awakened one who found himself in that place on time was a student of the Gown Academy. Jung-hyun Yoon-woo, an S-class hunter, was able to prevent the tragedy. After hearing the news, the granny said that the hunters had saved their lives again. With the words that the hunters are great people, she showed extraordinary observation, suggesting that the young man was also one of the awakened ones. Taking his hand, she suggested that he was a hunter, so he too would someday be shown on TV. The confused guy didn't even know what to answer. At that moment, a disgruntled man who was sitting nearby joined the conversation. He asked his grandmother if she really believed that the news showed just anyone. A man with a newspaper in his hand said nervously that it is very difficult to become a hunter now, because the chance is literally 1 in a million, while Kim Seo-jun stood behind him, confused and with a kind smile. The surprised granny said that everything had changed, because in her time, everything was a little different. Looking at the young man, the unpleasant man asked what he was trying to achieve. He said that if the guy is still not studying at the academy, it means that he is wasting his time training. He rudely stated that he would not become a hunter, so it was better to just give up. The stranger advised him not to waste his youth on unrealistic dreams, but Seo-jun disagreed with his words, because he could not give up the path to which he dedicated his life. Despite the stranger's arguments, Seo-jun resolutely said that he himself would decide what to do, while the man should take care of his life and not touch the dreams of others. The stranger fell silent in surprise, because he did not expect such words. And yet he jumped out of his seat and shouted that the young man turned out to be a rude man, that he did not know that he should listen to the advice of his elders. Kim Seo-jun did not intend to continue the dialogue and silently left. For him, words about an impossible dream were nothing more than the delirium of someone who had not achieved his goal. Now he could confidently think about being an academy student. In just a week, he felt the results and was confident that he could become a professional hunter. Going to the next training session, he promised himself that he would never leave the path and achieve his goal. In the evening of the same day, another event occurred when the monster ended up on the streets of Seoul. This time the incident was also avoided thanks to the work of the girl, who was a hunter using a sword. As it turned out, she had a very difficult time, but not in battle, but in her career. She was exhausted from working at her pointless academy, which had no students at all. A few days later, he finally returned home. His own bed was what he had been missing all this time. He stayed in the hospital for 2 whole weeks, so he really missed his small rented apartment. He had another year to prepare before the hunter exam. However, even admission to the exam cost money. At this moment, he had nothing at all. The next morning, he decided to check the academy's website because he was already finished with the assignment, but did not look at the progress of his lecture. He never had time to watch the lectures because the next day began after he finished his training. This time he was able to resume access to training and even received praise from his mentor. However, he was a little upset by Kiran's words that now he had learned to walk like a baby. Now he was invited to take his first steps towards the mastery of transcendence. The first step discussed was mastering your feelings. The next morning, Seo-jun returned to the construction site again. Everyone was surprised by his appearance, because they had previously heard that he needed some kind of serious operation. The boss even said that he was deprived of intelligence, since he decided to return to work for him. He warned that the guy would not get off easily if this happened again. Of course, Kim was not particularly eager to return. However, he had no other choice. In addition, he noticed that apparently the boss feels guilty, albeit just a little. We were talking about a situation where he refused to pay compensation because he was afraid of an outcry. Under the guise of a great thinker, during breaks between work, he continued to think that all his plans rested on money. On the one hand, if he doesn't work, he won't have anything to eat. However, if he works, then he will not have time to study. His thoughts became increasingly deeper and more restless, because if he did not complete his daily task, then he would not be able to listen to Chiron's lectures, which would slow down his progress. It seemed to him that it was worth starting to review past lessons that he still had not fully mastered, especially those related to mastering his own feelings. Chiron mentioned that the 5 human senses play a key role in combat. Regardless of the feeling, we first perceive the stimulus, then we recognize it, and then we draw a conclusion. However, it was too slow. The mentor said that he would teach the student how to speed up this process as much as possible. What he meant was that Seo-jun would experience something completely different from these 5 senses, the 6th sense hidden within him. It seems that Kim So-jun has already gradually mastered this feeling, familiar to us as intuition. When his friend entered his locker room, he tried to slap him on the head with a friendly laugh and said that he was glad to see them. To their surprise, the guy was instinctively able to dodge this blow. The man and even Seo-jun himself could not believe how he managed it, because it seemed that eyes appeared on his back. At that moment, their conversation was interrupted by a disgruntled boss who shouted that they should not shirk work. When they returned to work, Ajoshi could not believe his eyes, because Kim So-jun decided to lift as much as 200 kilograms of weight at one time, even though he had only recently been in the hospital after a major operation. But the guy was fine, and with a kind smile trustingly asked to load a little more. With a heavy load on his back, he looked quite happy as usual. The guys could not believe that such a young guy was able to carry such weights on his back, even though he had only recently been in the hospital. The fact that he was so frisky let them know he was fine, but that didn't make them any less worried. Meanwhile, the break began, but Kim had no intention of stopping. He experienced some strange feeling. For the first time, he felt that strength was filling his body, despite long work. Taking advantage of the free moment, he decided to start exercising with weights on his back to complete his daily task. After doing a few squats, he wiped the sweat from his brow and looked at his phone to see if he was keeping his form right and if those reps were counting. He was indescribably shocked when he saw his own results. 1 squat was counted as 3. Seo-jun suggested that efficiency increases depending on the amount of additional weight. While the guy was trying to calculate the number of repetitions required to complete all the tasks, his friend urged him to get some rest. However, Seo-jun, delighted with his knowledge, was not going to be distracted from the process. He snatched some more cargo from Ajoshi's hands and ran towards the loading of the material. The joyful guy realized that now it doesn't matter how he works, because the system only evaluates the result. He was happy with the news that he could exercise while working. With such an incredibly heavy load on my back, even push-ups were used. The day turned out to be very productive, but the exercise combined with work left him much more exhausted than ever before. Combining work and classes turned out to be very effective, but very difficult. With a laugh, he said that he didn't even know who else would think of training and carrying parts of fallen monsters at the same time. As a result, he not only saved time on training but also earned some money. In addition, he even found time to listen to lectures that interested him. He got it done so quickly that he began to feel like he was wasting his time. Repeatedly watching lectures no longer brought him progress, so he decided to enroll in another course. Among the free lectures, he took a closer look at the lecture of Professor Xiang Yu, who was nicknamed King Hegemon because he could even lift a mountain with his own hands. Hegemonic King Xiang Yu is the legendary ruler of Western Chu, known for his superhuman strength. When it comes to fighting against numerical superiority, they say that such daredevils are like him. As soon as Seo-jun signed up for this free course, he had access to the lecture. As soon as the guy opened it, he saw Mr. Xiang Yu, who said with a laugh that since he wants to learn the skill of the spear, He is probably just a loser who doesn't even know the basics. Kim Seo-jun truly felt insignificant from such words from the great master from the past. And yet, the hegemonic king was not going to refuse him, and declared that all narrow-minded people could be free in their choice. After that, for some reason, he decided to offend the monkey known as the Great Sage of their academy, saying that there was no need to listen to him. To the guy's surprise, the mentor said that he should just wave the spear in order to feel it with every cell of his body. Before returning to learning the basics, he had to complete a daily task of 5,000 swings of the spear. Seo-jun felt depressed because he expected a lot from this lecture, but in the end, the mentor only said a couple of sentences and gave him some kind of primitive task. The next morning, he went to work again. This time, they were visited by an important lady who is in charge of this sector. The boss tried in every possible way to suck up to her, saying that there was absolutely nothing to worry about, because they had not had a single accident at work thanks to his competent management. However, B-class huntress Park Seo-yoon came with another question. She asked if the boss had heard about the giant who had awakened the other day. She witnessed his death firsthand, but would still like to do a thorough check in case they missed something. The boss continued to please her in every possible way, causing some condemnation and even laughter from his charges. When the workers started talking about who this huntress was, Seo-jun decided to eavesdrop on their conversation. As it turned out, they learned that Park So-yoon is the granddaughter of the master known as the Star Sword. Even Seo-jun had heard about the man's fame. Park Ming-chul, nicknamed the Star Sword, is a true legend. 100 years ago, he was one of the awakened ones who received their power at the moment the gate opened. Back then, practically nothing was known about the awakened ones, and the monsters were more cruel and could roam the streets unhindered. There was no complete confidence that humanity could survive. Star Sword was among those who grabbed the weapon without hesitation, mastering his new power. He was one of the few awakened people in Seoul, one of those who did not allow our civilization to disappear, the real savior of the world, a hero in the flesh. A lot of time has passed since then. He is already quite old, but he is still a heavyweight in his field, able to compete with any hunter of the highest level. Of course, Kim Seo-jun aspired to reach his level of fame. However, he was not interested in such tales now, because he was completely focused on his training. Noticing what he was doing at the worksite, So-yoon asked the boss what he was doing. The confused boss asked her not to pay attention to him, saying that he had been acting as if he had gone crazy for a week. The girl decided to pass by, believing that he was simply not right in the head, since he was exercising right on the worksite, also with such a load on his back. Min-chul was also not happy with what was happening. He was very worried about the condition of his young friend, but he still behaved strangely. When he approached the young man, he asked when he would finally calm down and have a proper attitude towards work. His productivity didn't really suffer, but it was crazy to see him straining with so much weight on his back, like it was the right thing to do. Having finished the next exercise, the guy happily said that these exercises really make sense. Min-chul didn't understand his behavior at all, because besides, Seo-jun was constantly looking at his phone with the screen off. In response to his comrade's words that he would soon be hoarded, Kim joyfully said that everything was fine and he could bring a little more cargo. This way he not only trains, but also makes the work easier for others. In fact, Min-chul was glad to see him so energetic and happy. Suspecting nothing, he did not notice how the body behind him regained consciousness. The young man's sixth sense made him understand that something was happening, so he looked around worriedly. Within a moment, a huge monster began to rise above his friend, which, having been divided into parts, gathered its body together. His terrifying scream sent chills down the spine of everyone nearby. Such a dangerous situation caused real fear in Seo-jun, and he worriedly shouted his friend's name. Meanwhile, Seo-yoon, who is the only hunter nearby, has finally found a quiet place. She ran away from the site into the building of this enterprise. She was nicer inside the office than next to her boss, who was not to her liking. Her patience was stretched thin, but she couldn't leave irresponsibly without making sure the monster was truly dead. At that moment, she heard the conversations of workers who were standing nearby. They tried to speak in a whisper so that she would not hear them, but her hearing was too acute. The guys were really surprised and thought it was a real shame that her being a Class B hunter didn't live up to her grandfather's fame. For many, the Star Sword is a true hero, but for her, this name was a real burden, a label that she could not get rid of. From the cradle, her grandfather taught her how to be a hunter, but the bar he set was too high. She just couldn't get over it. All her life, she has been compared to her grandfather's hero, but she did not strive for this. Her real dream is to teach people. She repeatedly told her grandfather about this, but he was not going to listen to her. Each time he turned away from her request and asked her not to raise this topic again. Because she is the granddaughter of Star Sword, she has not been able to enjoy a normal life all this time. However, they came to a compromise, and she still founded the Hunter Academy. However, this was not without problems. All the children who came who wanted to become hunters hoped that they would be taught by that same Star Sword. As soon as they heard that the Star Sword had nothing to do with it, and his granddaughter would be doing the training, the guys turned around and left. No one stayed here long, no matter how much she begged them. Everyone immediately lost interest as soon as they learned that the Star Sword had nothing to do with their granddaughter's academy. Besides, even the few that remained left the academy after threats from her grandfather. Therefore, now her academy is still empty and unknown, although it is listed as an educational institution. All this time, she hoped that she would have at least one worthy student. At the moment of her dreams, a frightened employee of the enterprise ran nearby and panickedly urged everyone to run as far as possible. What Mrs. So-Yun feared so much happened. The monster regained consciousness. Achoshi, fearing the terrifying monster, fell to the ground. This monster is a manticore. Its sudden revival put everyone in a terrifying situation. Addressing his young comrade, Minchul screamed and begged him to run as far away as possible. Seo-jun understood that if nothing was done, his friend would die at the hands of the monster. Adding tension to the situation was the well-known fact that an ordinary person will never defeat a monster, just like an awakened person who is unable to use magic. The manticore is a 4th-level monster, which even a professional will have a hard time dealing with. Thinking about whether there were any hunters nearby, Seo-jun immediately thought of So-Yun, but she suddenly disappeared. The guy understood that she would not have time to save his friend, and that in the end, the monster would bite him to death. Facing a terrifying monster, the guy saw no other option but to start acting at that moment. Someone had to do something quickly, otherwise there was no way to save him. It was a moment of determination. Seeing no other option, Seo-jun grabbed the metal pipe lying behind him. Grabbing such an unreliable weapon, he screamed and rushed towards the 4th-level monster. When he struck, he missed the manticore but caused it to jump back. Looking around, he asked Minchul to immediately run away. Rising to his feet, he declared that he would not leave him alone, but So-jun shouted that in this case they would both be devoured. Once Minchul trusted him and ran to help, Seo-jun was left alone. His body began to shake as he realized the difference in their strength. He needed to hold out until the hunter arrived at the site, but this terrifying monster terrified him. Seo-jun had no experience at all in battles, and this was the first time he had ever picked up something like a weapon. However, at that very moment, he remembered the words of his mentor Buddha. Exploring the world and its essence, he felt true peace and gained control over the situation. The monster began to slowly approach in order to find the weak point of the strange but determined young man. Seo-jun was completely focused on his surroundings, rejecting all emotions. Within a moment, the manticore rushed in his direction, but the guy stood unshakably in place, moving his metal pipe to the side. His wildly beating heart calmed down in an instant, and he even rushed towards the monster. Approaching the inexperienced guy, the 4th-level monster swung hard to strike him. Listening to Chiron's teaching, Seo-jun gave up thinking. He moved so that it would not be too late. He had to trust his instincts and 6th sense. Within a moment, he deftly dodged the blow of the monster, whose claws were aimed at his neck. The next point-blank blow was too heavy. The prudent guy jumped back. Without further thought, he pushed off from the surface and found himself above the monster. The manticore tried to find him, but Seo-jun, who jumped into the air, ended up in her blind spot. All this time, he relied only on his feelings, so now he had no idea how to continue the battle. While thinking about a surprise attack, he remembered the words of his mentor Xiang Yu, who said that strength alone is not enough because a fighter needs courage and zeal. By trusting them, Seo-jun believed that he was capable of defeating this terrifying level 4 monster. The guy was more determined than ever. He thought that he would not only be able to cut it apart, but would have to do it to save his colleagues. Within a moment, his body began to release a huge amount of magical energy. The blow of a metal pipe of incredible power was aimed at the monster's body. A sudden explosion of energy raised a huge column of dust, and all the buildings around began to tremble. Hearing the explosion, So-Yun began to break through the crowd of workers, looking worried, heading towards the scene. Ahead, she saw only a huge column of dust that was slowly dissipating. First, a guy appeared in a worker's uniform with a metal stick in his hands. Everyone was shocked when they saw a defeated level 4 monster behind him. As soon as he realized what had happened, he began to laugh awkwardly, scratching the back of his head. The B-class hunter couldn't believe that some loader, who didn't even study at the academy, could handle such a monster with a metal stick instead of a normal weapon. Thanks to such efforts, Seo-Jun did significantly better in some lectures. His progress increased by as much as 10%. When he came to his senses, he remembered what was really worth worrying about. Ignoring the daughter of the Star Sword, he walked past her and headed towards his colleague, who almost got hurt due to the sudden revival of the monster. He tried to make sure his worried friend was okay. The girl was greatly alarmed by the fact that even after such an amazing event, this young man continues to remain calm and, first of all, worries about the others. In his defense, Seo-Jun said that he constantly trains, and that is why he managed to survive after the sudden battle. Meanwhile, the boss tried to assuage his guilt by saying that he was checking the manticore, but as it turned out, he was just a little mistaken. However, So-Yun didn't even pay attention to this old sycophant, because all her attention was directed to the strange guy with unimaginable potential. With a surprised look, she said that someone who could become a worthy student had appeared before her. After this incident, work continued, and when evening came, everyone went home. A free minute appeared, and so Jun immediately decided to take a look at the progress. The increase surprised him greatly because when he listened to the lectures, he had never seen such figures. It became clear that everything was due to the fact that he defeated the manticore. So he came to the conclusion that it is better to see once than to hear 1,000 times. Practice turned out to be the best way to improve progress in lectures. But in order to fight monsters, he must at least obtain a temporary license, which he can only obtain in classical state academies. You can't get into the dungeon without it. He came to the conclusion that he again needed to save for education. The financial burden only increased. At that moment, Seo-Yun was quietly following him, interested in his potential as a hunter. Suddenly she turned to him, apologizing for wanting to distract him for a few minutes of conversation. Kim So-Jun immediately recognized the granddaughter of the Star Sword, the huntress, who was collaborating with their company. He didn't know what she wanted from him, but he decided not to refuse the conversation. The girl suggested going straight to the conversation and started with trump cards, asking if he wanted to meet her grandfather. With his indifferent response, he shocked the old lady behind him because he refused her without hesitation. The girl, without waiting for an answer, replied that she had no doubt that he wanted. However, as soon as she realized that the guy had refused the offer, she shockedly asked him to stop. What he really wanted was to go home and listen to all the lectures as quickly as possible. It was the first time that Park So-Yun felt so awkward, because in her entire life she had never seen anyone refuse such an offer. She ended up telling him what really made her stalk the company employee. She was dumbfounded by his tone and indifference, because the guy was interested in why he should enter an academy where there was not a single student. Everything she knew about him seemed like a mystery. Before her eyes, he did some strange exercises with loads in the form of monsters, and also dealt with a manticore. Even if the manticore was greatly weakened, it was still a level 4 monster, and he cut it in half with a metal pipe. She was betting that he wanted to become a hunter. The girl, on the verge of despair, said that they had everything he needed, including good equipment. She admitted that she was the only one among the teachers, but guaranteed that she would devote all her time to his training. However, he still refused. This was the first time in her life that it was so difficult for her to get a student. Her last compelling argument on the verge of breakdown was the offer to become her grandfather's student. However, even so, he still refused. So Yun was amazed, because all the hunters dream of learning from the Star Sword, while this strange guy was so easily going to miss such an opportunity. She couldn't just let him go, so she shouted that without membership in the academy, he wouldn't be able to pass the written part of the hunter exam. Even to this argument, Seo-Jun replied that he could somehow handle it himself. Continuing to follow him, she nervously shouted that he should think about the advantage in the form of dungeons, because he was already in such shape that he could go on a raid. But for this, he needed to be an academy student. She stated that he was just wasting his time now. In response, Seo-jun said with indifference that only government-approved academies have the right to issue licenses. Discouraged, So-yun said that they had already been approved, and if he agreed, he would be able to get into the dungeon tomorrow. These words made the guy think, and he stopped. Seeing the doubts that appeared in the mind of the promising student, the girl decided that she could not retreat. She promised that if he really didn't need teachers, then she wouldn't interfere and would give him a place to train on his own. The most powerful argument that really worked in this situation was the phrase that she would not take a penny from him for training. At that moment, the guy turned around and asked whether he could really just join their academy. He didn't really believe in such a possibility, so he said that free cheese only comes in a mousetrap. He wanted to know what her real intentions were behind such an act. With her hand on her heart, So-yun sincerely promised that until he became a hunter, he would only be required to represent their academy in competitions. She also wanted him to tell everyone that he was a member of her organization. In response, the guy asked why him. Seo-jun understood perfectly well that this was an extremely advantageous offer, because in this way he would solve all his problems at once, while practically nothing was required of him. When asked why she chose him, So-yun stated that she saw great potential in him. With a kind smile, the shrill guy decided to trust her words. It was a mutually beneficial relationship, so he extended a kind look in her direction, saying his full name. In turn, Park So-yun also introduced herself properly and happily shook his hand, showing that she was ready for their collaboration to begin. The next day, he received a sudden call from Mr. Manchul. His comrade was visibly agitated. He asked if Seo-jun was behind the fact that their boss was fired. In fact, yesterday, before saying goodbye, he suddenly asked So-yun to report to their company that she didn't like their boss, and because of this, she no longer wanted to cooperate. He didn't expect to be fired immediately, but it was still a positive outcome for his former colleagues. In response, he said that he had nothing to do with it, and believed that the boss himself left so as not to be responsible for what happened with the revived monster. Meanwhile, he arrived at the meeting place, so Yun was already waiting for him at the building of the academy called Dream. Once they were inside, she handed him his temporary license. She settled everything, because the license began on the day he killed the manticore. Thus, he could avoid punishment for hunting without a license. Although he has not yet become a professional hunter, he has already taken the first step towards his dream. He was so excited about the success that he immediately asked So-yun how to go on raids. The girl replied with a smile that there was no need for such a story. The guy didn't understand what we were talking about. So-yun took him to the inventory area and presented him with 3 spears to choose from, after which she told him that when he decided, they would immediately go to the dungeon. The prudent teacher expected his eagerness to fight, so she prepared everything in advance. She signed a contract to one place that was located near Seoul. A low-level dungeon has recently opened here, suitable for a beginner who does not yet have enough experience in fighting monsters. As expected, So-jun easily dealt with the local monsters, which looked like mutants of ordinary rats. Another splinter fell without much resistance at the hands of Donatello, so the guy with the spear asked So-yun why she followed him, even though she promised that she would not interfere. In response, she said with a smile that she had no intention of interfering with him. She believed that she could not leave the only student at her academy unattended. With a sly expression on her face, she suggested that he consider himself to have a private lesson, which was an opportunity only for the most capable students. Seo-jun considered it an honor. Moving forward, she assumed it was his first time in the dungeon. That's why she wanted to accompany him. Even though only kobolds lived here, she asked him not to let his guard down. Kobolds are second-level monsters that are ideal for training beginners without combat experience. Fortunately, he easily penetrated their magical armor, just like in the fight with the manticore. However, what was strange was that attacks that were not imbued with mana should simply bounce off the defense of a monster of any level. It only meant that he was using it subconsciously. At the same moment, one of the monsters suddenly attacked him. So Yun worriedly shouted that he should be careful, but the guy deftly dodged the attack, relying only on his own feelings. Within a moment, he easily got rid of the monster, which was trying to take advantage of the surprise. And yet, the boy continued to wonder why his attacks were so effective even without the obvious release of magic. As soon as he was distracted by his phone, which from the outside looked off, he shouted with joy that his progress continued to slowly grow. So Yun continued to stand behind with a surprised expression on her face, not understanding what was happening to this strange student. Seo Jun noticed that his progress in lectures was not growing as quickly as from killing a manticore, but it was still better than just continuing to study the material he had learned a long time ago. In addition, he did not forget that you can make good money in dungeons. Turning to So Yun, he said with a kind smile that he was going to speed up a little. Destroying monsters one by one seemed to him to be similar to how players farm experience in video games. When they finished clearing out this novice dungeon, they returned to the academy. So Yun was still discouraged by his behavior. She immediately understood that something was wrong with him, but this time she was already scared that he continued to look at the switched-off phone and talk. Ever since they returned from the dungeon, he had been staring at his switched-off phone all the time. This happened for several hours, and all this time he looked as if he was devoid of common sense. This was just the beginning of the strangeness, because during the process of this strange meditation, he was constantly surprised by something he saw on the screen of his switched-off phone. She couldn't wrap her head around the picture she saw. Seo Jun looked like a newbie entering the dungeon for the first time, but immediately began hacking away at kobolds like a trained pro, after which he began doing strange exercises with the killed monsters. Moreover, he himself carried the bodies of the killed monsters instead of calling a special service. Such savings seemed too strange. Still, she was more worried that she would not be able to hide the appearance of a new student from her grandfather forever. This continued until midnight. The guy's shout about some kind of lecture made So Yun tensely wonder if she had made the right choice. While returning home, he received a message that made him sparkle with joy. He managed to earn 9.5 million won, although he had no idea that he could earn so much in a day. Although he carried and cut up the carcasses himself, it was not easy, but all his efforts paid off very well. However, the problems did not disappear because all this still took a lot of time and effort. He didn't even have time to listen to the lectures, as he had previously planned. While returning home, he even thought about asking Man Chul to work with him. He trusted him, so he decided that this way they could stay in touch. Moreover, if in this way he opens his own personal business, then they will both be in the black. Seo Jun decided that he would write to him as soon as he had free time. However, the issue of money was still relevant. He could start saving it again, but he thought it would be better to spend it usefully. By defending dungeons and earning money, he simultaneously increased his progress in completed lectures. But everything went somehow slower than he expected. They gave him nothing at all for the last kobold he killed. This made him wonder if there was a faster way to become stronger, to become as strong as the great celestial sage Sun Wukong. At the same moment, an unexpected realization of the exit came to him, and he shouted with joy, while frightening the man standing behind. He didn't have a penny before, so he forgot about another lecture on the basics of fighting with a staff and a spear. But once he tried to join, he was shocked by the 27 billion won entry fee. Such a sum corresponded to the name of the academy and seemed simply transcendental. The guy was plunged into the abyss of despair, because even an S-class hunter could not earn that much. Considering this terrible information, he decided to postpone studying this art until later, believing that he had something to do anyway. Still, he wondered what else was on sale at the academy. Realizing that there was no money for lectures, he decided to look at the equipment that could be obtained on the academy market. When he looked at the Transcendence market, he could not believe his eyes, because there were legendary items on display, including the shield of Zeus and the spear of Longinus, which is one of the weapons of passion. Even if these were replicas, these were still legendary things that cannot be found not only in Korea, but most likely throughout the world. The guy couldn't believe that the academy called such items training equipment. Even he, who did not understand weapons, understood that this was something incredible. This was equipment made by members of the academy, which meant that it was all made by true transcendent level masters. But as soon as he tried to get an individual price, he had to forget about his intentions and fall back into despair. The next morning he arrived at the academy early. So Yun, seeing him during another training session, noticed that he was training much harder than before. She assumed there was some reason for this that he had not yet revealed. In fact, he was just trying to take his mind off the shock. He knew that the spear would be expensive, and even assumed that even a copy could cost several million. Although aware of the risk, he still did not expect that they would ask for as much as 100 million won. Having finished the exercise, Sojun, rising to his feet, sadly and indistinctly said that everything again comes down to money. Even 100 million was a real robbery for the poor fellow, so he could not imagine that he would one day save 27 billion to listen to the lectures of the great sage. So Yoon distracted him by asking if he had heard about the academy tournament. Seojun had indeed heard about it, but didn't know the details. So Yoon explained that this is an event where different academies compete with each other, and each of them wants to prove that they are better than the rest. This tournament evaluates the level of the academy. Such competitions are very versatile. Currently, Dream Academy is at the 4th level, but if Seojun performs well, then they will move to the 3rd level. The higher the level, the better the academy is considered. Thanks to this, they will be able to receive greater support from the state. That's why all academies send their best students. Seojun understood perfectly well what she was driving at. And yet his teacher said that she wanted Seojun to represent their academy. In fact, it was quite tempting, since Kim was just wondering whether participation in the competition would affect his progress in lectures. Moreover, it was obvious that the tournament was also a martial arts practice. Without further thought, he nodded his head in response and admitted that this was a pretty good idea. So Yoon was surprised that he agreed to her proposal so quickly. In response, Seojun recalled that they had initially agreed on such mutual relations. After that, he asked to clarify how such tournaments are held. The director and at the same time teacher of the academy thoughtfully replied that everything was kept secret until the start of the competition. However, as far as everyone knows, the one who scores the most points for the raid and duel wins. Thoughtful, so Jun concluded that all his combat experience was limited to kobolds and manticores. He had no idea what it was like to fight people. At that moment, he wondered how he could give his best without such experience, and whether there would be someone who would agree to train with him in a duel. It didn't take long to look for the right person, because next to him was a real huntress. So June, turning to her, said that if she was not busy with anything, then it would be nice if she became his sparring partner. Although she wanted to refuse, she had no choice, because Seojun began to mock her, saying that she was just a coward. With the help of children's teasing, Seojun achieved his goal, but the real test was only ahead. This was a great opportunity to practice, but he shouldn't forget what level his opponent was. So Yun is a B-class huntress, and although this is far from the pinnacle of peaks, she was taught by the star sword itself. Of course, he was only a beginner who could not objectively judge real hunters, but he had no doubt that it would not be easy. And yet he was truly delighted with such an opportunity, because he had long wanted to find out what his teacher was capable of. Before starting, So Yoon asked if he knew that she was an active B-class huntress. In response, the determined guy prepared for battle and said that in this case, she should give him a small head start. Sighing heavily, she invited him to attack as soon as he was ready. Such an offer could not be refused, and the guy rushed into the attack with great enthusiasm. Seeing his speed, Seo Yun was a little disappointed. Easily dodging his attacks, she thought that she expected something more from him. In fact, his movements were quite fast, but extremely careless, so they were very easy to read. Remembering his recent battles, she assumed that she had simply overestimated his abilities. With some sadness on her face, she thought that he was just an ordinary beginner. Swinging a blade overflowing with magic, she wondered how he had the confidence to fight her. Having lost interest in his abilities, she decided to end the battle with one light blow, which would be enough for a beginner. To her surprise, the outcome was not at all what she expected. Seo Jun somehow miraculously managed to block her wooden training sword, overflowing with magic. In fact, it was not at all easy for him, but the very fact that he withstood this pressure was amazing. Now So-Yun completely forgot about her recent thoughts that he was an ordinary average beginner, because it was difficult to understand how he even managed to block her blow with magic. In this situation, the weapon should have jumped out of his hands, and her sword should have been at her throat. Moreover, having withstood such pressure, he even began to resist and tried to strike. Still, Park So-Yun couldn't let him get away with it and threw him aside with one swing. Now she looked at his strength completely differently. The determined student was still full of energy and had no intention of backing down. Wiping the blood from his mouth, he said that he would also fight seriously. Now he was even faster. He rushed into battle and his movements changed noticeably, and his attacks became much clearer. This couldn't even be compared to what happened before. If Seo-Jun had fought like this from the very beginning, So-Yun would not even have thought to doubt whether he was worthy to become the representative of their academy. As it turned out, he simply listened to the words of his mentor Chiron, who said that the battle should begin with obvious attacks. All this time he followed the plan and has already begun to change the situation with the help of feints, in other words, diversionary attacks. Her opponent was very difficult, and by delivering countless ordinary and unremarkable blows, he made sure that she, assessing the situation, could change tactics depending on the level of threat. Without giving her the opportunity to move, he continued to strike, distracting her attention. In response to her blows, he used the same obvious blocks in order to relax her attention. However, as soon as his next blow was repelled, he rotated the spear back. He repeated this until So-Yun opened herself up to his real attack. As soon as this moment arrived, he prepared to put all his strength into the blow. Seo-Jun was more focused than ever to take advantage. Seeing his huge swing and really serious attitude towards battle, So-Yun felt danger from him for the first time. Within a moment, there was a powerful explosion from the collision of their blows. As expected, So-Yun not only blocked his blow but also threw it aside. Still, she couldn't believe that Seo-Jun was actually capable of something like that. However, when she saw that she had overdone it a little and threw him into the wall with great force, she screamed in panic. She hit with all her might, without even thinking, so she immediately rushed towards him to make sure that he was at least alive. Rising to his feet as if nothing had happened, Seo-Jun began awkwardly scratching the back of his head and laughingly admitted that he had indeed lost in the end. In response, Seo-Yun couldn't hide her surprised expression as she realized that all this time Seo-Jun had been hoping to defeat her, even though he knew he was fighting a B-class hunter. The girl did not know how to react to this, while Seo-Jun, continuing to scratch his ridiculous head, recognized the power of the huntress. Still, it was not possible to fight her like a monster, and this made him understand that the approach to fighting people should be a little different. However, he did not lose his positive attitude because he knew that if we talk about his difference with professionals, then it is worth noting that he still has everything ahead of him since he has just begun his journey. As he expected, although slightly, his statistics still increased. Now he realized that he should develop in different directions, just as he did in video games. So Yun couldn't believe that after such a beating, he would decide to ask if they could somehow repeat it. With a stupid smile on his face, he suggested that she have a few more duels before he went to the academy tournament. This would really be useful for him, but his zeal seemed strange given the fact that this time he suffered greatly in battle. Still, So-Yun came to the conclusion that she didn't care about his weirdness if he tried so hard. She had previously promised that she would work on his skills every evening, so she enthusiastically replied that she would have no problem doing anything he asked. Moreover, she mentioned that she was going to give him all the prize money. When the guy heard about the money, he was surprised because he didn't even think that there would be any reward besides the rating for the academy. After thinking a little, the girl tried to remember exactly what amount we were talking about. As soon as she remembered and said that the reward would be 100 million won. The guy is on the spot, realizing that this is exactly what he needs to buy a spear from the Transcendence store. Another coincidence indicated that he could not miss this opportunity. Suddenly for the teacher, with incredible fervor, he asked when this tournament would take place. It was only 2 weeks away, so Seo-Jun was determined to gain as much experience as possible before he could earn the much-needed 100 million won. With incredible fervor, He began training and began to bombard the teacher with a lot of questions about whether she had sandbags and whether it was possible to use improvised objects as waiting agents. As a result, he, without listening to Seo Yoon to the end, took a huge stone and began to squat to improve his progress in lectures. So Yoon still didn't understand what was going on in his head, but she didn't mind not asking herself unnecessary questions if Seo-jun really proved himself to be a worthy student. 2 weeks later, the day of the tournament finally arrived. A large number of people gathered at the tournament site, among whom were a variety of contenders for victory. The huge crowd made the clumsy and insecure guy with big glasses and a green checkered shirt become confused. All the people around him came to the conclusion that he was suffocating, because this guy immediately began to talk about the fact that there were many more awakened people and interest in their battles had increased, which is why so many people gathered in front of the arena to watch the tournament. When he finally found the entrance, he began to hesitantly follow the directions and walked towards the room where the participants were. He was very nervous because he came alone, and he was also so scared that he could not move. This was not strange because compared to the insecure guy, all the other participants seemed like real warriors. Students from various academies that gathered in one place surprised him with their equipment, confidence, and big muscles. All the guys looked really strong, and this guy with the ridiculous eyepieces admitted that it shouldn't be surprising since academies send their best students. And yet, among this crowd of outstanding students, he managed to notice a calm guy sitting on a bench with an old weapon and a bag for a spear made from clothes. Everyone around was whispering that Seo-jun was some kind of hillbilly from the backwoods. It seemed to them that he was simply trying to withdraw into himself so as not to attract unnecessary attention. In fact, Kim heard everything perfectly well and even understood that from the outside he looked like a fool. But this did not bother him. However, among all these guys, only the guy in the checkered shirt had a different opinion about the strange participant. He was inspired and touched by the thought that he had managed to find a poor fellow like himself. It reminded him of him from the past, and the feeling when you come to a new class where you don't know anyone and try to pretend to be busy by being glued to your phone. Seo-jun looked exactly like this. The camaraderie began to grow, even though Seo-jun wasn't even aware of it. Still, the modest and shy guy decided to say hello to someone who seemed like a brother to him. This is Lee Mingi. He is 19 years old and has also been awakened since birth. He asked permission to sit next to him. Meanwhile, the guys in the background began to fuss, and things began to move towards a fight even before the start of the tournament. Lee Mingi, like a real choker, knew perfectly well who they would be dealing with. Pointing his finger at a guy in a ridiculous helmet, with an axe who relies only on his brute strength for everything, he said that this is Jang Dak-chul, a promising student at Gochuri Academy. It was unclear what this conflict was about, but the guy with long hair remained calm and tried to calm the disgruntled student of the Gochuri Academy, although he did not deny himself ridicule, saying that Dak-chul's brain was swollen with muscles. The bold speech came from a very strict student at Mint Academy, a guy with a scar on his left eye named Lee Keel-min. It was not for nothing that he was confident in himself, because he was known for being considered the best student of his educational institution. Lee Mingi continued the story by saying that Chol-min is very unusual and fights with twin daggers. In fact, Seo-jun only at that moment looked away from his phone with the thought of why this obsessive guy was telling him this unnecessary information. At one point, the situation became much more interesting, because a red-haired guy in a black tuxedo intervened in the conflict. After saying that they should keep quiet, everyone around them looked around and fell silent. This guy's words meant a lot because he was Lee Ju-hwan, a student at Revenant Academy. Seo-jun, not knowing who he was only surprised at how quickly he managed to pacify the raging students. This time, Lee Mingi shared some really important information. He explained that Lee Ju-hwan is a gifted student at Revenant Academy, and to everyone present, he is the winner of this tournament from the very beginning. Seo-jun asked if he meant the contender for victory. However, as it turns out, this guy is so strong that he usually avoids such events. However, something happened at the academy, and he was forced to join. Now, the outcome of the tournament was obvious to everyone who knew him. After that, he even mentioned that the granddaughter of the Star Sword invited Lee Ju-hwan to her academy, but he refused. The fact that he refused this offer gave Li Mingyi reason to think that this guy was very confident and was hiding something. In fact, he had no idea that Mrs. So Yoon invites literally everyone she sees to her academy. At one point, Ju Huan shouted loudly and furiously that he did not understand why he had to compete with such non-entities. As it turned out, their academy was forced to send him to this tournament, because earlier, his uncle prevented them from moving to the 3rd level. Li Yung-hwan was truly furious, thinking that winning such a primitive tournament would not bring him recognition. The situation around his Revenant Academy haunted him, and he even began to regret that he had refused So Yun's offer. In fact, he refused because he didn't want to study at some unknown academy. Only now, realizing that So Yun was the granddaughter of the Star Sword, did he think that he could simply use her for his ascension, and then simply get rid of her. Looking around, he noticed Seo Jong, the only guy, who was looking in his direction with curiosity and some confusion, as if he was not afraid because of his presence. In fact, he saw him as a simpleton, which only reinforced the question of how bad things were for him. While Li Mingyi was excitedly asking his new friend how to avoid a conflict with Li Jun-hwan, Seo Jun was deep in thought about how much money he could get if he fought a man of such a reputation. Still, there was no time for dialogue, because the first stage of the Academy tournament had been announced. Over the past 2 weeks, Seo Jun has been trying to achieve 30% according to Qiron and Xiang Yu's lectures. However, he has not noticed any significant changes in strength or anything else. Previously, the difference in progress was more noticeable, but even so, he was still not afraid to move forward. Compared to the others, he lacked experience, and he understood this perfectly well. Still, he tried to make up for their gap by training with So Yun and fighting in the dungeons during those 2 weeks. Now it didn't matter to him who was in front of him, a man or a monster. Seo Jun was confident that he could get the 100 million one he needed so much. Meanwhile, the speaker said that it was time for the first test, which would be a maze with monsters. The audience was delighted, because they had never seen something like this before. Those who had not yet managed to take their seats were just rushing to the arena in order to be in time before the start of the test. One of these spectators, who was a little late, nervously barked at his friend for choosing seats in the corner. He was so enraged by the situation that he didn't even notice how he hit the girl standing next to him with his shoulder. Realizing that he had acted rudely, the man began to apologize in order to somehow make amends. The girl did not consider this to be excessive rudeness and said that everything was fine. When the man walked on and took a seat, his friend asked if he knew the girl he kept looking back at. He replied that he didn't know who she was, but for some reason he continued to think that she reminded him of someone. Having missed this moment, the guy with the camera told him that the first stage of the Academy tournament would be a race in the labyrinth. Participants must escape the maze without attacking other participants while eliminating monsters in order to gain some clues. Although this was a 4th-level competition, those present doubted that the organizers had created an ordinary maze that would be passed by the luckiest one. The 2 spectators believed that the judges wanted to test whether the contestants had all the necessary skills to raid the dungeon. Lost in thought, the man in the purple shirt said that this year all the students look pretty blue. At the same moment, his comrade with the camera excitedly shouted that he should pay attention to how the main contender for victory was fighting. Zhang Huan was simply incredible. He was already an excellent master of magic and could easily destroy level 4 monsters with just one attack. Such a test seemed like some kind of trifle against the background of his incredible brute strength and cold prudence. The audience was delighted, because this guy's level was undoubtedly higher than that of the other students. As soon as the talk turned to the fact that this guy was none other than Li Ju-hwan, So Yoon realized who they were talking about. She took off, realizing that he was someone who could one day become her student. So Yoon began to wonder what such a monster would forget at such a tournament. As soon as she took off, the man in the purple shirt looked around, again thinking that she reminded him of someone. In fact, So Yoon was trying to hide her identity, so she immediately turned away because she didn't want anyone to realize who she was. Meanwhile, Seo Jun hasn't made much progress through the labyrinth. However, after several blows with a spear, he came to the conclusion that it was simply impossible to break through the walls and thus get out. Now he came to the conclusion that he should take the test in the same way as others do. He even began to regret that he had not watched the lecture of Theseus, the hero of Roman and Greek myths, who is famous for defeating the Minotaur and getting out of the labyrinth. After a few tens of meters, he came to a fork where he had to choose the right path. Leaning against the wall, he decided that he would follow the main rule of movement in labyrinths. He should have just stuck to one side and eventually found a way out. However, the problem was how long it would take him to get through the entire maze in this way. The test result depended on the speed. In order not to hesitate, the guy headed to the left. However, after a few steps, he felt an indescribable feeling. He still didn't understand why, but it seemed to him that instead of sticking to the left, he should take a different path. He suggested that this was the sixth sense, the intuition that Chiron talked about. There was no other choice, so he began to slowly walk forward. By relying on intuition, he was able to experience the true value of the sixth sense. Meanwhile, the challenge host continued to report that some academy students were dropping out of the tournament. Seo-jun assumed that they were all constantly fighting monsters that were stronger than them. However, unlike the others, he was the only one who never met a single monster in this labyrinth. As he thought about this, he suddenly realized that his intuition was not only telling him how to find a way out, but also telling him how to avoid the monsters. Kim wondered if he would be able to foresee the future if he achieved 100% of the lecture and mastered metamorphosis. In a moment of sweet dreams, he was suddenly distracted by a sad and pitiful voice from behind. Somehow Lee Mingi managed to find him. The frightened guy, addressing Seo-jun as his brother, warned him that a monster could be waiting around every corner, one of those that had already dealt with a dozen students. Looking around in fear, fearing to meet a monster, Mingi said that Seo-jun walked as confidently as if he knew the way. In order not to attract unnecessary attention and not prolong the conversation, Kim justified himself that he was going wherever he wanted. Lee Mingi was simply amazed by his irresponsibility and screamed that he couldn't go wherever he wanted because it could end badly. Then he said that he would help him because he knew how to get out of the maze. Showcasing his incredible intelligence, he boasted that he had heard that the exit from the maze was easy to find if you used the left or right hand method. In response, Seo-jun said that it was too long, so you should just trust your feelings. When the guy in the plaid shirt, denying this proposal, said that they could get lost, Seo-jun suggested that they split up. He had no idea why Lee Mingi decided to tag along like a stray dog. Adjusting his glasses, Mingi shouted that they should stick together since they were brothers in misfortune. Seeing the misunderstanding on Seo-jun's part, Mingi awkwardly said that he did not come from the academy, but himself, and looking at him, he decided that he was also a loner. Only after these words did Seo-jun realize why this strange and absurd guy decided to talk to him. His world was turned upside down by the words that weaklings better stick together. Seo-jun did not consider himself a weakling and could not understand at all why Lee Mingi decided that he was one. With incredible surprise, he suggested that he could really look like that from the outside. While Seo-jun was trying to recover from such an unexpected and far from pleasant compliment, Lee Mingi, feeling trust in his personality, reached into his pocket and said that he would make an exception for him and show him something incredible. The joyful, ridiculous guy had a blush on his cheeks as soon as he showed his new friend a photo of his little sister, who looked exactly like him. Even this trick did not work, and Seo-jun decided to go alone. He turned around and moved on, saying that he was glad to chat, but had to deal with the passage of the maze. At that moment, Lee Mingi let go of his sword and tearfully grabbed his leg, begging him not to leave without him. Seo-jun felt that he was in a very unpleasant situation. Lee Mingi was very pestering, but Kim understood that even an awakened person could be scared in such a place. He believed that he himself would have been scared if he had ended up in such a place at the age of 19. On the one hand, Lee Mingi talked a lot and it was irritating, but in the waiting room, he still said a lot of useful things. But even this was not enough. Seo-jun considered him a rival, because as much as 100 million won was at stake. Remembering his words about being alone, Seo-jun inquired about why his sister and parents did not come to the arena to support him during the tournament. Having lowered his eyes, Lee Mingi paused for a short time and sadly said that his parents died, so he has no one except his sister. These words brought understanding from Seo-jun. He was also lonely in life because his parents died in a car accident. Seeing that Seo-jun began to feel awkward about this matter, Lee Min-gi began to fuss on the spot and asked him not to worry about it since it was a long time ago. He just wanted to say that his sister was still little and could not come to support him. Suddenly, Lee Min-gi still found support from a very cold and indifferent participant. Seo-jun said that he was right when he said that they were brothers in misfortune. With a kind smile, the Dream Academy representative said that they could go further together and he would not mind. However, he did not forget to warn that this does not mean that they are now a team, because the prize for first place should go to him. After these words, Seo-jun rushed forward, and Lee Min-gi hovered in place, not understanding his friend's unexpected behavior. In a few minutes, they passed several more turns, Seo-jun moving so fast that his new friend could not keep up with his pace. Seo-jun recalled the words that he was not going to wait for him, and if Lee Min-gi did not want to become a burden for him, then he should speed up a little. The guy in the plaid shirt thought this behavior was very strange. He could not understand why Kim was so confident in his decisions and did not hesitate at all, despite the danger of the labyrinth. The friend leading ahead did not even think about choosing the path. It seemed that Seo-jun knew in advance where they should go. Indeed, during all this time, they never met a single monster. At one point, they reached a dead end. Seo-jun stared at the wall, while Lee Min-gi, tired of such a rush, said that they should move on before someone else finds a way out. However, Seo-jun was in no hurry. Leaning his hand against the wall, he said that they were already close. As it turned out, there was a hidden door in front of him that led to the exit from the labyrinth. Lee Min-gi couldn't believe his eyes, but in this way they actually ended this test. Within a moment, the host of this stage of the tournament announced the name of the winner, and even managed to set a new record for completing the maze. Seo-jun completed the test in just 27 minutes, while the current best time ever took more than 1 hour. The audience was simply shocked when the winner was announced. Moreover, everyone was watching Lee Ju-hwan. He continued to fight, and everyone realized that somehow he had failed to take first place in the maze. So-yun was simply in shock. She could not believe that her ridiculous student was capable of such a miracle. In fact, Kim Seo-jun did not consider this a big victory, because all this time he was hoping that he would be able to gain at least some progress by fighting monsters. At the end of this test, Lee Min-gi could not come to his senses for a long time, and come to terms with the fact that he really took second place only thanks to luck. Everyone present in the waiting room could not believe that a new record had been set by some student at the CD Dream Academy. This was the first time they had heard about this educational institution, so they believed that this modest guy was probably the son of some influential person. The whispers of the other students prevented Seo-jun from concentrating on the lecture. At one point, he noticed that Young-hwan suddenly approached him. Seeing how he approached the amazing newcomer, everyone present instantly fell silent, afraid to make even a sound. Despite the tension, Seo-jun was still calm. Looking into the eyes of the most promising participant in the tournament, he wondered why he was looking at him so much. Lee Young-hwan was clearly dissatisfied with the result of the first stage, but did not feel any threat from the Dream Academy student. Turning away, with a self-confident smile, he asked the others why they believed so much in this loser. The red-haired guy believed that Seo-jun was able to set a new record in the maze only due to luck. At the moment when everyone was distracted by conversations regarding Lee Jong-hwan's words, Seo-jun decided to return to studying the lecture, but at the same moment they were interrupted by the appearance of the tournament representative. A guy in a blue tracksuit with lists in his hands was just about to explain what awaits them at the second stage. This time, the participants had to fight each other in one-on-one battles. Since they were all at the 4th level, so that everyone would be on an equal footing, they were forbidden to enhance their weapons with mana. However, they were still able to strengthen their bodies. Not everyone was happy with this news. Seo-jun was still calm. He was extremely interested in who would become his opponent. 32 students made it to the second stage, and in this case there must be 5 rounds of duels. However, as soon as the tournament representative announced that they would now begin to draw up the tournament bracket, he was suddenly stopped by one of the participants. Suddenly for Seo-jun, the guy announced that he was going to abandon the duel and leave the tournament. Meanwhile, So-yun decided to leave the arena to a more secluded place where she would not be in danger of being discovered. She nearly revealed her identity the moment she screamed in surprise at her student's victory. Being in a very secluded place, she did not expect to hear loud conversations. Looking around the corner, she saw a place where spectators began to place bets on the winner. As it turned out, the second stage was going to start immediately from the semifinals, since most of the students refused to participate in the tournament. It seemed that now there was no point in betting because everyone present firmly believed in Li Juhuan's victory. Because of this, the odds for his victory were quite small. As soon as the guys started talking about how no one in their right mind would bet on another participant, some crazy guy came up to the table and said that he wanted to bet 100 million won on Kim Seo-jun. The man in a dark robe shocked everyone present with his statement. The guys convinced him that this was a rash decision because this student simply turned out to be too lucky, and no one had ever heard of his academy before. Seo-yun, observing this event from the side, became interested in the identity of the stranger. The mysterious man in a black robe who emitted very strong magic seemed very mysterious and unpredictable. Meanwhile, Seo-jun himself was bored while waiting for the duel lists to be formed. A few minutes ago, a sudden event occurred. Many students began to refuse to participate in the second stage. Excited, Li Mingyi explained in a whisper that he had previously heard that in fourth-level tournaments this is not uncommon, because the same ones always win here. This behavior was due to the fact that everyone was afraid of Li Juhuan. Participants spread rumors that he didn't care about the rules at all, so after a battle with him you could remain crippled for the rest of your life. However, not only Juhuan, but also the guy with the helmet on his head, as well as the participant with the scar on his left eye, seemed to be very impressive opponents. Doubts spread with incredible speed. One by one, the participants left the waiting room. Li Mingyi would have run away himself, but he was so scared that he literally stuck to the bench, and so only 5 semi-finalists remained. An hour later, the lists of duel pairs were presented. In the first fight, Kim So-jun and Jang Dak-chul were supposed to fight. In the second fight, Li Juhuan and poor fellow Li Mingyi were going to fight. Since there were only 5 participants, Li Chul-min received an automatic win. Seo-jun began to think that if he won the first stage, then most likely, if he makes it to the finals, regardless of the result, he will become the winner of the tournament. At one point, he noticed his comrades' excitement. Li Mingyu was trembling with fear, and when Seo-jun noticed this, the guy in the checkered shirt whispered in panic that he couldn't believe that he was going to duel with Li Juhuan. Despite his incredible fear, he still had enough energy to shake his new friend. With a kind smile, Seo-jun said that Li Mingyi was acting stupid because he wrote himself down as a loser, even though his fight had not even started. Seeing his friend's condition, he suggested that he withdraw his candidacy, because with such an attitude, nothing would really happen for him. With his eyes downcast, Li Mingyi sadly said that he couldn't just leave the tournament. Meanwhile, a tournament official entered the room and announced that Kim Seo-jun and Jang Dak-chul should prepare to enter the arena. Getting up from the bench, So-jun gave friendly advice at the end and said that if Mingyi decided to fight, then he should fight to the very end. After all, who knows, maybe he will be lucky and even win. After these words, Li Mingyi grabbed his hand in surprise. He asked in confusion why So-jun was not worried before such a difficult battle. With a confident smile, Seo-jun replied that he only cares about how much experience he will be given for this fight. This answer naturally did not satisfy his friend's interest, but Seo-jun simply left, motivated by the opportunity to earn 100 million won. As soon as he entered the stage, the presenter announced the continuation of the tournament and the beginning of its second stage. The first to be presented was the new record holder of the race in the labyrinth, who was able to bypass all the monsters. Seo-jun was presented as a participant shrouded in mystery, because no one could say for sure whether he was talented or just plain lucky. At the moment of thunderous applause towards Seo-jun, he suddenly heard from his opponent that luck would not help him here. Jang Dak-chul was so self-confident that he didn't even hide it. Moreover, he was presented as one against whose crushing power any tricks were useless. With a loud laugh, an arrogant guy with a ridiculous helmet on his head said that student Kim spent all his luck on the first stage, where he managed to set a new tournament record. In response, Seo-jun said that it was too early to judge which of them was unlucky. These words seriously angered his opponent. As soon as the referee announced the start of the battle, Dak-chul furiously attacked, shouting that he would make Seo-jun regret his bold words. However, these threats did not bring any results, because the Dream Academy student was more determined than ever, because a prize of 100 million won was at stake. As soon as Li Mingyi heard that his friend's battle had already begun, he began to worry even more. Glancing at his opponent, who was standing to the side with an angry expression on his face, he decided that now was a bad time to worry about others. He had to face Li Juhuan, which seemed terrifying from the very beginning. Even though he was trembling with fear, Seo Jun's words were what kept him in control. But just as he thought that he and Seo Jun were no match for these guys, those in the waiting room screamed in surprise at the shocking news. None of those present could believe that the duel would end in the blink of an eye. The winner of the semi-final of the second stage of the tournament was Kim Seo-jun from Dream Academy. In response to the result of the first fight, the red-haired guy, who was previously considered the winner of the tournament, arrogantly said that the scum should have a place among the scum. Despite his words, Li Mingyi felt much better once he learned that his fellow sufferer was able to defeat his opponent. Looking at his future opponent, he said that he too would be a winner. As expected, the fight of the first couple began with an aggressive attack by an offended guy in a ridiculous helmet with horns. One could not expect anything less from Chan Dak-chul. His strength was truly crushing. However, Seo Jun also surprised everyone present, because instead of blocking the blow, he easily dodged it. Moreover, the Dream Academy student continued to maintain a frantic calmness, which caused self-doubt on the part of the enemy. Dak-chuk attacked without respite and even managed to run out of steam, while his morale was plummeting due to the fact that all this time Kim looked like he was not taking him seriously. Enraged by the situation, the opponent with the axe could not gain control of the situation at all, and wondering why his attacks were not working, continued to move forward. At one point, he seemed to go crazy, so he strengthened his body with an aura and rushed to the attack with a powerful swing of the axe and shouting that now the vile Seo Jun would not be able to dodge. However, at that very moment the games were over, because the student from the Dream Academy took the matter seriously and easily knocked the heavy axe out of the hands of his opponent. Dak-chul couldn't believe what happened. His body trembled with the realization that his axe was behind him for the first time in his life. It was simply incredible. No one expected this, and did not even think that the battle would end in the blink of an eye. The muscular fighter was in despair, as he could not accept that he had lost to someone he considered just a lucky fool. He turned out to be weaker, and the first winner of the second stage was Seo Jun, who did not even use a small part of his combat potential. As expected, he was very disappointed with this fight. His progress in lectures only increased slightly, since the actual battle never took place. Previously, he thought that by fighting with other students, he could easily reach a new level of understanding of the arts. In addition, there will be much fewer fights than expected, because most of the participants simply abandoned the second stage. The battle pass was already ending, and Seo Jun was afraid that he would not have time to master the basic knowledge in 50 days. He needed to tighten his belt to at least save up for a spear and renew his pass to the Transcendence Academy. He couldn't afford to lose in this tournament. When he returned to the waiting room, he couldn't understand why Mingyi was so nervous. As it turned out, his friend was simply delighted with the battle and continued to be surprised that Seo Jun was so strong. A long conversation never took place, because a few minutes later, a representative of the tournament entered the waiting room and said that the participants in the second fight should prepare to enter the arena. Li Juhuan went first and even roughly pushed his opponent out of the way. The already trembling Li Mingyi considered this insolence to be normal behavior, and instead of being indignant, decided to remember the moment when, together with Seo Jun, they managed to cope with the first stage. He admitted that as soon as he saw him, he felt a kindred spirit, and therefore when he defeated a formidable opponent, he was so happy as if he had won himself. He had a bit of jealousy at that moment, but more importantly, his friend's success gave him at least some motivation to fight. Pouring out his soul, Li Mingyi even mentioned that he is never lucky and does not have the talent or strength like Seo Jun. All that moved him forward was the unquenchable desire to please his little sister. He hoped that one day she would be proud of him. When he was asked to hurry up, he ran towards the exit, and Seo Jun asked him to give it his all. As soon as Li Mingyi entered the arena, He began to feel nervous due to the huge number of spectators who were eagerly awaiting the start of the battle. As soon as he began to support himself with words that he could handle it, Zhu Huan began to get angry. He despised his opponent, whom he considered an ordinary weakling, so he nervously asked him to shut up and stop mumbling under his breath. In this tournament, the red-haired arrogant guy was infuriated by absolutely everything. He even felt humiliated by the fact that he was forced to participate in such an event, where he was surrounded only by losers. Looking into his eyes, he wondered how he got to the point where his opponent would be such trash. To him, Li Mingyi was nothing more than prey, a useless nobody who lived only to be eaten. Considering his opponent his prey, Zhu Huan decided that in this fight, he just needed to remind the scum where he belonged. He was even more infuriated by the fact that he failed to take first place during the first stage. He believed that he was head and shoulders above everyone else, so he had to demonstrate his superiority in absolutely everything. Although Li Mingyi was visibly trembling, he was not going to give up and held his blade in the direction of the contender for winning the tournament. The red-haired guy was incredibly angry with the knowledge that his ridiculous opponent believed that he had at least some chance of winning. He couldn't wait to put an end to this fight. A few minutes later, the judge announced the start of the fight. Li Mingyi kept saying that he could handle it, just like his brother Xiao Jun. Considering what was happening to be a real humiliation, Zhu Huan only thought that there was no point in this tournament in the first place. As soon as the fight began, Zhu Huan charged furiously to end the fight with just one blow. To his surprise, this was not enough, and Li Mingyi miraculously managed to resist. Li Zhu Huan continued his attack and unleashed a mountain of furious, precise blows on his opponent. Trying to withstand the stubbornness of his opponent, poor Mingyi looked tied hand and foot, and the audience doubted that he would hold out even a little longer. His opponent had already begun to lose his composure and even managed to say that he could not believe that his opponent was such a pathetic brat. After these words, he delivered a powerful blow to the poor fellow's stomach with his handle, shouting that he shouldn't have stuck his head out of his village. Such a strong blow threw Li Mingyi aside. Crouching on his knee, he began to writhe in pain. Feeling the difference in their strength, he still admitted that he had no chance of winning. The realization that they were on completely different levels sent tremors through his body again. However, he could not leave just like that, because all this time he was only thinking about the fact that he wanted his sister to be proud of her older brother. At that moment, he remembered his brother and his success. Unexpectedly for all the spectators, Li Mingyi began to rise to his feet, despite the pain. He knew that there was no point in counting on victory, but now his task was to hit this vile bastard at least once. Putting all his strength into the blow, Li Mingyi rushed into the attack in order to at least catch the enemy with the tip of his sword. He couldn't count on more, yet they were on completely different levels. Within a moment, the fight was over. The crowd began to cheer. As they predicted, the winner of the second battle was Li Zhu Huan from Revenant Academy. The audience was delighted and only confirmed that the rest of the participants in this tournament are not even suitable for such a monster. Zhu Huan had no place in the fourth-level competition because everyone understood that this brute was a master of his craft. However, Li Mingyi still managed to achieve his goal because, albeit slightly, he still hurt his opponent. Moreover, the public also noticed a small cut on the face of the invincible Zhou Huan, which was left to him by a completely ordinary boy. The arrogant, red-haired Revenant Academy student was beside himself with rage. Considering himself an elite, he was filled with rage at the realization that some ignorant weakling had managed to hook him. Then he suddenly turned to the judge and said that he was withdrawing from the tournament. The man in the yellow t-shirt was shocked by the words of the main contender for victory, so he asked in surprise how to understand this. Everything came to a head at that moment, when the inadequate red-haired guy walked up to his already beaten, losing opponent and furiously kicked him in the face. Addressing the audience, he shouted that this tournament was a bunch of losers. He accused the organizers of accepting just anyone, after which he stated that therefore they would not be able to achieve anything above the fourth level. Tournament officials immediately rushed into the arena, saying that the fight was already over, and if he did not stop, they would be forced to take action. However, in response, the arrogant Zhu Huan said that he was sick of looking at this pitiful spectacle of losers who want to become hunters. After these words, he completely placed his foot on the head of the poor fellow lying on the ground. Within a moment, Seo-jun burst into the arena and rushed to attack the inadequate, arrogant bastard, who had completely lost his fear. After that, he said that he was tired of this, and if Ju Huan insisted so much, then he would beat him right now, without waiting for the finale. When a Dream Academy student asked the impudent red-haired opponent to remove his foot from the head of his work, he refused. The patience of the guy with the spear was already at its limit. In response to the self-confident words, he furiously swung his spear, and the insolent man was forced to jump back. As soon as he scared off the enemy, he immediately sat down next to his comrade to find out if he was conscious. Li Mingyi was injured and could barely speak. Seeing this picture, the arrogant Ju Huan said that it was very touching. Seo-jun couldn't stand by. Looking at the daring opponent who considered himself an elite, he sternly asked if he really enjoyed looking down on people. Until the very end, he could not understand what was wrong with him, because no one in their right mind would put their foot on another person's head. In response, the arrogant academy student revenant said that he was sickened that some hillbilly forgot his place and even dared to enter the arena to fight him. Seo-jun still didn't understand his behavior and asked if they really couldn't even dream, since they were worse than him. Ju Huan took his words as some kind of joke and started laughing, saying that he didn't know that in their time anyone still believed in such fairy tales. It seemed strange to him that someone thought that if they trained hard, then they would succeed. The watching public did not understand how the judges allowed something like this to happen. As it turned out, the judges simply could not interfere in this conflict, because this was the order from above. They could only watch what was happening. The fight was inevitable, and So-yun was well aware that her student was weaker than his opponent. And yet she did not interfere and only watched excitedly, trusting her student. Meanwhile, Ju Huan had already begun to lose patience, and angrily calling his opponent a non-entity, said that he would now demonstrate to him how the world works. He believed that people without talent are nothing more than scum, and to achieve success, you need to go over your head. Seo-jun couldn't come to terms with his words. Ju Huan really believed that there is no place for dreams in this world, and all awakened people are divided into worthy and losers. And yet he couldn't hate him, because in truth he used to think so himself. During these 9 painfully long years, when he endured everything just to become a hunter, he was constantly faced with a harsh reality. He hated himself because he had neither money nor talent. He hated himself for his helplessness. Work only helped him stay afloat, but he could not achieve more, because most of the money went to pay off loans. In his reflections, he came to the conclusion that, probably, there is nothing more pathetic than clinging to something that cannot be achieved through hard work. He asked himself many times how his life would have turned out if he had given up and chosen a different path. However, after a while he got rid of these doubts and even now did not lose his determination in the face of a formidable opponent. Addressing the judge, he asked him to take care of Mingyi. Seo-jun took a few steps towards the enemy, thinking that he would not repeat his mistake again. Previously, he constantly succumbed to fear and doubted himself. This is how many people fall into despair. However, now he was ready to tear his opponent to pieces in order to erase his arrogant grin and the opinion that people without talent are nothing more than scum. With a cold look, he said that he would teach a lesson in politeness to someone who had never felt superior to ordinary guys. After these words, Seo-jun rushed to attack, and the judge began to shout that he had to stop, because this was against the rules of their tournament. These words no longer meant anything to him. The Dream Academy student began to spin his spear to deliver a quick and unexpected strike. Seeing this, Ju Huan sighed arrogantly. After that, he angrily said that Seo-jun must be joking since he dared to challenge him. Seo-jun landed a powerful spear strike with a high jump, while Ju Huan was able to block using his huge two-handed sword. The red-haired guy did not feel threatened by him at all, and said with a laugh that the pathetic bug would regret that he decided to show up in front of him. He then swung his sword with ease, throwing Seo-jun aside. Without losing speed, he charged furiously, grabbing his sword with both hands. The madman tried to strike at high speed, but Seo-jun managed to jump back. Then he was forced to constantly block furious blows, and several small cuts appeared on his face. Kim recognized that his opponent was very strong, so it was not surprising why everyone thought so highly of him. In the fight with Dak Chul, he did not even doubt his victory. Now the situation had changed, and Seo-jun felt overwhelming pressure from the enemy. Catching himself on this thought, he immediately decided to listen to the advice of his mentors. Seo-jun trusted his feelings and began to simply go with the flow, so as not to strain himself with unnecessary thoughts in a responsible battle. Within a moment, he threw his opponent aside. Naturally, the arrogant Zhu Huan was infuriated by such insolence. When the judge said they had to stop immediately, the red-haired guy furiously shouted for them not to interfere. Anyone who considered himself a predator, the top of the food chain, could not come to terms with the resistance of his prey. However, in this battle, his opponent was different from the others. He couldn't understand why someone he considered trash was looking at him as if he were a predator himself. Now Zhu Huan was really angry. He mockingly said that dreaming is not harmful, but the pathetic non-entity should see for himself what will happen to his dreams when he is faced with cruel reality. Within a moment, he closed the distance with incredible speed. Then he launched a furious blow, which Seo-jun still managed to block. The impact was so strong that the surface of the arena began to collapse. Although Seo-jun began to tremble from such incredible pressure, the fact that he was able to block this blow only angered his opponent more. As Zhu Huan continued to throw punches, he noticed something strange. He realized that his pathetic opponent was becoming stronger with each blocked blow, like a monster growing right before his eyes. Within a moment, Seo-jun himself rushed to attack, and this time they exchanged blows. Zhu Huan was furious and began to lose his temper because he could not accept the fact that some brat managed to push him away. Just like Li Mingyi gave him a small cut, Seo-jun also did something that completely freaked out the red-haired guy. Enraged, Zhu Huan went mad and began to release mana against his weapon. Seo-jun did not expect that the opponent would break the rules of the tournament and start using aura. He himself did not yet know how to control his own mana, so he had nothing to oppose. The judges and other tournament workers began to panic and rushed into the arena screaming, realizing that the crazed red-haired guy was going to kill his opponent. Seo-jun himself understood perfectly well that running away was the best option. However, at that same moment, he began to have an internal dispute, as a result of which he realized that if he ran away, he would betray everything he had learned. At that moment, he began to remember the words of his teacher, and it seemed to him that he was nearby. One day, Xiang Yu, like his student, entered into a battle, the outcome of which was a foregone conclusion. He lost, and there was no changing that. Then, for the first time, he felt despair because he was afraid of defeat. However, he rushed into battle and fought, because this is the true spirit of a warrior. Xiang Yu taught him that even if everything points to his defeat, he must continue to fight like a beast and believe in his victory no matter what. Remembering the words of his mentor, Seo-jun resolutely clenched his spear, because he did not intend to show his back to the enemy. The force that tears mountains out of the ground will erase any barriers, and the spirit that can turn the whole world over will dominate it. As soon as Seo-jun charged, he unknowingly began to release his mana, and a blue aura surrounded his spear. Seeing how much his opponent had changed, the enraged Zhu Huan, who believed only in talent, shouted that he was the only predator here, while the rest of the students were just litter on which he would continue to wipe his feet. Tournament officials rushed to stop them, but it was too late. A moment later, two furious fighters attacked each other with a wild cry. There was a powerful explosion of energy, which raised a column of dust and made it difficult to see what the result of this collision was. But just as the heat began to dissipate, the public saw that the clash had emerged with a winner. An inexperienced fighter, who was considered an ordinary lucky newcomer, managed to win this battle. Zhu Huan lost consciousness and fell to the ground, while Seo-jun silently tried to stand, leaning his trembling body on a long spear. The audience was shocked by what happened and began chanting the name of the winner of this fierce battle. Seo-jun also couldn't contain her surprise. She was shocked, because she saw how rapidly her student developed. 2 weeks ago, he could barely block her mana-soaked blows, but now he was able to use the aura himself. It was simply amazing, and now she was thrilled to know that she had made the right decision when she decided to choose him as her student. Looking around, she again saw the mysterious man in a black robe. Previously, she found him very suspicious when she saw that he had bet on Seo-jun at an underground bookmaker. The stranger himself shouted in surprise. He was excited by what had happened because he couldn't believe that someone from the 4th level could so suddenly master the aura technique. So Yoon was also surprised, but still not as surprised as this stranger. It seemed that before his eyes, Kim So-jun violated the laws of the universe. At that moment, she just remembered an important detail, that the stranger had bet a large sum on Seo-jun's victory. However, when she looked around again, the mysterious guy had disappeared from sight. The tournament ended after Seo-jun's incredible triumph, but he returned home without a victorious mood. Unfortunately, the victory over the tyrant did not bring him anything more than applause and recognition from the public. Because he did not listen to the judges, he was disqualified. Tournament officials admitted that Lee Ju-hwan had behaved in an inappropriate manner, but at that time he withdrew from the tournament and Seo-jun intervened as a participant. The judge warned him of the consequences, but he did not listen and did his own thing. Seo-jun broke the rules of the tournament and couldn't even argue with it. But the fact that no one even tried to stop his opponent before he intervened himself remained in question. Although Lee Ju-hwan withdrew from the tournament at that time, he was also punished, because enhancing a sword with an aura was regarded as attempted murder. Despite this, he will not go to trial, but the Hunters Association will definitely prohibit him from taking the exam for the next 5 years. Lee Chul-min automatically became the winner, even though he never fought in the second stage. Second place went to Lee Mingi, and third place went to Jang Dak-chul. Among the good news was that Seo-jun himself had made some pretty good progress in his lectures thanks to the last battle. According to Xiang Yu's lectures, he achieved 56% mastery of information, while Chiron's lecture was close to 49%. After thinking a little, So-jun came to the conclusion that the incomprehensible power that he felt in the battle could manifest itself precisely because progress had passed halfway. Based on the increase in his level, he decided that it was worth looking at the list of courses to choose another direction. However, at that moment, he was distracted by So-yun. She was very worried about his condition and decided to see him after the tournament ended. Fortunately, Seo-jun was completely fine, and said in his defense that although he looks like a weakling, he is actually a very tough nut to crack and doesn't mind such a battle. After making sure that everything was fine, So-yun breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, for his teacher, Seo-jun decided to apologize. When asked what he was talking about, he said with a feeling of guilt that he could have won if he had not interfered where he was not asked. Seo-jun was surprised to hear that there was actually nothing wrong with it, and she just wanted to know if he was okay. After her words that he initially counted on a cash prize, Seo-jun was speechless from the realization of the main problem of disqualification. The poor guy grabbed his head and started screaming because he really forgot that the main reason for attending this tournament was the money for a spear from the Transcendence store. He plunged into despair, and when asked what he wanted to spend the money on, he admitted that he liked one incredible spear. Despite the failure, he quickly recovered from the moral trauma and rose to his feet, saying that there was nothing wrong with it. With a kind expression on his face, he admitted that he would be lying if he said that he had no regrets. However, on the other hand, if he had not intervened, he would have regretted it much more. The moment of his sincerity and discussion of financial problems was suddenly interrupted by Lee Mingi, who already felt much better and could even return home on his own. As soon as he approached his friend, So-yun decided to lower the visor of her cap so as not to attract too much attention to herself. Holding his head, Lee Mingi shyly thanked his savior. After a short silence, he finally decided to ask whether he could become as strong as his brother if he trained hard. Seo-jun was genuinely surprised by the words of this trembling guy. Seeing his look full of hope, he couldn't upset him. To support the poor fellow, he warned him that everything is possible, but this is not an easy path. Still, he saw that Mingi clearly lacked the talent to become a hunter. However, they say that anything can be achieved if you work hard enough. However, the world is cruel, and you can't go far on dreams alone. To support him, he said that he should not focus on becoming a hunter, because he could do something else, since he was still young and had plenty of time. Lee Mingi was not at all upset by such words, and even admitted that So-jun was right about something. Perhaps he could become an excellent journalist, because he has already shown that he can accurately collect information about other people. Still, he did not want to stay long and decided to say goodbye, thanking his friend for everything he had done for him. Finally, Seo-jun asked him to never let anyone tell him what to do, even if it was his own words. He even decided to warn him that he would hear more than once that he had no talent, and that he would not cope. Therefore, he asked him not to forget that no one's opinion should become his reality, because if he really wants something, then he must achieve it, and everything else does not matter. The sincerity on the part of his brother touched Li Mingyi so much that he could not hold back his tears. Saying goodbye, he promised that someday he would visit him with his sister. Looking after Li Mingyi, So Yun said that she was pleasantly surprised by how her student acted. Seo Jun, awkwardly walking towards his house, replied that he constantly blames himself for always sticking his nose into other people's affairs. With a kind laugh, the mentor said that she saw nothing wrong with this, because now her student had his first devoted fan. In response, Seo Jun surprised her by saying that it would be better if he became her second student and not just his fan. He believed that he should have seized the moment and invited him to their academy. So Yun really didn't expect such words from him. She felt happy thanks to his support, because now he said that this was their academy. Now she was definitely not alone. Overcome with joy, Seo Yun caught up with Seo Jun again and cheerfully said that since he had done a good job, she would buy him a new spear. When asked why she suddenly decided to do this, she asked him not to worry and consider it a scholarship. Meanwhile, one of his wards came to visit the master of the Star Sword. He was warned that the master was meditating, and at this moment he could not be disturbed, but the guest said that the matter did not require delay. So Moon Chul, a one-armed guy who is considered one of the most loyal subordinates of the Star Sword, still disturbed his master. In response to his sudden intrusion, the old man said threateningly that he thought he had made himself clear when he asked not to disturb him. Releasing his incredibly powerful aura, he asked his subordinate how dare he ignore his orders. The pressure from the master was simply monstrous, and even an experienced hunter could not move. He could barely muster the strength to report that Lady So Yun had participated in the academy tournament. These words greatly interested the old man, because he could not wait for this, knowing that So Yun had no students. Moon Chul, seeing the master's uncertainty, confirmed his words. They had actually gathered some information regarding what had happened at Dream Academy recently. No one expected that after all the unsuccessful attempts, So Yun would still decide to try the old business again. Realizing the importance of the matter, the old man rose to his feet and said that he would personally deal with this problem. With a thoughtful look, Star Sword Park Min Chul said that he personally should see what his granddaughter's new student is like. The next morning, Seo Jun again went to the Dream Academy, where he wasted no time in refining his spear skills. The next daily task regarding 5,000 swings of the spear was completed, but So Yun, as usual, did not understand what was going on. The strange behavior of the student all this time put her in an awkward position, but during all this time she never managed to find out anything. Noticing her intense gaze, Seo Jun asked why she was staring at him so dissatisfied, but the girl replied that he just imagined it. In fact, she still held a grudge against him because he was so eager to get money for a new spear, but when she offered him a lucrative gift, he was so meticulous in choosing it that he ended up leaving with nothing. In response, Seo Jun said that he was simply not worthy of the gift. Pointing a condemning finger at him, the girl demonstrated that she saw right through him and said with displeasure that he was a liar, because he was clearly not one of those who would simply refuse such things. She was willing to bet that the problem was something else. She was really right, but Seo Jun didn't know how to explain to her that since he saw the beautiful weapon from the Transcendent store, he couldn't even look at an ordinary spear. Things got even worse as the price had increased to 120 million won due to a recent recalculation. Money that was not earned through honest labor was not counted. So now, So Jun was completely afraid to do anything. Seo Yun, as expected, was infuriated by the situation regarding the fact that her student refused the offer, even though she said that she would pay for everything. Naturally, when the granddaughter of the greatest hunter gives you such an offer, it's a chance of a lifetime. And yet there was one more pressing issue that they did not have time to discuss. So Yun inquired about what mana enhancement technique her student used in the battle with Zhu Huan. Seo Jun had no idea what he was talking about. So Seo Yun explained that without the technique, he would not be able to use magic. She noted that she personally saw how he pierced the armor of monsters, but judging by how he fought in the tournament, his technique was clearly not of a low class. At the same time, her interest was even stronger because she had never seen him train her. At that moment, Seo-jun thought, because he really doesn't know how this happens, because he has never studied any technique for enhancing mana. The mana enhancement technique is a technique that allows you to use your mana most effectively. There are many different types of this technique. Depending on its effectiveness, it is divided into lower and higher class equipment. Each hunter has his own mana enhancement technique. Some even patent it. In fact, Seo-jun wanted to get into the elite academy precisely in order to acquire effective high-level equipment. Therefore, he asked his mentor if she taught the technique of enhancing the mana of the Star Sword. In response, the girl sighed heavily and said that her grandfather forbade her to do this. Still, this was not surprising, because otherwise there would have been crowds of students in this academy. But as it turned out, So-yun herself came up with her own technique and was ready to teach him. She always wanted to teach, so she needed to do something like this. Seo-jun was surprised because he thought that she had no talent at all, but it turned out that she lives in the shadow of the Star Sword, and yet she pushed him to the idea that a hunter really needed mana control skills. In the fight with Ju Huan, he experienced the difference in strength between those who know how to use it and those who do not. So-yun didn't understand why he was thinking so deeply, because she was just asking whether he was interested in learning her technique or not. In fact, Seo-jun was thinking that he had a window for a new lecture. Now he could take some course on the study of mana mastery. After a few minutes, So-yun got tired of waiting for an answer from him, so she decided that he would continue to be silent, and she left with wishes of good luck in his strange training. When asked where she was going, the girl replied that she had her own business. When Seo-jun started laughing at how busy she was, Seo-yun replied that if he leaves before she returns, then he should close the door to the academy. In fact, she simply could no longer be in the same room with him. She really had nothing to do and just wanted to escape, so she was surprised that she really looked like she had nothing else to do besides the academy. As soon as she left, Seo-jun chose the mana course. Speaking about what mana is, the teacher said that it is something that is located in a world that is subject to the law of cause and effect, but is capable of destroying the laws of this universe. Of course, such words turned out to be difficult to understand, and so Jun became convinced that the Archmage Merlin was someone similar to the Buddha himself in terms of the complexity of teaching his skill. It seemed that these words were only the beginning of the lecture, but after a moment the old man said that with this, he had said everything he wanted. Seo-jun felt like he was going crazy again because of his studies. The training time was over, and the Archmage suggested taking up practice. Seo-jun received a daily task in the form of creating 1,000 mana spheres. Without wasting any time, the guy started trying to make at least one sphere. Now he could say that sensing and controlling mana was not that difficult, and it was all thanks to Kiran's lectures. However, it was still not easy, because although he felt mana, he could not give it a form. The Archmage mentioned that he should use mana to connect his mind with the outside world, transfer the fruit of his imagination into reality, deceiving and convincing it that everything happens according to the laws of nature. At one point, the student concentrated so much that he began to feel how he could give shape to his energy. In the most striking example of how to do this, the Archmage Merlin described a force that truly does not exist anywhere in nature. It was about the mana aura that Seo-jun had already used once. A few minutes later, the guy saw a small accumulation of energy in his palms, which really left his imagination and ended up in the real world. The crumb between his palms actually turned out to be a sphere of mana. He was surprised that all his efforts gave him such an insignificant result, because the Archmage was unlikely to count this as a correctly performed exercise. Despite this, he was proud of himself because this was a real achievement. He understood that over time he would do better. He just needed to constantly hone his skills. At that moment, Park Min-chul suddenly entered the academy and addressed the stranger with a dissatisfied tone. Seo-jun, holding a small sphere in his hands, was surprised by the appearance of a gentleman whom he had previously only seen on television screens. Mr. Min-chul really came to the academy to see who became his granddaughter's student. He did not expect to see something like this, because he felt that there was a clot of mana in the guy's hand. What was suspicious was that something like this was not easy to create. This meant that this guy was talented. However, this only deepened his understanding of the situation. The old man began to suspect something was wrong, thinking that there was only one reason why such a gifted guy came to So-Yun Academy. He feared that Seo-Jun was one of those who wanted to take advantage of his granddaughter. Releasing his terrifying energy, he sternly repeated his question, and, shocked by the situation, Seo-Jun was forced to dutifully introduce himself. The guy really felt afraid because he didn't expect Grandpa Starsword to visit So-Yun Academy so suddenly. Addressing him without any formality, Seo-Jun mentioned that he had only seen him online, so it was amazing to him that he was finally able to meet the greatest hunter in person. He further suggested that the distinguished guest had come to see So-Yun, after which he said that unfortunately, she had left on some business. The guy didn't understand what had happened, but the old man suddenly became furious as soon as he heard him call his dear granddaughter by name. His reaction was not strange. He treated Park So-Yun very carefully. While in Korea they only address people with whom you have a close relationship by name. But at that moment another question began to worry him. Once he released his terrifying energy, he put incredible pressure on the student, but for unknown reasons, he continued to stand on his feet. Seo-Jun didn't understand what he was talking about, so Park Min-chul said that his lust for killing, soaring in the air at that moment, usually paralyzes anyone below the S-class of hunters. After these words, the student understood what was happening, and the only explanation for why he was on his feet, he believed that this was the action of an unshakable heart. Silence began on his part, and the old man again asked a question regarding what such a guy forgot at the Park So-Yun Academy. Seo-Jun really didn't understand what he was talking about, so he looked very confused. In response, Mr. Park began to slowly walk towards him and reached for his sword, saying that with such and such talent, he would have been accepted into any academy. But for some unknown reason, he decided to get closer to So-Yun. Releasing his menacing power, the old man threatened that the guy would regret it if he decided to lie to him. Sensing danger, Seo-Jun began to panically ask him to stop and shouted that it seemed to him that they had misunderstood each other. However, Mr. Park was not going to listen to him to the end and said sternly that he did not think that he would receive an honest answer so easily. Within a moment, he swung his sword and Kim, sensing terrible danger, was forced to fall to the ground to avoid being hit. He only miraculously managed to avoid being seriously wounded, which greatly surprised the old man. As it turns out, Seo-Yun was going to visit her grandfather when she decided to leave on business. When she came to his house, she found out that he was not there. The lady who worked here said that she should ask the chairman about what Mr. Starsword is doing now. In fact, she just wanted to tell her grandfather about her new student. At the moment when she wondered where her grandfather might have gone, Seo-Jun was in a mortally dangerous situation. The old man continued to apply incredible pressure and repeatedly asked the question of what goal he was pursuing. So-Yun had no idea what was happening at that moment. However, she understood that something was wrong here. She wanted to keep everything a secret for as long as possible. But after participating in the tournament, it was no longer possible to hide Seo-Jun. That is why she decided to deal with the problem by revealing the truth to her grandfather. At that moment, the chairman approached her. The chairman was a one-armed man who was very trusted by the Star Sword. He greeted the young lady with a sincere smile, saying that he was glad to meet them. So-Yun admitted that he was just in time because she was looking for him. As soon as she told her that she had come to her grandfather, she was shocked by the truth that Mr. Park had just gone to her academy for a visit. At the same moment, she hurriedly ran back, realizing that during this time something terrible could have happened. The lady in the purple jacket didn't understand why So-Yun was so scared by this news, but the chairman already guessed what it was about. So-Yun was in a hurry like never before. She was already blaming herself for letting her guard down. Still, she knew that grandfather would come to their academy sooner or later, but she did not think that everything would be so soon. She had to hurry so that Seo-Jun and Mr. Park wouldn't meet without her. Unfortunately for her, the battle had already begun. This was the first time Seo-Jun had been in such danger, even though Master Starsword had not even drawn his sword from its sheath. However, this detail played into his hands, because now it became clear that the old man was not trying to kill him, but rather simply wanted to pacify him and get an answer to a strange question. Surprised by the young man's resilience, Park Min-chul asked who he really was. Su Jong again began to beg him to stop, saying that he really didn't understand what he was talking about. He tried to explain that it was all a misunderstanding. However, the picture in the old man's head was completely different, because he could not understand how his granddaughter's student could demonstrate such incredible skills. He said that the guy was clearly hiding something, because he knows how to control mana, moves well in battle, but still continues to claim that he did not understand something. All this made him angry, because he thought that the little shit was blatantly lying to his face without even thinking. Flying to the side after another blow, Seo-jun rose to his feet and shouted that he had no idea what So-yoon told him, but in this situation he needed to calm down. In response, the old man shouted that he was a scoundrel. Seeing the raging energy of the Star Sword, Seo-jun realized that he only made the situation worse because he said something wrong. He still didn't realize that the fact was that he was calling his granddaughter by name. With a serious and threatening tone, the old man, releasing his bloodlust, said that he was originally going to discuss everything, take into account the circumstances that brought him here, but now he has no other choice. Being in this situation, Seo-jun thought that it was just a lie, and the old man was not really going to have a friendly conversation with him from the very beginning. Seo-jun decided to continue fighting, because he understood that such a great hunter would not listen to him. He was not afraid of dying, because he understood from the enemy's movements that no matter what he said, he would not kill him. If the Star Sword really wanted to kill him, it would have done it the moment Seo-jun sensed its presence. One who is above the stars themselves, Park Ming-chul's Star Sword was on a completely different level. Seo-jun didn't think that during his first meeting with the person closest to his ideals, he would have to fight. In fact, he was delighted that he had such an amazing chance to gain an incredible amount of experience in battle with the greatest hunter. Of course, Mr. Park was not particularly happy with this behavior on the part of the young man. He considered him a real scoundrel. Seo-jun's attitude has changed. He even enhanced his own body with an aura, showing that he does not deny the fact that he is ready to fight. During his life, Mr. Park saw many hunters, but only one looked into his eyes without fear. Seo-jun looked exactly the same, so you'd think he was strong enough to really try his luck. Rushing into the attack, the old man struck the first blow with thoughts about what this young man needed from his granddaughter. Seo-jun could hardly resist such pressure. He still couldn't cope with his opponent's speed and couldn't even feel his attacks. His face was covered with cold sweat from every movement of the great hunter. He couldn't even notice the simple blows performed by the Star Sword. The old man's power was beyond his understanding. However, Seo-jun continued to try to hold out and dodge the attacks in every possible way with incredible interest in how much longer he could hold out against such a monster. At one point, he himself rushed to attack. However, Star Sword did not feel any danger from him. He was surprised by the young man's self-confidence and decided to teach him a lesson, hitting him in the stomach with incredible speed with the hilt of his sword. Seo-jun flew to the side with a scream, and Mr. Park looked away and said that his pathetic attacks were ridiculous banality. Despite the hopelessness, Seo-jun did not give up and tried to gain as much knowledge as possible from this fight. He could not allow the battle to end quickly, and tried to find out at least something else. Rising to his feet, he realized that tricks would not help him. However, while the enemy was not yet serious, he felt that he still had a chance to surprise the old man. Park Ming-chul did not want to waste much time on this issue, so he rushed to the attack again. Seo-jun felt like he needed to impress him, but he didn't know how to do it. However, as soon as he stopped thinking about it, he trusted his feelings and surprisingly managed to evade his opponent's sword. He then desperately swung his spear to strike at close range. Subduing the mana to his will, he forced it to fill the spear, strengthening the counterattack. The old man was unexpectedly surprised at what the young man was capable of, who didn't even have a hunter's license. He couldn't figure out what kind of mana technique he was using, but it looked extremely interesting. Seo-jun directed his punch with a furious cry, putting all his strength into this attack. A powerful surge of energy directed at the old man limited visibility at that moment. However, the result was a foregone conclusion. He did not even manage to catch a powerful enemy. After Seo-jun used his aura, Mr. Park shouted that the young man had finally shown his true mean face. In response, Seo-jun said displeasedly that Mr. Star Sword was the first to attack him. After these words, Seo-jun, who did not understand the old man's feelings, again said that he could not wait for his teacher to return. calling the granddaughter of the Star Sword by name. The greatest hunter began to lose control, demonstrating his terrifying strength. He said that if the young man wanted it so badly, then he would personally send him to the next world. Just as Kim was beginning to say goodbye to life, fortunately for him, So-yoon burst inside the training room and shouted that it was enough. The fighting stopped, and So-yoon started screaming that she wanted to know what was going on here. She was incredibly angry at her grandfather for starting to scare the crap out of her students again. Looking at Seo-jun, she began to get angry at her grandfather and accuse him of beating the poor fellow until he had bruises all over his body. Kim tried to smooth the situation over, saying that he had no serious injuries, although he was already in pain. Turning his gaze away, the old man said that such a mattress should not dare call himself a man. In response, Seo-jun allowed himself the impudence of telling the Star Sword that it doesn't matter whether you are a man or a woman, anyone would be hurt if they were beaten by a great hunter. As soon as he said that he wouldn't be surprised if Mr. Park didn't care who he beat, the old man immediately jumped out of his seat and shouted that the young man would soon regret his words. Seo-jun, taking advantage of the situation, cleverly hid behind the granddaughter of the Star Sword, asking if he would continue to beat him. So-yoon didn't understand what was happening at all. She had never before seen simpletons who would allow themselves to talk to her grandfather like that. Continuing to communicate with the great hunter as if they were some kind of relatives, the dissatisfied Seo-jun asked if it was possible to find out why the Star Sword met him in such an unfriendly way. So-yoon understood that sooner or later her grandfather would run out of patience, so she asked everyone to keep quiet. Then she awkwardly apologized to her only student for what happened, but So-jun did not hold a grudge against her and said that she was not to blame for anything, and he himself escaped with only bruises. Despite his words, Miss Park again respectfully apologized, saying that she was very sorry, but she could explain the situation a little later. Now Seo-jun began to understand what was going on. Seo-yoon really needed a frank conversation with her grandfather, who, apparently, treated her very carefully and controlled her in everything she did. At such a moment, it was necessary to leave them alone, so the guy said that it wouldn't hurt him to drop by the emergency room. After these words, he left the academy building, and So-yoon peered after him, smilingly thinking that she was lucky that he treated this with understanding. After that, she looked towards her grandfather with a stern look. They had to have a very serious dialogue about what had happened. Although she had decided in advance that she would tell him everything, at the moment when she had to speak, it was difficult for her to even utter a word. Grandpa himself started the conversation by saying that Seo-jun seemed suspicious, so she should stay away from him. So-yoon began to get nervous and answered hesitantly that he was not suspicious at all. She asked how he even knew what Seo-jun really was like. All her life, her grandfather completely ignored her opinion. The academy turned out to be a compromise among all her decisions, but even her grandfather constantly interfered with her activities. He gave every new student a dressing down, and so they all left, unable to withstand such pressure. Still, she understood why grandfather behaved this way. Previously, students actually came to her academy because of her big name, so she couldn't stop them when they wanted to leave after learning that grandpa didn't teach here. Not wanting to discuss this, Park Min-chul said that So-yoon should throw this guy out of her academy. He didn't even expect that So-yoon would dare to contradict his words. Refusing his instructions, she said that Seo-jun is not at all the way he sees him. When her grandfather asked her to repeat these words in a stern tone, So-yoon shouted that she would not do this, and that she should not always listen to him. Not wanting to put up with her grandfather's next intervention, she shouted to remind him that this was her academy, and only she could decide what to do with her students. She had almost nothing to remember during the time she communicated with her student, but when she looks at him, she feels something strange. She wants to be with him as long as possible, because in these moments she feels happy. Now she wanted to take matters into her own hands. So-yoon showed her character for the first time, although it was more like a desperate cry from the soul. Turning around, she apologized in a quiet tone for allowing herself to shout at her grandfather, and yet she again said that this time she would do as she decided. It was really the first time Mr. Park had seen her so emotional. A few years later, a tragedy occurred that shook his life and turned it upside down. That day, he heard about an incident with the appearance of a monster on the streets of Seoul, but was busy with his own affairs, leaving it to the young hunters. However, At one point, he was interrupted by the chairman with the terrifying news that his only son had died in that incident. When he lost his son and looked at So-yoon, who had no one left, he decided that he had to teach her how to stand up for herself. The little girl's life had changed greatly, and she could no longer enjoy the things that children her age usually enjoyed. The old man could not do otherwise, because he had to protect her. That's why he was so strict with her. She didn't like swordsmanship, but he was persistent in her training and didn't let her give up, telling her that if she continued like this, she would never become a hunter, let alone reach A-class proficiency. As she grew older, she began to express that she did not like being a hunter. She talked about how she wanted to become a teacher, but her grandfather refused to accept her wishes, saying that that was not what he taught her for. He was afraid of her own decisions and desires, so he constantly shouted that she should just do what he told her. Park Min-chul understood perfectly well that all this time he had been oppressing his granddaughter, even though he had the awareness that sooner or later she would turn against him. Actually, this is what happened, because he once agreed to a compromise when he gave her a little freedom, allowing her to found her own academy. Sighing heavily, he accepted this situation, realizing that he could not take away the only thing that brought her joy. As expected, So-yoon reached her breaking point and still rebelled. Meanwhile, Seo-jun has already completed his examination and treatment at the emergency room. Now he felt like new and naively thought that another conversation with the Star Sword would no longer be a problem. Recalling their meeting with a smile, he noted that at that moment he thought that he was no longer a tenant. He understood perfectly well that he escaped with only minor bruises, only because the old man held back. However, if So-yoon had been late, then everything could have ended much worse. Now he understood how difficult it was for So-yoon to be under his strict supervision all the time. That evening, So-yoon called him and told him everything. She spoke about her difficult relationship with her grandfather and about what happened to past students. Despite such revelations, Seo-jun was still sure that she kept silent about a lot. But this was enough to understand how she felt and why the Star Sword treated him this way. Returning to the academy, he could not forget that situation, thinking that even though he understood the old man's motives, it was still wrong because even such experiences are not a reason for beating. As he walked back to the training room, he doubted he would hear an apology. On the other hand, he still learned a valuable lesson because he made little progress not only in his skills, but also in mastering the lectures. Joyfully opening the doors, he suddenly heard a low male voice. He couldn't believe that this time he would be greeted by the Lord of the Star Sword again. Park Min-chul sat calmly on the floor and, seeing the young man's indecisiveness, asked him not to stand at the door. The guy began to feel trembling, realizing that the old man probably wanted to beat him again, but the Star Sword made an offer to sit next to him. During a calm conversation, Mr. Park learned that So-yoon and her strange student had entered into some kind of mutually beneficial agreement. Yet he was still suspicious and with a stern look asked if Seo-jun was hiding something else. Kim was as impatient as the Star Sword himself, so he nervously replied that he had expressed everything and had nothing to hide. Taking a closer look at the calm flow of the young man's magic, the old man admitted that he was not lying. However, the question of where he got such talent and so much strength still remained a mystery to him. In his entire career, Park Min-chul had never seen so much power in an ordinary academy student. Even more questions were raised by the moment when they first met, and so June, seeing his anger, not only wasn't afraid, but was even somehow inspired and didn't back down. When Seo-jun said that he wanted to go away to start his training, the old man decided that this would be a great time to find out more about him. He wanted to see how this scoundrel trained to see what he might be hiding. However, after several hours of careful observation, he was sure of only one thing. This young man was clearly not himself. He couldn't believe that what Seo-jun called training was continuously staring at his phone, which was turned off with a blank screen. At the same time, Seo-jun was very emotional and even sometimes screamed strange things. Distracting the young man from the strange method of teaching, the old man suggested that he was meditating this way. Seo-jun didn't know how to explain his training, so he decided to just agree. In response, the experienced hunter agreed that meditation is an excellent workout, but noted that you shouldn't overdo it either. He wanted Seo-jun to understand that meditation strengthens the mind and spirit, but not the body. Seo-jun simply agreed with him and continued to look at the phone, so Mr. Park was surprised that he was not at all interested in his words. The old man decided to play trump cards and said that if the young man wanted, then he could teach him something. Seo-jun pleased his pride because he was really distracted with surprise that the Star Sword himself decided to take care of him. The old man did not expect a different reaction, yet the young man hurt his pride, so he blurted it out. To keep things simple, he didn't mind showing him a couple of his moves. However, his pride was trampled a moment later, because the ridiculous boy refused, saying that he was happy with everything anyway. Moreover, he asked if he could be left alone during training, because they could talk a little later. The moment of trampled pride of the great hunter could have ended in tears, but So-yun visited the training hall on time. She was shocked when she saw her grandfather next to the student whom he had recently nearly beaten to death. The old man was glad to see her and immediately headed towards her, saying that he needed to discuss something. So-yun was afraid that he was up to something, so she warned him that she would not forgive him if he even laid a finger on her student. However, as it turned out, he just wanted to speak out about Seo-jun's shocking behavior, saying that he was not right in the head. They could not understand that there was anyone in the world who could refuse training from the Star Sword itself. Instead of getting a few lessons from the greatest hunter, Seo-jun actually continued to act like he had a headache. The guy stared at his switched-off phone, which looked very crazy. So-yun understood her grandfather's feelings, but she had already come to terms with such oddities of the student, and therefore said that this was still normal behavior on his part. Still, she agreed with all his words, saying that she also thought exactly the same way before. After that, she turned to her student, saying that she was already free. Seo-jun immediately looked away from the lecture and looked at her with a smile, and began answering questions regarding his well-being. Yet the old man was still suspicious, since he could not find answers to all his questions. From his observations, he could definitely say that Kim So-jun is not particularly smart, but even despite this, So-yun always smiles when she looks at him. He found it hard to believe that she actually enjoyed talking to him. It made him remember that he had never actually seen her smile like that before. In conversations with her grandfather, she is always strict or sad. He often saw her offended, but not so sincerely happy. Realizing that this could be their sympathy for each other, the old man began to get angry again, worried about his granddaughter, thinking that So-jun dared to hit on her. As soon as he took the first step to teach the impudent man another lesson, he was interrupted by the chairman, who hastily burst into the training room. He immediately apologized for distracting them, but said that the matter was urgent. As it turned out, the Order of Truth invited Mr. Park to visit them. Star Sword was surprised that those wonderful guys even wanted from him. In response, he said that if they want something from him, then they should come themselves, because he doesn't mind. However, this time the matter was very serious, because as it turned out, Sir Kalia himself wanted to see the master of the Star Sword. Even more shocking was the addition that the Order of Truth had another request. Everyone was literally speechless when they heard that Kalia wanted Mr. Park to bring a man named Kim Seo-jun with him. Hearing his name, Seo-jun was surprised that anyone actually knew about his existence. The old man immediately thought that the strange guy was somehow connected with the cunning Order of Truth, so he assumed that he was Sir Kalia's faithful dog. Even So-yun believed this assumption, so Seo-jun answered impudently and dissatisfiedly that he himself was interested in how they knew his name. Everything fell into place when Mrs. Park remembered that there was a strange man in a black robe at the academy tournament. She assumed that the stranger hiding his identity was somehow connected with the Order of Truth. But even after these words, the old man thought that it was still somehow strange because Kalia was unlikely to be interested in any ordinary person. Turning to So-jun, So-yun asked if he happened to know this person, but her student answered with tension that he didn't remember anything like that. After that, he completely put the guys in an awkward position when he confusedly asked if he could refuse this request. All his life he was far from such things, because he devoted himself to working at the Enterprise. So-yun said that the Order of Truth is an organization that includes 7 apostles who are on a par with the heads of major states, so it is unreasonable to refuse their request. Sir Kalia is the successor of the Apostle of Chastity, and usually people like him do not schedule personal meetings. Even after hearing this, Seo-jun did not cease to amaze and said that he had nothing to do with this, because for him it was just some unfamiliar foreigner. He was more interested in continuing to train. In response to these words, Mr. Park's chairman said that he now fully understood why everyone thought so highly of Sir Kalia. When Starsword asked to clarify what he was talking about, Seo Moon Chol replied that Sir Kalia knew in advance that Kim So-jun would refuse his offer. The young academy student froze in place when he heard that the foreigner asked to convey, in such a case, that if Seo-jun agreed to come, then he would give him 100 million won. The mere mention of such a large sum caused neural activation in the monkey's brain, and Seo-jun immediately smiled reflexively, agreeing to the offer. Moreover, he wondered how the stranger knew that he needed exactly that amount. The Order of Truth is a religious organization, but it does not serve human gods, because their god is truth. That mysterious man in a robe is the Great Voice, and the organization is headed by 7 apostles. They convey the will of God, that is, the truths of humility, diligence, gratitude, mercy, patience. A century ago, the Order of Truth was considered a simple cult, one among many. But when the cataclysm happened, they joined forces with the forces of the heroes. Largely thanks to them, peace reigned on Earth again, and so the number of followers of the Order increased significantly. But more importantly, the berserker giant monster was destroyed thanks to their power. When everyone thought that the trouble was over, Berserker suddenly appeared. He was so strong that even all the heroes combined could not cope with him. The situation was so desperate that it was called the Second Cataclysm. Only the Great Voice and the 7 apostles were able to cope with it, thanks to which the Earth was saved. These days, one of them made a surprise visit to Seoul and settled into a hotel on the outskirts of the city. The place seemed too nondescript for a representative of a world religion. When Mr. Park and Seo-jun arrived at the place, the old man told the cult member that he had come personally to Kalia, after which he began to introduce the guy next to him, calling him a fraud. In response, the man in the robe, without listening to the end, looked at the young man with interest, and with anticipation of something interesting, said that he knew very well that in front of him was Kim So-jun. Without delaying the guests, he invited them to pass and informed them that Sir Kalia was already waiting for them. Following the man in the robe, Seo-jun thought that if Mrs. Park was right, then someone from the Order really was at the tournament, and perhaps they decided to lure him with the same amount that he could get for winning. It still remained unclear why he was watching him and why he called him. The guys approached the meeting room, and Kim came to the conclusion that Sir Kalia might know something about him or about the Academy of Transcendence. In addition to the money for the meeting, he planned to find out why he attracted their attention. One of the followers of the Order of Truth led them to a beautiful waiting room, where he asked them to wait a little while for Sir Kalia to come to them. As soon as they sat down, the old man sighed displeasedly, saying that he knew that Kalia would not sit and wait for them. In response, Kim asked if he personally knew Sir Kalia. The old man surprised him with his answer, because as it turned out, this was their first meeting. Seo-jun previously thought that she was quite close. As it turned out, Kalia called him a couple of times, but they never met in person. Even during the cataclysm, he met his mentor, the Apostle of Chastity, but he had not yet met the successor himself. These words reminded the young man that Mr. Park was one of the heroes who once saved the world. For him all this time, he was more like So-yun's grandfather, but he once again thought that he was still a star sword, and this should not be forgotten. When it came to the cataclysm, So-jun decided to inquire about the Great Voice. He shared that he had previously heard that he only appeared in public once, during a fight with a berserker. The curious guy asked the old man whether he had personally met such a great man, and Mr. Park wondered what the Great Voice was like. He succinctly replied that there was no such thing. With some thoughtfulness, he nevertheless clarified that once he managed to see him from afar. At that moment, they heard the door open, and Sir Kalia himself walked inside. When he mentioned that he was glad for their first meeting, Mr. Park replied with a stern look that Kalia himself called them here and ended up making them wait. Kalia, the successor of the Apostle of Chastity, who looked more like a pretty girl, finally appeared in front of them. He justified his delay by saying that he needed time to purify his body and mind before preaching the word of truth. Sighing heavily, Mr. Pak said that he had never heard such heresy before, while Kalia himself approached the interesting young man, apologizing for being late in making his acquaintance. He introduced himself properly, and when the young man was about to answer, he interrupted him with words that he already knew about him. Kalia specifically thanked him for agreeing to their meeting, even though it was extremely unexpected and incomprehensible for a newcomer among hunters. When asked how the apostle's successor knew about him, Kalia replied that they needed to clear up some misunderstandings in advance. He said that when Sojun participated in academic competitions, he was then watched by one of their believers. He praised the promising hunter so much that he himself wanted to personally find out how strong and amazing he was. In response, Seo-jun asked shrilly and incredulously if this was really the whole reason why such a great and busy man decided to take the time to make such an acquaintance. He supposed it was unlikely that he would want to see him for that simple reason. In response, Kalia said with a restrained smile that he just wanted to talk about this, but first, he should ask permission to sit down with them. As it turned out, we were talking about dungeon exploration. That is why the busy heir of one of the apostles decided to gather them for a conversation. He sincerely hoped to cooperate with Mr. Starsword in dungeon exploration. The old man, dissatisfied and impatiently, asked why he should do this. In response, Kalia said with restraint that he knew better than anyone that this was far from the end. These words sounded mysterious, and Mr. Park asked what they were talking about. Kalia reported that he had a report of corruption in one of the dungeons in Korea. He decided to meet with the Star Sword, believing that he was the best person to know about that incident. The old man did not want to talk about this, because he believed that this was a common coincidence, but the heir of the apostles said that this was the decision of the Order of Truth, so they must definitely check the condition of that dungeon. Now Mr. Park could confidently assume that this was why Kalia flew to Korea. A piercing observation was also the words that in this way the young master of the Order of Truth would be able to consolidate his position. With a sincere laugh, Kalia admitted that he could not be fooled and was truly shrill, as always. In response, Minchul said that it was arrogant of them to declare that this was the decision of the Order of Truth, and not his own personal interest. Kalia understood that Mr. Starsword was not particularly interested in doing him a favor, so he decided to touch his personal life, and said that he knew that he was unlikely to be missing anything, but he might be interested in their help for his granddaughter in the development of the Hunter Academy. As soon as Mr. Park Min-chul heard the mention of his beloved granddaughter, whom he was trying to protect from too much attention and danger, he immediately showed his determination and unleashed his true form of terrifying bloodlust, which left Seo-jun's body numb. With a stern look, he said threateningly that if Kalia ever tries to involve So-yun in something like this again, then he will not leave him alive. Kalia didn't even flinch from such a powerful force, but he admitted his mistake and calmly apologized for mentioning Miss Park. In his defense, he said that apart from this, he had nothing that he could offer to the Star Sword. Having no other choice, he offered to fulfill one of his requests, just as he would help him with this matter. In response, the old man said that this was simply ridiculous, because Kalia could say tomorrow that there was no deal. He had no reason to trust the influential heir of the apostle. Kalia understood his words and said that if the Star Sword wishes, he can swear an oath to him in the name of the Order of Truth. This was more than enough, but Mr. Pak did not understand whether this would be enough for Kalia to determine the place of the apostle. But for Kalia this was not particularly important, because in this way he could not claim that there was no deal between them. When it came to the right of oath in the name of truth, Mr. Park could not refuse to help him. Once they completed their deal, Sir Kalia decided to move on to talk with the academy student. With a pleased look, he said that he would speak directly. They in the Order of Truth suddenly wanted to sponsor his future path as a hunter, seeing incredible potential in him. It was about sponsoring various activities that the academy would not be able to take care of. Seo-jun remained cool and asked what he would do if he received their sponsorship. Kalia replied that they did not require anything in return, because it would be enough for them that Mr. Kim and the Order of Truth were close and could contact each other. It all seemed strange, and so Jun understood that they would still want to receive payment for their services. In response, he decided to satisfy his own interest and said that if Sir Kalia answered one question honestly, then he would think about their proposal. Of course, Seo-jun wanted to inquire about the Transcendence Academy, but he knew that it would be suspicious if he asked about it directly. He could not be sure that Sir Kalia would answer his question honestly, and if he turned away or avoided answering altogether, then he would no longer be able to find out the details of the interest in his person on the part of the Order of Truth. In this case, he decided that there was only one way to check whether Sir Kalia knew something about the Academy, thanks to which he acquired incredible power. With a sudden and not entirely formal movement, he took out a mobile phone from his pocket and held the screen towards Sir Kalia's face. After that, he asked the heir of the Apostle what he saw on the screen of this smartphone. This question was very sudden. Sir Kalia looked intently at the screen. At that moment, Seo-jun turned on the Buddha's lecture on what the soul, death, and reincarnation are. However, Sir Kalia calmly replied that the question seemed very strange to him, and it was difficult for him. Taking the phone away from the face of the heir of the Apostle, Seo-jun said that in this case, he could not do anything with his decision if Sir Kalia did not want to answer. A moment later, the heir of the Apostle laconically replied that he saw only a black screen. When asked if he was satisfied with this answer, Seo-jun said that this was enough. After this, he finally made a final decision regarding the sponsorship offer and announced that he was refusing. This conversation haunted the heir of the Apostle even after they said goodbye. His ward named Kalkos was the one who carried out some important assignments. He was also the person who noticed Kim Seo-jun. This time he had to find out about the distortions, but he was unable to find anything. When Sir Kalia asked if he was sure in a threatening tone, Kalkos swore in the name of the Order of Truth that he was completely sure of his observations. As for Kim Seo-jun, Kalia concluded that there was nothing special about him. He believed that even if he were special, he was now just an ordinary student. The question of what he saw on his smartphone screen took him by surprise, but all he really saw was a dark screen. But in fact, for a long time he was haunted by the nagging feeling that remained in his chest. Then Kalkos said that he was forced to report to another apostle. In response, Kalia said that now it is worth observing, because the priority is the distortion in the dungeon and the situation around other heroes. Besides the Soul Blade and the Sword of Darkness, he called everyone. As for these two, no one saw them, so communication was never established. While returning home, Seo-jun kept thinking about whether Kalia really opened anything from him. He was distracted by Mr. Pak's question regarding why he refused Kalia's offer. The guy replied that it seemed too suspicious to him. He did not know what the Order of Truth actually was, but he was still sure that Kalia was clearly not associated with the Academy of Transcendence. He did not want to enter into an almost free deal with suspicious individuals. When asked if he was embarrassed by the studentless academy he belongs to, Seo-jun replied that he had never met a more honest person than Miss So-yoon. Taking advantage of the moment, he decided to ask Mr. Starsword what the concept of dungeon distortion meant. Park Ming-chul seriously replied that this means that the magic inside is distorted. The magic wave inside the dungeon is distorted, so its difficulty is different from the value measured when the dungeon was formed. Such distortions have many side effects, but mainly, they are a sudden increase in difficulty and breaking the dungeon earlier than expected. Seo-jun had never heard of this before, so the Star Sword explained that in fact, they had observed this paranormal phenomenon many years ago, and now you really don't see such a thing. The words that such a phenomenon usually occurs during a cataclysm interested Seo-jun very much. At that moment, he said that in this case, Kalia meant that this could mean that the previous incident had not ended, but had only been weakened. In response, the old man asked him not to worry, saying that the heir must have made a mistake, because the cataclysm had already ended a long time ago. They were heading to So-yoon's academy, but the old man suddenly turned around and left, saying that Seo-jun had no need to know about his affairs. Finally, he sternly warned that if the young man tries to do some strange things with So-yoon, then he will not live. In response, the insolent boy said that this meant that the Star Sword recognized him, but the old man displeasedly explained that he meant that he continued to follow him. With an absurd laugh, So-jun again crossed the line of what was permitted, and asking the old man to be honest, suggested that it was precisely because of this that So-yoon was moving away from him. Seeing the anger and bloodlust on the part of the great hunter, the ridiculous guy said that he did not want to be beaten again, after which he hastily left, heading towards the Dream Academy. Returning to the academy, Seo-jun came to the conclusion that it would not hurt him to become stronger as quickly as possible, so as not to be afraid that one day the Star Sword would decide to beat him to death. When he walked inside, Seo-jun wondered why he was alone. The student explained that she and her grandfather were heading to the academy, but he suddenly changed his mind and went in the opposite direction. When asked by the worried Seo-jun about what was being discussed, he replied that nothing terrible had happened, and she needn't worry. Fearing that another unpleasant dialogue could occur between them, Seo-jun said that Grandpa has a bad character, for which she sincerely apologizes, because she should have said this earlier. In response, Seo-jun said with a kind smile that the way the Star Sword expresses itself is, of course, wrong, but there is nothing wrong with it. With an awkward laugh, he said that the old man could change even now. Still, he admitted that he would still take a few hard hits if he did something terrible. After these words, he began to apologize for speaking some kind of nonsense, but at that moment a blush appeared on Seo-jun's face and a sparkle in his eyes. After a little awkwardness due to genuine emotions, she decided to change the subject and reminded him that he needed money and was trying in every possible way to earn as much as possible. He could not deny this, because all the 100 million received from Kalia went to pay off debts. While Seo-jun was immersed in his problems and financial shortcomings, Seo-jun took up the task of rectifying the situation and, looking at the phone, said that while he was away, she found a task that was ideal for him. As it turned out, she was very interested in dungeon clearing competitions. When Seo-jun saw that the first-place prize was a whopping 300 million won, he screamed with joy, making Seo-jun happy with his reaction. The girl clarified that this competition is like a kind of dungeon raiding competition that no one can handle. As it turned out, these were the dungeons that hunters didn't really want to go through due to their low profitability. Seo-jun remembered that it was true that while those awakened during the cataclysm had a sense of responsibility, now hunters only strive for profit. In turn, Seo-jun clarified that unprofitable and abandoned dungeons are mostly low-rated and more difficult to attack. However, if the dungeons are not cleared quickly, then after a while they explode, releasing monsters, so no matter how low-ranking the monsters are, they still pose a threat to society. At first, such dungeons were monitored by government hunters, but it was ineffective to send them to such a seedy place. And in the end, the state solved this problem in a different way. That is why the so-called dungeon clearing competitions were created. The dungeons are just the right level for even the average student to tackle. The strength of the students now is more than enough to deal with them, and they also said that the results will be reflected in the ranking of the hunter academies. Upon learning of this, Seo-jun admitted that only a real genius could have come up with this. Seo-jun was sure that he could handle it, so she asked what his answer would be. The prize of 300 million and the opportunity to increase the progress of lectures as the raid progressed did not give him a reason to refuse. With cheerful smiles, they agreed to participate, and Seo-jun said that she would then submit an application in the near future. Seo-jun had no idea how much she worked to satisfy his needs. He assumed that most likely she was looking for information on how to raise the academy's rating and came across something similar. As for the competition, he already guessed that, taking into account the experience of the last game, it would not be easy. However, this time he promised himself that he would not make mistakes and would definitely get his money. After that, he decided to clarify exactly how the competition was held. As it turns out, it lasts 1 week, and when it starts, a list of dungeons will be sent to participants from the government. Participants can then check the list and book the dungeon they want to clear through the app. To prevent monopoly, dungeons are given 10 hours to complete, and you can only book one at a time. In extreme cases, the reservation will be automatically canceled. In this case, speed is life, so the one who clears the most dungeons the fastest will win. In response, Seo-jun suddenly said that it was difficult. As it turned out, he meant that after the raid it was necessary to get rid of the corpses. Seo-jun grabbed her head and said that there is no need to do this, because they won't give a lot of money for it. She was shocked when she realized that he wanted to do this again. The winnings were unimaginably larger and more important, but Seo-jun stood his ground, saying that if you collect all the corpses, you will get a very impressive amount. That's why he said it would be difficult. Seo-jun continued to shake her head to the sides, demonstrating that she did not agree to such madness. Lost in thought, he remembered that he had previously pondered tactics for quickly clearing dungeons. After that, he immediately energetically reached for the phone. He wanted to clarify the competition rules to see if the trick he had in mind could be used. A few days later, competition day began. Seo Jun had downloaded the dungeon tracking app in advance, so it seemed like they were ready. However, they were actually waiting for one more person whom Seo Jun had called as his assistant. Seo Jun happily said that the person in question would soon find them, because if finding the road were an ability, then even the Star Sword would not be able to compare with him. Within a moment, Mr. Ajusi came to them. With a kind laugh, Seo Jun said that this time there would be no penalty for being late. Ajusi Minchul was the assistant that Seo Jun decided to take with him on raids. A few days ago, he suddenly pulled him away from work with an offer to work in the same team. He invited him to carry the corpses of monsters left after the competition and also to be his driver. The guy promised that he would pay him well, because no one else could do such delicate work, in which every second was important. The job of cutting up monsters requires quite a bit of skill, and when it came to his uncle's skills, Seo Jun could vouch for him. A few minutes after the meeting, they received a message that the dungeon clearing competition had begun. Mr. Ajushi and Seo Jun began the task and quickly got into the truck they were going to use to transport the monsters from the dungeons. Just in case, Seo Jun again reminded them of their strategy, saying that the one who clears the most dungeons wins. Victory was directly dependent on speed, so in this competition they needed two things. The first is the high speed of clearing dungeons, and the second is fast movement between locations. Basically, all dungeons were first or second level. Depending on the level, the raid time will also differ, but Seo Jun was ready for any dungeon. All Minchul needed was to get from one location to another as quickly as possible. After that, he handed him the phone with the application. It had a list of dungeons and their locations. Seo Jun hoped that Mr. Anjosi could plan a route that would minimize travel time between these dungeons as much as possible. The old man was confused, but Seo Jun cheerfully praised him, saying that he was much faster and more accurate than any navigation system. Without wasting time, they accelerated and drove to the first point. At the dungeon site they were heading to, Inspector Go Soo-jin was in charge. She had never heard of Dream Academy before, so she didn't expect anything special from them. She assumed that since Kim Seo Jun was from some unknown academy, then he was probably a weak student who would need at least an hour to clean up. When she saw Minchul, she initially thought that Dream Academy was going to cheat, but the gentleman in the white t-shirt remained waiting outside, so she was no longer worried. After that, she assumed that he was just an ordinary driver who, for unknown reasons, was using a truck. At one point, she saw that the dungeon began to make a strange noise. The gate suddenly opened and a student appeared from it, turning to his friend and saying that he had already finished, after which he asked him to get ready. Anjosi was surprised because he didn't even have time to drink coffee. Madame Gu didn't understand what was happening, so she hurriedly said that according to the rules, outsiders were prohibited from interfering with the dungeon raid. Seo Jun did not understand the reason for her excitement and calmly replied that he knew about it, but the raid had already been completed. As expected, the nervous inspector couldn't believe it, so she hurriedly went inside the dungeon. What she saw simply shocked him. A student from some unknown academy actually completed the dungeon in less than 5 minutes. While she was trying to realize that this was true, Seo Jun got down to business. The confused girl asked what he was doing. In response, the guy she thought was crazy began carrying the monsters outside while doing exercises. Mr. Anjosi, who was just preparing the table for cutting up the monsters, was also amazed that the joyful youth continued to engage in madness in the form of exercises with monsters on his shoulders. To keep things simple, Seo Jun replied that in addition to his main quest, he also has side goals in the form of exercise and selling dungeon monsters. When asked how much time they would need for this, Mr. Anjosi said that since these are low-level monsters, they have few profitable parts, so cutting one goblin will take no more than 15 seconds. While Mr. Anjosi was preparing for the cutting, Seo Jun was going to move the rest of the monsters to the place of work. The inspector was simply shocked when she saw such a picture before her eyes. Despite her dissatisfaction, she could not utter a word regarding this, because the rules did not exclude the possibility of butchering destroyed monsters. There were no complaints, so the guys got to work. As soon as they finished, they immediately clarified what their next route would be. As a result, Mrs. Gu, who saw something crazy, was freed from her work in just about 10 minutes. The inspector of the next dungeon was having a nice time in nature after another hard day at work at the computer, when suddenly a truck flew past him, blowing away the butterfly that was sitting on his hand. Within a moment, Seo Jun and Min Chul rushed past him, preparing to clear the gate. Inside were low-level undead that Seo Jun had never encountered before. However, he did not see any particular problem in fighting such monsters. With one powerful swing of his spear, he created a wide-area attack, destroying everything around him. Another batch of bones completed the work of Mr. Anjosi. In front of the confused inspector, he began to extract all the bone marrow, which was the only valuable thing of this undead. In just 5 minutes, the guys finished and hastily left this dungeon. Mr. Inspector found himself alone with nature again, realizing that his great time was over so quickly that he was forced to return to work in the office. Towards the end of the day, the deputy of the dungeon management team at the Ministry of Public Administration and Security finished his report regarding the first day of the competition and left it on his boss's desk. The head of the office began to look through the quite expected results, and first of all came across the statistics of the East Academy and its representative Lee So-yeon, which was able to once again surprise him with the incredible statistics of 16 cleared dungeons. He expected her to get first place, but was surprised when he noticed that she was currently in second. It was expected that in this case, someone would be found who was able to cope with this task, clearing, most likely, 17 dungeons. He was simply shocked when he saw that some Kim So-jun was able to clear as many as 32 dungeons. Not understanding these results, he distracted his deputy to clarify the results. Showing him the documentation, he wondered if they had made a mistake, indicating that someone had accomplished the impossible by clearing as many as 32 dungeons in a day. The head of the office was simply stunned when he heard that, according to the inspector, those guys moved between dungeons extremely carefully without losing a second, finishing all the raids in no more than 10 minutes. The entire office couldn't believe it, but as it turned out, after a thorough investigation, it turned out that Kim Seo-jun did not violate any rules for participating in the competition. To understand who we were talking about, the head of the office decided to ask which academy this mysterious student belonged to. As soon as the deputy mentioned that he was from the academy, which is located near Seoul in the Yunpenggu area, the head immediately realized that he was talking about the Dream Academy. Remembering that that organization belonged to the granddaughter of Starsword, they immediately realized that it was quite possible. The guys stared at each other in surprise, thinking that this was only possible if the Star Sword itself intervened in the process of clearing the dungeons. Meanwhile, Lee So-yeon, a student at East Academy, was forced to apologize for the fact that she somehow miraculously failed to take the championship on the first day of the competition. The head of the academy threatened that she would not get by with a simple apology, because they would suffer enormous damage if she did not get first place this time. In response, So-yeon promised that she would do everything possible to win. However, in response, she heard a question about whether an ordinary person could cope with the dungeons the way the winner of the first day did, because we were talking about as many as 32 cleared locations. Lee So-yeon thought that this would require completing raids every 10 minutes, but even so, given the distance between the dungeons, this is simply impossible. Rising from the table, the head surprised her with his opinion, saying that this is possible, but only if someone helps this student. Walking towards the window, he suggested So-yeon do what she did before. When he said that he would take care of the rest himself, his reaction suggested that he was going to go the route of deception. This vile man is her father, as well as a former A-class hunter who now serves as the headmaster of Vostok Academy. Lee Seok-man, addressing his daughter, asked her not to take such methods into her head, because in the end, this is the law of life, where the most cunning survive and what matters is who wins, and not who is right. Despite the internal conflict, she could not go against her father's words, because she completely agreed with such a true truth of the modern world. After leaving her father's room, she remembered his words that he believed that she would not act as stupidly as the idiot Jin-soo. Jin-soo remained in her memory as the guy who said that in the heart of a professional hunter, there must be something that she should never compromise with. His words seemed nonsense because everyone knew that in this world, money decides everything. However, the naive and simple guy insisted that if money darkens your heart, then the world will not seem the same. He promised that he would become a professional hunter, which would make people's hearts tremble. His words gave her false hope. She felt better being around him. This guy turned her life upside down, because he inspired her that she had hope of getting rid of the heavy shackles of such a reality. However, now that he was dead, she tried to forget about his words that were so firmly in her memory. The working day was finally over and the guys could sit down to rest. As for earnings, not taking into account costs and taxes, they managed to earn about 8 million won. As expected, Kim Seo-jun offered to split this profit equally. Despite this, Min-chul called himself a miserable driver, who would be satisfied with 30% of the total amount. After lengthy bargaining, Seo-jun, although he did not want it, still agreed to such an agreement. Uncle was no longer able to carry on a long conversation, so he didn't even mind that the little bastard still added a little money before his reward. Suddenly, Seo-jun asked why he looked like he wasn't surprised by anything. He wasn't even talking about money, but about how quickly he was able to clear dungeons. Uncle unexpectedly replied that he had actually already seen him in action at academic competitions, but did not want to burden him with calls. Seo-jun was very happy that he could work with such a person. For him, his uncle is a very straightforward person, but he is one who always encourages. After the loss of his parents, the guy had to pay his debts himself, and Mr. Min-chul took care of him, becoming a great support. Continuing the pleasant conversation, Seo-jun, paying attention to the recent success, asked if his uncle would like to open a transportation company. Min-chul didn't understand what they were talking about, because it was a lot of money, but Seo-jun promised that one day it would be possible for them. On the second day of the competition, the sensational dungeon robbers had already begun to be recognized. They were called dungeon cutters, because in addition to raiding, they managed to cut up monsters. In fact, a lot was said about them now, and it was hard for the next inspector to believe it until the moment he saw it with his own eyes. Now he was convinced that there were no problems regarding their work and did not mind them continuing to take care of the dungeon for which he was responsible. On the second day, their gap from second place increased significantly. The difference between them and Lee So-yeon was as much as 20 cleared dungeons. At this rate, victory was not far off, and it would even be strange if they began to lose ground. Seo-jun enjoyed every minute of working with his uncle and was glad that he was the one asked to come to the rescue. There were still 5 days left until the end of the competition, and all this time Mr. Min-chul worked without a break, trying to keep up with the incredible pace of the young student. To cheer up his uncle a little, he promised that if they won, he would treat them to something very tasty. Min-chul assumed that he could afford this because as a promising student, he probably eats food for the rich. Things were going very smoothly, and the young man said that he had a good feeling and now they simply had to win the main prize. However, on the third day of the competition, the situation suddenly changed. The unexpected oddity put Mr. Min-chul in an awkward position, and he suggested that the student take a look at the changes on the dungeon map. Seo-jun couldn't believe what he saw. All the dungeons in the area were booked. The nearest available place was at least an hour's drive away. It was clear that the fact that only those seats next to him were booked was not just a coincidence. A suspicious change in the activity of their competitors indicated that they were trying to stop their success. This was not according to the rules, so the uncle expected that competitors would soon remove the reservation. His instinct told him that this was not by chance. Seo-jun replied that they don't know for sure yet, so they should get to the nearest dungeon first. However, even after the next dungeon, the same thing happened. As a result, they managed to clear only 10 locations, while Lee So-yeon began to rapidly approach first place with a result of 25 successful raids. Seo-jun understood that something very strange was happening, so it would be impossible to do without help. They approached So-yoon with this question, believing that this was the work of the Members Academy in second place. You can use the app to find out who booked dungeons, but not these ones. It was for this reason that Miss Park decided to contact the competition organizer. Seo-jun was still in first place, but he understood that at this rate, he would quickly give way to his competitors, because this was only the third day of the competition. Turning to his uncle, he said that now they would be forced to change their strategy a little, because there would simply be no time left to cut up the monsters. The gain was much more valuable, but even so, no matter how quickly he cleared the dungeons, the distance was inevitable, and even his uncle's talent could not overcome this obstacle. Suddenly, Seo-jun announced that he had a good plan to counteract. A very cunning thought came into his head, which surprised So-yoon and Manchul. Its implementation was supposed to make the efforts of competitors pointless. The next day, Vostok Academy representatives gathered together again to begin booking the dungeons. The Academy representative asked everyone present to be on guard, because as soon as Seo-jun appeared on the map, they would have to reserve the dungeons around him. The guys did not take their eyes off the phone, anticipating that they would be able to repeat the trick that worked last time. While all the participants in the cunning scheme were discussing the situation, a representative of the Vostok Academy noticed activity on the part of their main competitor. He shouted that everyone should get ready to book everything around his location. Like last time, he asked to make the reservation gradually so that it would not look too suspicious. The guys knew very well the essence of their business and asked the gentleman not to worry, but instead to make sure that he paid for their services on time. However, once they logged into the app, they saw that Seo-jun had booked a dungeon right next to Lee So-yeon, which could hinder her success. Moreover, they could not book dungeons near it, because according to the rules you cannot cancel a reservation within 10 hours if you have not completed the raid. The cunning plan of the Vostok Academy collapsed with unprecedented speed, and their representative suddenly felt a tremor. Meanwhile, as usual, the cold and imperturbable Lee So-yeon cleared the next dungeon without any problems. Returning to the chauffeured car, she surprised him by completing the task in less than 15 minutes. However, as soon as her driver looked at the map to select the next location, his face broke out in a cold sweat. They couldn't believe that their competitor would reciprocate and book all the dungeons around them, using the same approach. The competition's top players finished day 4 with nearly identical results. Seo-jun was able to stabilize the rankings with this approach, and using the advantage he gained during the first 2 days, he could comfortably win this competition. As it turned out, the director of the Vostok Academy was not very excited about such a move on the part of the competitors, and came up with another way that would allow his daughter to get first place if she continued to clear dungeons in the same spirit. On the 5th day, both sides competing for first place were forced to meet due to their dungeons being next to each other. The inspector, feeling some tension, said in advance that quarrels between participants were prohibited, and violation of the rules would result in disqualification. When both students approached each other to meet each other, Kim Seo-jun said that no matter who wins, everything should be fair between them. He recalled that this competition was started with good intentions. Lee So-yeon wasn't even going to admit that she was the first to cheat in order to slow down her competitor's pace. And yet, looking at Seo-jun, she thought about his words and remembered a friend who also constantly talked about good intentions. She believed that such a thing did not exist in this world, so she was not even going to believe his words. During her life, she learned that people are by nature selfish no matter what they do, and their actions are based on personal gain. That is why people help only when it is beneficial for them, so that they can then abandon you at the right moment. In this cycle, she saw no room for good intentions, so she, with a once again cool mind, continued to exterminate the monsters in the dungeon. As soon as she left the gate, she saw the surprised inspector who could not believe that the rumors about Seo-jun's madness were true. At that moment, something unimaginable was happening that even attracted the attention of Lee So-yeon. The madmen separated the monsters right before her eyes and then loaded them into their truck. The girl was surprised, while Seo-jun, with the dead monster on his shoulder, noticed that she finished the raid even faster than he expected. He then caught her off guard by asking if he could also take the monsters from the dungeon she had just cleared. Seo-jun couldn't miss the chance of such profit, while Lee So-yeon didn't mind. Still, she felt a little awkward at the way this strange student, who was her main competitor, behaved. Having grabbed the monsters from her dungeon, he began to cheerfully walk towards his uncle, while doing exercises. Noticing Lee So-yeon's attention, he explained that he was just doing exercises so as not to waste time. As for the monsters, he explained that they also bring in a lot of money, so he would not want to leave them in dungeons that would soon close themselves. In fact, Lee So-yeon quickly regained her former sanity, saying that it was a waste of time. She has not changed her opinion that there is no place for good intentions in this world, because Seo-jun only does it for the money. Her brother, who tried to force such an idea on her, once said that he would reach the level of a professional hunter, which would make people's hearts tremble. However, in a time when anyone can become a professional hunter, she saw it as nothing more than an ordinary profession, which is also practiced by selfish people. Meanwhile, Star Sword and Mr. Kalia went together to the 6th level dungeon, in which they suddenly discovered a 10th level monster. Mr. Star Sword dealt with it without much difficulty, but the reason why the dragon was here remained a mystery. Lady Kalia mentioned that when measured, this dungeon was definitely level 6. She assumed that the fool appeared here due to a possible distortion. Mr. Park considered this nonsense, saying that the distortion could not appear in this way, and it was more like the work of the Order of Truth. Moreover, he even said that this very much reminded him of the events that happened 30 years ago. In response, Lady Kalia admitted that she fully understood his concerns, but swore on the honor of the Order of Truth that they did not do this. Their conversation was suddenly interrupted by Young Jimin, the Star Demon's disciple. She said that she would investigate this phenomenon instead of her master, because unlike the Star Sword, old age did not spare him. After a short examination, Miss Chan said that she definitely felt an anomalous flow of mana from the destroyed monster, but it did not look like a distortion. Despite this, Mr. Park said dissatisfiedly that a monster of the 10th level was a mere trifle, and therefore he did not notice anything strange. And yet this has not happened since the advent of the Berserker. In response to such a conclusion, Mrs. Kalia asked what would happen if a similar mutation occurred with the rest of the dungeons. Naturally, we were talking about increased danger for ordinary hunters. Even though the chance was low, Young Jimin still said that this case cannot be ignored. In order to find out the origin of these changes, she suggested gathering more information by asking the head of the Hunter Association to measure all the low-rank dungeons again. Meanwhile, something unexpected happened within Seoul. Experts discovered a very rare phenomenon, as many as 3 dungeons appeared in one place. This was the first time they had seen something like this live. The last few days have been simply terrible for the Dream Academy team. Wherever they went, the seats were occupied. Moreover, now they were haunted not only by the hunters, but also by the inspectors themselves. Returning to the academy, Mr. Minchul could not contain his dissatisfaction due to the fact that the inspectors turned out to be corrupt. Nevertheless, the second method turned out to be more effective, and it was simply impossible to win in this case with a counter trick. Seo Yoon literally flared up because of this. She shouted that she wouldn't do this anymore and now she would rebel even if she had to use her grandfather's name. As a result, they still managed to take advantage of their connections and stop such activities on the part of inspectors and hunters, as a new decree was issued on the rules of the competition. The past could not be returned, so Seo-jun counted on a few days of quiet work, but it turned out that everything was not so smooth. This time, competitors began to obstruct them on the road, creating false incidents that blocked the path. Everything is back to normal again, now Lee. So-yeon has even taken first place with a margin of 1 point. Dream Academy met again to discuss strategy. Those who prevented them from going further insisted that they had nothing in common with Lee So-yeon. The head of the dungeon management promised to deal with this matter directly. Seo Yoon also revealed that she recently learned that Lee So-yeon's father, Lee Seok-man, is actually the director of the East Academy where she belongs. Moreover, according to her, Lee Seok-man is a former A-level hunter, one of the few people his grandfather recognized. In fact, it wasn't really about the fact that this professional hunter is so strong, he's just tongue-tied, which is why he managed to acquire such connections. Because of these details, the director of Dream Academy was afraid that they would not be able to conduct an investigation, because even if they found out his involvement in the case, it would be too late. The tension from the hopeless situation took over and plunged the guys into a kind of temporary despair. So-yeon, sighing heavily, apologized to the student for the fact that this was all she could do to help him. In response, the confused guy asked her not to blame herself, because all this time she had been helping them, supporting them, and giving them a chance to continue this competition. Mr. Minchul, in turn, supported his nephew's words, saying that So-yoon really did everything she could. The rest depended only on themselves. Noticing that Seo-jun had fallen silent, Mr. Minchul angrily asked him to say everything that was on his mind, so that So-yoon would stop worrying. Judging by his sly smile, he really was up to something crazy. The impudent Seo-jun again caused trouble for the Vostok Academy, because he managed to overtake them again. According to reports, he only started booking dungeons when he was already near them. Therefore, it was simply impossible to predict where he would go next time. Moreover, they decided to abandon the heavy truck. The competitors were shocked that it only took them 5 minutes to book and clear the dungeon. It was no longer possible to even bribe the inspectors, because the Dream Academy complained about their work, and therefore the Dungeon Management Department placed additional surveillance on this process. Lee Seok-man couldn't believe how they managed to get the management board involved so quickly. In response, the ward said that the Dream Academy is an institution under the leadership of the granddaughter of the Star Sword itself. Naturally, after hearing this, the director of the Vostok Academy decided that there was no point in conflicting with him directly, so he ordered to find another way so that they would definitely win. The last day of the competition began, and Kim So-jong began to slowly regain his position. There wasn't enough time to win, but in the end, he at least managed to score as many points as Lee So-yeon. The cabinet of competition organizers was forced to assemble a higher commission. As expected, having met face-to-face, Seo-yoon and Seok-man began to make claims against each other, in which the director of the East Academy still continued to deny the fact that he was cheating. Their argument almost turned into a fight, and the director was forced to stop the conflict. He said that, first of all, the commission came to the conclusion that there could be no draw. Plus, they didn't have solid evidence that Lee So-yeon cheated, so disqualification was impossible. That is why the commission decided that they would have to resolve this situation with a competition, which would eliminate the possibility of cheating. The next day, an additional stage of the exam began, in which Shin Young-seok, the leader of the dungeon management team, was in charge. Kim Seo-jun was determined to get his 300 million won charm. Of course, Lee So-yeon was going to do her best to live up to her father's expectations. Having met the participants, Young-suk said that first he should explain how the final round will take place, after which the winner will be determined. The rules were simple. They were given the chance to choose one of 3 dungeons. At the end of the cleanup, the one who completed the task first had to proceed to the second. The winner will be the one who clears 2 dungeons. In response, Seo-jun asked what was the point of raiding the second dungeon if, in fact, the one who completes the first one faster wins. As it turned out, at first they wanted to do this, but could not find a suitable place where only 2 dungeons were connected. Therefore, they chose this place because they could not leave this gate unattended. In addition, the winner must have more dungeons cleared. He also said that all 3 dungeons have 2-star difficulty, so they can discuss which dungeon and who will go. Seo-jun doubted that they had set something up this time, but just in case, he decided to choose first. Lee So-yeon didn't mind. As a result, Kim So-jun chose the right gate, while Lee So-yeon went to the left. Having chosen the dungeons, the guys prepared to begin the test. Before Mr. Yeon-seok announced the start, Lee So-yeon addressed her opponent and coldly said that after the end, they should not show their tears due to losing. Seo-jun was surprised by her speech, because he didn't think that she was so unfriendly towards their academy. As soon as Yeon-seok announced the start, both students rushed inside their dungeons. Seo-jun walked inside and began to move forward at an accelerated pace. He still continued to think about So-yeon's words, not understanding what she meant. Still, victory was much more important than her brutality, so he put those thoughts aside for later and concentrated on the presence of monsters. Initially, he thought that he would meet ordinary kobolds, but not to mention them. He did not even hear a single sigh from the monsters, even though 5 minutes had passed since the start of the test. This dungeon seemed a little suspicious to him, because it seemed that the monsters were simply hiding from him, and yet he did not even think that this could be another trick of their competitors. However, within a moment he froze in place, feeling the monster's terrifying thirst for blood. The terrible scream spoke of one thing. This was not the monster we were talking about. Within a moment, a 4th-level monster, Manticore, with which he had already fought once, furiously rushed at him, but then she was extremely weakened. Seeing such an opponent, he could only assume that there was an error in measuring the dungeon. However, there was no time to think, so Seo-jun rushed forward with incredible speed and dealt a fatal blow to this monster. The Manticore was easily destroyed. Although he completed it in a matter of seconds, completing this dungeon took too much time, so Seo-jun rushed towards the gate, believing that Lee So-yeon had most likely already completed the raid. Within a moment he was outside, expecting that his rival had already taken the second gate. Turning to the inspector, he nervously shouted that he had met a Manticore, Pointing his finger at the gate, he asked the inspector to make sure that this could not be a second-level dungeon. As expected, Yeon Seok was surprised that this guy could handle such a monster alone. So June, considering this unfair, demanded revenge. Still, the inspector fully understood his request, but there was one nuance. It was difficult for them to cancel the competition at this point. When asked what was the matter, Young-suk unexpectedly replied that member Lee So-yeon had not yet come out of her dungeon. The girl who entered the ominous gate, in which there should be nothing worse than kobolds, had been there for more than 10 minutes. Her dungeon had also been corrupted, and a monster even worse than her competitor was waiting for her, Lee. So-yeon, although she was a strict older sister, always took care of her brother. Still, she did not understand his kind soul in such behavior, so she was wondering why he did not listen to his father. Jin-soo was not stupid, but he seemed naive, saying that he did not want to cheat for his own gain, even if he had to go against his father's words. He always idealized the work of a hunter and insisted that if you are a professional, then there must be something in your heart that you should never compromise on. His sister could not come to terms with his gentle nature and constantly reminded him that his people called him a reckless fool. She believed that all the problems in this world only come from kindness, and therefore those who cannot take care of themselves should not try to jump over their heads. But no matter how much she scolded him about the fact that the era of the heroes he was talking about had already passed, he still looked at her with kind eyes, full of hope and sincerity. Despite all his sister's attempts, Jin-soo did not agree with such a true world. With a kind smile, he continued to repeat that there are as many heroes as there are conscientious and incorruptible politicians. One day, on a cold, rainy evening, a terrifying event occurred. What Lee So-yeon feared most happened. Jin-soo died while protecting some stranger. The tragedy that shocked the girl did not bother their father much, who raised them cold-blooded, ready for the realities of this world. Lee. So-yeon promised that she is not like her reckless brother. She believed that he died trying to help others, not knowing his place. The news that the competitor had still not come out of her dungeon haunted So-jun. Based on this, Mr. Yeon Seok stated that the Dream Academy student won even under such circumstances, so he should not demand revenge. They had no right to refuse, but the offer still remained strange. Lost in thought, the guy realized that something was clearly wrong here. He was sure that the dungeon measurement error was not just an accident, but most likely another trick from Lee So-yeon. However, it has now become clear that she also got into similar troubles. The deputy head of the dungeon management, who arrived to remeasure, suddenly reported that his device began to produce some strange results, and suddenly showed the 4th level of difficulty of the dungeon that Seo-jun had cleared. At that moment, Seo-jun was lost in thought, remembering the conversation with the Star Sword about distortions. The conversation between Mr. Yong-seok and Deputy Kim only confirmed his terrifying guesses because during the 20 years of their joint career, the device for measuring the level of danger had never failed. The situation was quite dangerous, so they decided that they should call professional hunters to investigate the incident. But at the moment when Mr. Yong-seok wanted to inform Seo-jun that they had identified an error due to which the competition would have to be postponed, the guy disappeared from sight. Meanwhile, Lee So-yeon was already seriously wounded and lost her left arm in the battle. She couldn't believe that there was such a terrifying monster in this dungeon. On the verge of death, she asked her brother if this was the same poetic justice that he always told her about. Her level was not enough to survive the battle with the Nurker monster of 6 danger stars. Within a moment, Nurkura shouted furiously and rushed to the attack. Lee So-yeon couldn't even move from her place. All she thought about was that this terrible world has no place for justice, because this only happens in fairy tales. When the monster rushed towards her, she had already said goodbye to life and closed her eyes. With a smile on her face, she said that at least she would not die such a stupid death as her reckless brother. However, within a moment, she heard a sudden whistle and repeated scream of this terrifying monster. Opening her eyes, she could not utter a word. A student who was her main competitor suddenly appeared in front of her. Seo-jun struggled to hold on to the heavy paw of the monster that was trying to kill Lee So-yeon. Holding Nurkur tremblingly, Seo-jun asked in a weakened voice if she could move. While the shocked girl could not utter a word, he shouted that time was running out and she should hurry up. His strength was running out, but with such a monster it was impossible to relax for a minute. Throwing the monster forward, he only became convinced that it was much more powerful than Manticore. In this case, he decided that he should attack him without stopping, so as not to give him the opportunity to strike back. Rushing towards the monster, he tried to distract it in order to take it away from the wounded Soyeon. This trick worked perfectly and the monster switched to him. Within a moment, Nercura closed the distance and delivered a heavy blow, which Seojun could hardly block. The guy understood that if he ever made a mistake, the missed blow would be fatal. Still, the monster's movement seemed somewhat familiar to him, so he hoped that if he continued to cause damage to him, then in time, he would defeat him. However, within a moment, the monster pierced him with its horn with incredible speed. Seojun was shocked at such speed because he did not even have time to notice this attack. With a wave of its head, the monster threw the wounded Seojun aside. Seojun fell next to Lee So-yeon. His body began to tremble in pain, but he could not give up. Meanwhile, Nercura began to rage, spreading a huge amount of terrifying magic. Rising to his feet, Seojun, remaining calm, said that the monster was more agile than he thought. Keeping his spirit up, he suggested that the fight would not end soon, so So-yeon should hurry up. The confused girl, holding back her bleeding, asked in a weakened voice why he was doing this and what benefit he would get from it. She shouted that he could have just cleared the last dungeon and won the competition, because after all, he came here for the money. Seojun, pointing his spear at the monster, agreed with her words that he came to the competition for big money. In response, the girl shouted that in this case he must get out of this dangerous dungeon in order to win. To save him, she even mentioned that he was well aware of everything she had done. She called him a fool for thinking she would thank him for saving her. However, Seojun did not agree with her words. He didn't deny that what she did was definitely wrong, and that he had no desire to forgive her for it. Like her dead brother, he said that even so, this is not a reason why he should allow her death. So-yeon remembered Jin-soo's words, that one day the day would definitely come when they could meet again. It seemed to her that the guy in front of her was the embodiment of the ideals that her brother pursued. Seojun didn't think that So-yeon's dishonesty was the reason why he shouldn't help her. Looking at the stupid girl, he shouted displeasedly that there is no reward in the world more valuable than saving a person. While they were talking, Nercura became much more serious and rushed to the attack again. Seojun was not going to run away to protect So-yeon. He again concentrated on fighting the monster. At that moment, Chiron's words about intuition as being part of the mind suddenly came to his mind. He said that most students do not quite understand the meaning of his words because the part of the mind means assessing what is happening. He once said that assessing what is happening is a waste of time, and he did not deny this, because if you assess the situation, you will have no time to make a decision. However, most perceived the words incorrectly and began to refuse to evaluate and think. At that moment, he said that he had been saying from the very beginning that intuition should be part of the mind of the transcendent. As soon as Seojun concentrated on the monster with this thought, he subconsciously connected his mind with his feelings. The true form of intuition he awakened gave him a clearer view of the situation. Even before the monster struck, it reflexively began to move backwards. Nercura's claws almost touched him, but he managed to dodge. Having dodged the fatal blow, he escaped with only a small scratch on his face, realizing that he now clearly saw what was happening. The terrifying monster's subsequent attack was blocked by the spear. Now Seojun could even notice every muscle movement of the monster, immediately understanding what attack he was going to deliver. Jumping up, he managed to avoid the long horns of the monster, which once pierced his body through. At this rate, he could hold out until the professional hunters arrived, because the inspector, most likely, had already called them, so they should soon come to the rescue. But on the other hand, time was running out because So-yeon was seriously wounded and her strength was running out. Seojun didn't know how long she could hold out, so he had to hurry. There was no time left for inaction, so Seojun, pushing off the nearest wall, rushed to the attack. Attacking was the only right decision, and he, releasing an aura of mana, aimed at the terrifying monster. The monster did not have time to move, but its mana armor was at a completely different level, so it did not yet feel the danger. Approaching the monster, which used even more magic to strengthen itself, Seojun began to instinctively sense its advantage. Even though his whole body was screaming that he would not win, he still had no intention of retreating. By spreading the aura onto his spear, he strengthened his weapon many times over. With a furious cry, without changing his trajectory, he delivered a powerful blow to the 6th-level monster. Looking up, Lee So-yeon couldn't believe how much effort Seo-jun put in. While in front of her, he received another serious wound, but continued to stand, leaning on his spear. The girl could not believe that this terrifying monster of the 6th level was defeated by the forces of a student. Seo-jun managed to do it and exceeded his limits. Thanks to this intense battle, in which he initially had no chance, he managed to significantly improve the progress of Chiron's lecture. Taking the wounded So-yeon by the arm, he hesitantly said that he didn't know if he would die of embarrassment trying to help her. Seeing her condition, he asked if she was alive. He was really worried whether he had tried so hard in vain. In a weakened voice, So-yeon replied that she was still conscious. Hearing her voice, Kim Seo-jun breathed a sigh of relief. While So-yeon looked around at the defeated monster, Seo-jun asked her to concentrate on her well-being, because they no longer have time to delay with her condition. As soon as they left the dungeon, Mr. Soyek immediately called an ambulance, horrified by the condition of the students. So-yeon, lying on the ground, suddenly said that despite what had happened, she still did not consider Seo-jun her benefactor, because she still regarded his action as a mistake. Sighing heavily, student Kim said that he didn't care, because he didn't want to save her. As soon as the news of the dungeon-clearing competition came out, the community went wild. The fact that a 6-star monster appeared in the 2nd-level dungeon was not a measurement error, because there had never been a single case before when the difference in levels was so large. This situation attracted the attention of not only ordinary people, but also the association and the government, who, in turn, were of course surprised. The news that Dream Academy student Kim Seo-jun had defeated Nercura spread with incredible speed and amazed everyone. Meanwhile, Mrs. Kalia learned that the Apostle of Temperance was waiting for her to visit. Her assistant suggested that this most likely related to the curvatures that originated in Korea. Young Jimin, who is investigating such distortions, was sincerely amazed that the person who dealt with the monster belonged to So-yoon Academy. Mr. Starsword hid his true reaction in her presence by calling Seo-jun an ugly dwarf. After some time, Seo-jun came to his senses and guests began to come to him. But all this time he continued to whine about lost earnings. Mr. Minchul didn't understand the reason for his worries, because he almost didn't know how to fight a 6th-grade monster in a dungeon. As it turned out, at the end of the competition, the commission decided to make a draw, dividing the prize in 2. Seo-jun fumed, saying that in that case they could decide the winner through a game of mokjipa, but he left out the detail that So-yeon lost her left arm. The cunning Seo-jun was counting on this. His uncle said in surprise that because of the mania for money, he had lost his humanity. The ridiculous dialogue about how to determine the winner was interrupted by So-yeon. Looking at Seo-jun, she excitedly asked if he was okay. Uncle Minchul answered for him, saying that he was just crying because of a draw. Hearing this, So-yeon was surprised, asking why they decided that. She revealed that Seo-jun was the sole winner. As it turned out, Lee So-yeon personally gave up her first place, and including this, she also revealed all the fraud done during the competition and blamed it on her father, the director of the East Academy. Seo-jun couldn't believe that Seo-yeon, who said he made a mistake by saving her, would suddenly act in such an honest way. As it turned out, So-yeon had already visited her competitor, who even conveyed her words to them. She still believed that Kim Seo-jun had done wrong when he saved her by breaking into her dungeon. But as it turned out, she now admitted that this was her personal mistake. To So-yeon, these words seemed like a mystery. But it was a message directly to her student, who wondered if she had suddenly changed her mind. With a joyful expression on her face, Seo-yeon concluded that their academy now has every right to receive 300 million won for first place in the competition. In addition, the government took responsibility for that unforeseen incident, so it offered him benefits, and, if we talk about only the most important ones, it is Seo-jun's tax exemption for prize money and 100 million won as a bonus. Seo-jun shouted with joy, because he did not even expect that in addition to the main prize, he would suddenly have another large sum. So-yeon noted that this is only a bonus in words, but in fact it is compensation for damages for their oversight. While Seo-jun was trying to calculate his total balance, which was already over 400 million won, the director of Dream Academy said that there was more to come. Thanks to winning the competition, their academy was finally promoted to 3rd grade. Thanks to Seo Jun's winnings, they have met the evaluation criteria and now have several privileges available to them. What's most important for Seo Jun is that you can now clear level 4 dungeons. Seo Jun could not hide his sincere joy, because in previous competitions he was worried about being promoted to the 3rd class of the academy level and rewarded for 1st place, but now he received a decent payment for his efforts. Things suddenly picked up and this hard week was completely worth it. With a kind smile, Seo Jun said that now they can slowly recruit other students for themselves. Distracting his joyful nephew, Minchul admitted that the young man's affairs were rapidly going uphill. In response, Seo Jun, who now had money, finally regained his humanity and offered them a lavish dinner at his own expense. The opportunity not to deny himself anything turned out to be temporary because Seo Jun remembered why he needed such an unimaginably huge amount. When he entered the Transcendence store again, he saw that the price of the spear had risen to 400 million won. Only recently the spear of Longinus was worth only 100 million. The problem is that he did not know how the cost calculation works and how he could wait for the moment when the price would be the most favorable. He wondered if there was a way to calculate it, or if the price would continue to skyrocket. Such thoughts made him worry that if the price continued to rise, then not only would he not save money, but he would also lose a lot of money. He didn't want to be left without a penny again, so he had to make a decision. In this case, he decided to look at other options, and first of all he liked the Aphrodite belt, which could attract the opposite sex, as well as Gleipnir, a chain that helped defeat the dragon Fenrir. The product looked good, but he was wary of buying blindly because he had not interacted with the market before. In addition, the price was suspicious, because such things on the normal market would cost billions of won, not millions. It was also interesting why the store did not write in detail about the product. Because of this, he had to guess what the weapon's advantages or disadvantages were based on the brief description. Interaction with the market seemed to him like buying a pig in a poke. It was possible to find out for sure whether the product corresponded to the description only after its purchase. While thinking, the brilliant idea came to his mind to visit the community store website to find customer reviews. For some reason, he didn't have an ID, so he couldn't comment, but he still had the ability to view other people's comments. To his surprise, he immediately came across a huge post from some anonymous student that he had bought himself as many as 100 different weapons and created ratings for each of them, mentioning important characteristics. The first was the Shield of Aegis, also known as the Shield of Aeggiok. According to him, this is complete crap, and you should think about buying it. Although he is able to block any strong attack, the shield has a jellyfish head in the shape of a sun, which brings problems. Well, because of this head, he has the ability to turn a target into stone if the subject looks at him. However, the owner is also exposed to this risk, and there is simply no way to control the ability. In general, because of this ridiculous property, an anonymous student called this shield garbage and gave it only 2 out of 10 points. There was even room for a joke in this comment, and the author noted that this shield would be quite suitable as a gift to a close friend. As he read further, Seo Jun began to laugh, because initially he thought that the author was joking, but he actually bought as many as 100 items and made a very long list. Seo Jun became interested in an item called kibisis, which at first glance is an ordinary bag for carrying light things. As it turns out, this bag has spatial magic that helps expand the space inside and stop the flow of time in it. The author also believed that it is better to buy this kind of product as a replica, rather than an expensive original, which does not even match its price. Since it is a replica, it only reduces the weight by 70%, and the internal size is not infinite, but quite large. This was the first review in which an anonymous student was ready to give 10 out of 10 points, passionately recommending the item and promising that if he bought it, the buyer would definitely not regret it. Seo Jun remembered that kibisis has the same name as the pouch possessed by the goddess Hera from Greek mythology. She gave it to the hero Perseus, who, with the help of this item, managed to defeat the jellyfish. When he went to the market to calculate the individual price, he was surprised that it was only 100 million won. Considering this, he thought that this was quite a useful thing, because when carrying out raids, he would immediately be able to put monsters and weapons inside. The only downside was that it does not completely reduce weight. However, after a moment, the realization came to him that this minus could play into his hands. Kibisis will be very useful for him even without a complete weight loss, because he will be able to put everything in this bag to make doing the exercises even more convenient. Seo-jun decided that he simply had to buy this item. 3 days later, he left the hospital and prepared to go on a raid with new items. In his hands was his new spear, which even in life looked simply amazing. As with the Kibisis, he still had to test the effectiveness of the new items, but he already felt that an unusual aura was emanating from the spear. And yet, his savings book was empty again. Despite this, he was not upset because he bought what he wanted. He hoped that these items would be worth the investment, which he could earn at any time. Standing on the street, Seo-jun was suddenly noticed by Seo-yoon, who realized that he was going to a dungeon raid, so she excitedly said that it would be better for him to take a short break. He replied that he was fine and there was no need to worry about it. He admitted that he couldn't just sit back, knowing that he needed to earn more money. So Yoon was surprised and said that in fact, he only recently received a big cash prize. She was simply shocked when she heard that he had already spent every last penny. Looking at his weapon, she understood without words how he managed to spend a huge amount in a short time. Seo-jun decided to buy a spear and a strange bag despite complaining about his empty pockets, but he looked happier than he had ever seen before. When Seo-yoon found out that he spent everything again, she became furious, but this is his personal responsibility, so she refrained from liking it. The guys went to the nearest 4-star dungeon. Seo-jun asked So-yoon to be careful and stay close, because if it becomes dangerous, it will be easier for them to fight against the sudden attacks of monsters. Taking a few steps forward, they noticed that the statues suddenly came to life. They were gargoyles. While spinning his spear, Seo-jun thought that since this was a 4-star dungeon, the monsters here should have the highest defense rank. Rushing to attack, he decided that in this case the gargoyles would be ideal for testing the strength of the Spear of Longinus. At first, he decided to use it without investing magic to see what damage his new weapon did. No matter how strong a level 4 gargoyle was, he was sure that the Spear of Longinus would definitely be able to inflict at least some damage. In case of danger, he was going to strengthen his attacks with magic in order to deal with the monsters without any problems. However, what happened next simply shocked him. Having come into contact with the monster, the spear easily tore it into 2 parts. Seo-yoon and Seo-jun immediately looked at each other, not understanding what had happened. The mentor did not understand at all why the student was asking her about this, if he himself made this incomprehensible blow, which, without investing force, cut such a monster in half. Seo-jun decided to check the spear again, and, as it turned out, his own aura was more than enough to not sense such monsters. Trying to keep a smile on her face, shocked by what was happening, So-yoon thought that it seemed to her that after all his accomplishments, she would no longer be surprised by any surprises. As it turns out, this is far from the case. She couldn't believe how the hell a gargoyle cut as easily as tofu. However, this was not the end, because when enough monster bodies had collected, Seo-jun reached for his bag, saying that it was worth collecting the loot. So-yoon didn't understand what they could be talking about, because you could barely fit 2 fists into his bag. However, within a moment, Seo-jun began stuffing entire bodies of monsters into it. Watching this, she was speechless, and Seo-jun began to jump, saying that even though the bag reduces the weight by 70%, it still feels a little heavy. Having checked the properties of the new item, he threw out a mountain of monsters from the bag in order to use it at the end of the raid. When Seo-yoon came to her senses, she awkwardly asked whether the prize was 400 million won or $400 million. She couldn't believe how he managed to acquire such incredible things for that kind of money. Seo-jun found himself in a difficult situation and began to become visibly worried because the academy director wanted to know where he was able to get such things. He answered hesitantly that he bought them at a hunter's store that he wandered into in passing. So-yoon's face began to glow with incredible joy, and she shouted that she wanted to know where this place was. Seo-jun replied that the store was located in a dark alley next to his house and was intended for academy students. So-yoon was surprised that you can really buy such cool things there for only 400 million, after which she asked to quickly tell the exact address. The lie had completely exhausted itself, and Seo-jun was forced to disappoint her by saying that she would not be able to go there, because the last time he shopped there, the owner told him that he was planning to close and go on a trip. Looking at the ridiculous expression on her student's face, Miss Park knew perfectly well that he was trying to lie. Despite this, she sadly said that if he said so, then she was forced to believe him. After a moment, they had no time to talk. They felt the dungeon begin to shake violently. It became clear that this was due to the approach of a huge number of gargoyles. So Yun, grabbing her sword, said that she would take care of them herself, but her student quickly asked her to stop. He asked to be given a chance to deal with them with his own hands, since he had not yet fully tested his new weapon. The Spear of Longinus was indeed stronger than he expected, because it cut the gargoyle like tofu without any invested magic. Moreover, having felt the aura of this weapon, the monsters were afraid to attack alone, and always tried to do it only in a crowd. Now, Seo-jun decided to find out what would happen if he put the magic he had recently learned into the spear. When a whole crowd of monsters appeared in front of him, he decided to put into practice the teachings of Chiron, the enormous power that rips mountains out of the ground, erases all obstacles on the way, and dominates enemies. Concentrating on his spear, he poured his magic into it. After this, he began to use complete destruction. A huge sphere like an aura of magic formed around him. Seo-jun sensed the powerful power that she first saw her student use. The terrifying power that the magic-embedded spear possessed gave her goosebumps. The monsters that were already several meters away, sensing the incredible power, wanted to run back. But it was already too late. Seo-jun had already swung his spear, releasing terrifying energy towards them. A moment after that blow, they disappeared in the blinding blue glow of his magic. The area in front of them was destroyed, and part of the dungeon began to collapse. There was no trace left of the monsters, so Yun couldn't believe her eyes and couldn't even utter a word. Such incredible power shocked even the owner of the spear, because he did not even think that he would overdo it, and the gargoyles would simply disappear without a trace. Still, this is the holy spear with which, according to myths, Jesus was pierced while hanging on the cross. Despite the story behind the weapon, Seo-jun thought it would be a mediocre weapon and hoped it would be at least somewhat effective considering it was a replica. However, after he used it in the dungeon, he was completely out of it, realizing that with such a weapon it was worth holding back in most of his battles. Still, he was glad he didn't buy something else, because even though the price was enormous, the weapon was truly worth the expense. Kibisis also pleased him, so based on the feedback from students, he wanted to purchase more weapons to recoup their cost. In the meantime, he only had 25 days of free pass left, so he planned to catch as many lectures as possible. As soon as they returned to the academy, the inspired guy began grueling physical exercises. However, So-yun at one point distracted him with the words that Sister Jimin, who is a student of the Star Spirit, really wants to see him. Seo-jun had never heard of her, and Seo-yun was at a loss, thinking about how to describe the strange magic scientist. Without hesitation, she decided that he would better understand who she was if he knew that she was a student of a man who was given the nickname of the Devil. After this, Seo-jun came to the conclusion that if this is true, then we are talking about a girl who cannot be compared to anyone except her teacher himself. He had already heard that we were talking about a very terrifying person. Based on these guesses, he awkwardly asked why she wanted to meet with him. Seo-yun explained the obvious, saying that she wanted to ask him about the penultimate dungeon conquest that had made headlines throughout Korea. Jimin was interested in how he dealt with the 6th-level monster in the distorted dungeon. So-yun warned that he still has the right to refuse, and she herself will not allow her sister to press him too much, so she can easily refuse her, citing his poor health. Hearing that she might be difficult to communicate with, Seo-jun fearfully suggested that she might act like her grandfather. Seo-yun immediately explained that everything is not that bad, and her sister is not even close to the Star Sword, so he needn't worry about their meeting. After these words, So-jun saw no reason to refuse, so the joyful So-yun decided to write to her sister so that she would tell them the time and date for the meeting. When the academy director went outside and sent a message to her sister, a glow of powerful energy suddenly appeared next to her. She was simply shocked that Jimin's sister responded to her message so quickly. Looking at Sister Jin, A confused Seo Yun assumed that she was still planning to show up regardless of her student's answer. Calling her darling, Jimin replied that she actually just predicted that Seo Jun would not refuse such a meeting. After that, with an interested smile, she asked where the boy was, whom Grandfather Starsword praised so much. As soon as she saw Seo Jun, she couldn't contain her emotions. She was amazed that the person in front of her was actually a high school student. When Seo Jun asked who she was, the girl, without listening to his words, asked admiringly where he managed to get such incredible things. Pointing her finger, she shouted her question again. Seo Jun was taken by surprise and said displeasedly that she should first clarify what subject she was asking about. With her hands folded importantly in front of her, Jimin asked him not to play dumb because he perfectly understands what we are talking about. Seeing her sister's rage, Seo Yun tried to restrain her, saying that her student really didn't understand what she was talking about. However, Jimin could not stand still and, trying to break free, shouted that she simply had to find out where he got such an incredible magical thing from. Only at that moment did Seo Jun realize that in front of him was Jimin's sister, with whom he had not even managed to arrange a meeting yet. As a result, Seo Yun sat her sister on a chair in the corner of the room and explained that she usually does not behave this way. But when she is very interested in something, she begins to talk like a tank until she finds out the answer to her question. Looking at his sister Jimin again, Seo Jun asked why she looked so young then. He had previously heard that she was already over 40 years old. Seo Yun explained that she really is around 40. She just uses some kind of magic on her appearance to look forever young. Seo Jun was surprised that something like this was possible. Of course, Sister Jimin overheard their conversation and explained that this was thanks to the magic of imprinting, so he can, based on the memories she has, constantly maintain the appearance of his body in a youthful form. From the outside, it might seem like a fairly easy technique, but in reality, it was not easy for her to master magic of this level. Still, the results were worth it, and even at 40, she looked incredible. Having shouted that she answered the young man's question, Jimin again impatiently asked where he could get such a magic bag, after which he pointed his finger at Kibisis. As soon as Seo Jun picked up this magical artifact, Jimin rushed towards him with shining eyes to take a closer look at it. She wondered how it was even possible to create such a miracle and how it contained such a large space. Seeing Jimin's behavior like this, Seo Jun awkwardly asked the director what else she had managed to tell her. As it turned out, Seo Yun did not mention his incredible artifacts at all. She herself, as an incredible magician, was able to easily notice such things. When Seo Jun said sickeningly that he himself did not see anything in Kibisis that could delight her, the devil's disciple nervously shouted that he must have fallen from the oak tree, because this is the coolest thing that she could previously only dream of. Calling this item an incredibly rare treasure, Sister Jimin began to talk so much about its amazing properties that Seo Jun's ears began to droop, and he was afraid to think about what would happen if some blacksmith saw his spear of Longinus. Within a moment, Jimin began screaming that she wanted to buy it. At first she said that she was ready to pay as much as 500 million won for it, but after that she completely doubled the amount to 1 billion. Seo Jun and Seo Yun were simply shocked. The student wondered if this was too high a price. In a calmer tone, Sister Jimin said that considering the value of the bag, it was worth it. Especially since if she had seen something similar in the store, she would have paid many times more and would not have been able to return the money in installments. When she began to rush Seo Jun to make a decision, he thought that if she had found out that he bought it for only 300 million, because it was just a replica, she would hardly have offered such a thing. He understood that she really had a similar amount, and it would be very useful to him because with 1 billion won, he could solve the problems with buying a lecture. Despite this, he was forced to answer with a downcast face that this bag was not for sale. So Yun was surprised, because just recently he had said that he desperately needed money. After hearing her proposal rejected, Sister Jimin couldn't stand still and wanted to know the reason. She couldn't believe that even 1 billion won was not enough, but she was willing to listen to his counter-offer. Sighing heavily, Seo Jun knew that he had no choice but to let her try to use this item to see what the problem was. As soon as he picked up the pouch, He felt that her energy did not match his master's, so he began to release a defensive technique that hit her with a powerful electrical charge. Jimin's sister couldn't understand what happened, so Seo-jun calmly explained to her that no one else could use this item except him. Since no one else could even touch his things, resale was out of the question. When he purchased Kibisis, the Academy system informed him that reselling this product to a non-Academy student was strictly prohibited, as it was developed by previous students for the next generation. Even though Jimin gave up on trying to get the pouch, she was still fascinated by the mere fact that Kibisis has 5 different types of magic spells, including a protective one. She began to obsessively wonder where he managed to buy this item. She was willing to pay as much as 10 billion for information about where such items could be found. But as expected, the obvious lie from Seo-jun's mouth made it clear to her that an honest answer was out of the question. Taking into account his situation, she said that then he should help her in one matter. Since she could not use Kibisis, she asked him to help by participating in her venture. She promised that there would be nothing difficult about it, and besides, it would be for money. Naturally, we were not talking about 1 billion, but Seo-jun was not against any amount. He was surprised that even when Jimin found out that she would not be able to buy his item or use it, she decided to resort to a very cunning method, hoping for help. She understood perfectly well that if someone else just wanted to touch the bag, protective magic would work. However, it will be a different matter if the owner of the bag himself helps with this matter. There was little time to make a decision, but Jimin glared at him so much that he couldn't refuse her. Seo-jun didn't mind helping if she paid him decently. The joyful sister jumped up, anticipating an incredible exploration. He immediately said that sometimes he is very busy, so it is better to notify him in advance about when to start. Jimin replied that it would be a little later, and she would inform the date and time in advance, and then they would go to the laboratory together. After that, she finally remembered the reason for her visit. Seo-jun immediately assumed that she was interested in the penultimate conquest of the dungeon. Jimin was ready to listen to a detailed account of what happened that day. Over a cup of coffee, she learned that Nerkura somehow ended up in the dungeon, but the magic cast there could not detect him. It seemed strange to her that the academy student was able to defeat her, but Seo-jun, without looking away, said that he was just lucky. Jimin could not accept this answer because we are talking about a 6-star monster, and even a high-class professional, when fighting him, was raked and carried away quite a few times. Still, any person would have suspected something was wrong, because even a professional could not defeat him. He was unstable only to the magic he used. So Seo-jun understood that it would be scary to imagine what the outcome would have been without Merlin's training. Remembering Merlin, he wondered if it could be that the theory discussed in the lecture could be applied in their world and in this particular situation. Jimin was already looking at him with suspicion, but Seo-jun, not wanting to talk about the battle with the monster, asked if he could express one theory that was firmly lodged in his head. Jimin was surprised, but was still ready to listen to the strange young man. In response, he mentioned that everyone knows that magic and aura are directly dependent on mana. He wanted to touch on the topic of how mana is used and how it relates to their world. He warned in advance that this might sound absurd, but perhaps there would be some truth in his words. After these words, he suddenly assumed that the deformation of the dungeons was somehow related to the influence of mana. Hearing this, Jimin jumped up and asked him to tell him more about his theory, not missing a single detail. Seo-jun began with the assumption that magic and aura still tend to be distorted. He wondered whether the deformation would be related to these distortions. Merlin often mentioned in his lectures that after using one or another magic, one could even distort the space of their world, so the student considered that based on this, the assumption was valid. Applying the knowledge gained in the lecture, he still suggested that the deformation of the dungeons could be caused specifically by someone's will, and all because the deformation is not a natural phenomenon, which could mean that it could only be the result of outside interference. Seeing how Chinmin suddenly fell silent, Seo-jun began to get nervous, thinking that he had in vain raised such a stupid topic in front of the brilliant magician that he would most likely simply laugh at his words. To relax the situation, he began to awkwardly scratch the back of his head and said that this was just a theory, which most likely sounded too absurd, so you shouldn't pay attention to his words. However, as it turned out, Jimin was simply shocked by his assumption and even thought that he was also a magician. Seo-jun was confused and replied that he was just an ordinary beginner hunter. In response, Jimin impatiently shouted that she didn't understand how he could come up with this theory. She even suspected that he did not want to reveal the truth to them because one would not think of such a thing without being good at magic. After these words, she suddenly held her head, looking closely at the magical object on the student's belt. Pointing her finger at Seo-jun, she asked incredulously if he created this thing with his own hands. Then she began to blame him for the fact that he decided not to attract too much attention to himself as a brilliant magician, so he decided to hide behind the title of a novice monster hunter. Confused, Seo-jun didn't know how to answer. He didn't understand how their conversation suddenly went in such a direction. Jimin decided to arrange a real interrogation, and with an amazed look, asked how he came up with this. Seo-jun made a thoughtful face, because he could not say that he only took the knowledge received from Merlin as a basis and supplemented it with his own thoughts. He didn't think that this would cause such a strong reaction from his sister. With a confused face, he apologized, saying he didn't know how to explain it and just wanted to get back to his training. However, Jimin decided to move on to the next question, which concerned the origins of mana and aura. Seo-jun didn't expect anything different because the lecture said that their knowledge was beyond the ordinary. Be that as it may, he is an ordinary student who dreams of becoming a professional hunter, who has no knowledge of magical sciences at all. This superficial knowledge should have been enough to avert suspicion, but in such an environment, it seemed to him that he was behaving like a teacher. However, at the same moment, a brilliant idea came into his head regarding the fact that if knowledge is considered a commodity, then one can charge a fee for teaching people. Jimin's brainstorming continued, and she glared at him, expecting interesting answers, but Seo-jun remained silent as a fish. He thought that even though he promised to lend kibisis, knowledge could be traded. He considered some of the knowledge to be wisdom, which he acquired through his own efforts, as opposed to equipment from the store. Based on this, it was logical that he himself decides how to apply it. True, to teach others, he lacked the talent for his own interpretation of understandings. Besides, he wasn't sure what he would find who would be willing to learn from someone as suspicious as him. Sighing heavily, Jimin nevertheless relaxed the situation by saying that she saw that Seo-jun was not at all familiar with the concepts of magical teachings. The guy felt relieved because he felt insecure due to the fact that his progress in the magic course was only 18%. Taking off from her seat, Jimin nevertheless stated that she never expected to hear such incredible opinions from him, which he talked about at the beginning. She couldn't wait to study his theory in detail. So Yun, returning with a snack, didn't understand where Jimin was going. She began to say goodbye, saying that she had done everything she had planned. As a result, only the two of them lost the Pokemon buns. When they were alone, Seo-jun said admiringly that Sister Jimin is an unusual person, which is different from the image dictated in the media. So Yun agreed. She noticed that she was even beginning to doubt that Jimin was really the next devil of the magical world. Seo-jun was sincerely glad to have the opportunity to meet such people, because if he had not gotten into this academy, he would hardly have had the opportunity to see Lady Kalia, the Star Sword and heiress of the Star Spirit. While enjoying the fresh pastries, he even assumed that, at this rate, one day he would have to meet the Great Voice. After a snack, he returned to training, but after only an hour of watching lectures, he noticed that his progress was too slow. Thanks to increased efficiency with the help of kibisis, he began to quickly deal with individual course assignments. And yet, there was too little time to complete them within the allotted time. He hoped that he could take at least one course before his free admission expired. All that remained was either to earn money for a free pass or to greatly increase the progress of the course over these days. He decided to enter So-yun's office to clarify a question, but saw that she was completely concentrated on her thoughts. The atmosphere here was overwhelming, and the principal was thinking out loud that she alone could not cope with teaching new students, so she needed to hire a professor. She couldn't invite just anyone and couldn't even imagine how much money she would have to spend to hire someone. When Seo-jun came closer and spoke to her, she was so scared that she almost tore the piece of paper in her hand. The student, who did not understand what was happening, immediately asked what she was thinking about, that she even heard him calling her. So Yoon admitted that she was going to recruit new students, but some difficulties arose. This meant that even she, as a director, was having a hard time right now, and yet he turned to her with his question. Seo-jun wanted to know if there was any competition going on soon, like the previous academic competitions or the recent dungeon clearing competition. He was most interested in the next 20 days. So Yoon, looking at the schedule for the next month, sadly said that there are no such events. Seo-jun was upset that at the end of the lecture trial period, he still wouldn't have the opportunity to get some good practice on his skills. The next interesting event will be the Hunter Training Exam, but it will take place only in a month. As the name says, this is not a real exam, but a preliminary exam. Since the exam for a professional hunter is held only once a year, if you fail, you will have to wait until next year, which is why the pressure on the exam is enormous. Therefore, every educational institution has introduced mock exams to prepare students in advance. Among these institutions, 3 academies stand out: Hunter Mill, Ile, and Kaon, which are included in the top 3 rankings. Since the practice exams of these academies are wide-ranging and allow everyone to participate, the marks earned are considered to be close to the exam marks. Seo-jun was confident that all students superior to Lee Ju-hwan would participate and would give a huge amount of money as a grant. He could not miss this chance, because in this way his money issue and the problem of course progress would be solved at once. It was a shame that the practice exam would take place next month, because that's when the free period ended. But first of all, it was worth trying anyway. Returning home, Seo-jun continued to study Chiron's lecture, where he talked about how witchcraft is not perfect, and it can be distorted and misfire at any moment. Because under the influence of sudden changes in the situation, witchcraft also changes. Chiron said that at such moments fighters will need intuition. He asked them to remember that intuition itself can exist as a pattern. Seo-jun, listening to his words, said out loud that transcendents are simply amazing. Unexpectedly for the student, the lecturer said that he knew that the date of the transcendental practice exam was approaching. The only thing he wanted to advise was not to focus on the grades, because anyway, this is just a preliminary exam. Seo-jun didn't even expect that the transcendent exam also had a preliminary test in which you could try your hand. This was a unique innovation of their academy, which was accompanied by a thorough analysis of exam questions in each subject. In fact, previously, he did not even believe that such an exam existed and that one could even get a license for it. It turned out that, like the Hunter exam, they had their own standards, and someone evaluated the student's work. Then he remembered that the advertisement contained an interview with a rank 5 celestial. There was also a personal interview with a student who became a rank 9 swordmaster. Seeing this, Seo-jun thought it was just someone's joke, but as it turned out, it was all serious. Scratching the back of his head, Seo-jun wondered whether there was any point in taking the training exam for a transcendental if he was not yet at the level to even stutter about such a level. Still, he hoped that in this way he would be able to improve the progress of his courses. The curious guy decided to play the first video. Within a moment, Xiang Yu, with a cheerful expression on his face, offered to sign up for the training exam because now he can freely control enormous power. However, after such praise, he asked not to take his words seriously, calling the students just trash. Then he cheerfully said that he could repeat his words 100 times, but no one would understand him, so you should just sign up to experience firsthand what an insignificant level they are at. Seo-jun was surprised for the second time, because he thought that all the lectures were old recordings. Chiron and Xiang Yu both mentioned the exam in the video, although they could not know in advance when it would come to this point. To test his theory, he attended lecture courses by Shakyamuni and the magician Merlin. Like the previous lecturers, they also talked about the upcoming exam. Putting down the phone, Seo-jun, leaning on the bed, sighed heavily, saying that there were more than enough oddities at the Academy of Transcendence. This kind of attention in lectures made him wonder if this practice exam was really that important. To find out more, Seo-jun decided to see the reaction of the Academy community. The situation turned out to be similar, and as expected, everyone advised to raise your level first. However, among the monotonous messages, there was a guy with the nickname Ruler of the Forest who advised even beginners to try the practice exam, without focusing on grades, because this will help them significantly increase the progress of the courses. This student's opinion gave him the idea to take the risk of participating. Luckily, the first try was completely free. Although he was sorry to waste a free chance, he still decided to take such a risk, thinking that he would still be able to earn money. But the lectures were worth studying before the end of the trial period. Having chosen the skill of the 9th rank sword as his theme, he received his first task regarding combat power. The first question asked to find the correct answer to a task consisting of 15 stages. Within a moment, he received a message that the first stage had begun to form. Seo-jun was confused because he didn't even know how the exam would be conducted and that it would actually happen in the same place. It was said that he would have 15 stages in total. Considering the level of transcendence, he expected that even at the first stage it was worth waiting for a monster of at least 6 stars. In this case, starting with him, by stage 15, he will have to meet at least a monster of 20 stars. Within a moment, his phone began to emit strong energy. Something suddenly jumped out of the phone. It was the monster of the first stage. Seo-jun was determined and looked towards the landing monster, seeing that it was not yet fully formed. While the monster was getting bigger and bigger, Seo-jun couldn't begin the first stage of the training exam. He was simply shocked when he realized that the monster continued to grow, even though it had already far exceeded the size of 6th-level monsters. Within a moment, he saw him in full growth. It was a dragon with terrifyingly powerful magic, making it look like only a small and weak man. The destruction dragon Fafnir wasted no time later and began to gather incredible magical energy before striking. Seo-jun didn't even have time to move before this terrifying force headed towards him. As expected, he instantly failed the first stage and only had 29 minutes and 58 seconds to use his free pass. He was crushed with such incredible speed that he grabbed his head and began rolling on the ground, screaming that this was simply madness. This was only the first stage, but he already had to fight a dragon monster whose combat power was simply at an incredible level. Seo-jun was simply in despair. He screamed and beat his fists on the floor, thinking that at stage 15 he would have to fight God. So he had a logical question regarding whether the Transcendence would emerge victorious in the battle with the gods. At that moment he remembered that his lecturers were already demigods. Taking a deep breath and exhaling, he decided to think about how to get out of this situation. Initially, he thought that the building would collapse just from the appearance of such a monster, but it remained intact. This meant that the exam did not affect anything other than itself. At least he was glad that after the first time he still had 10 chances to complete the stages. Although he was afraid that even after these 10 attempts nothing would change, he was still going to see if he could make any progress in such a crazy fight. When he went outside, he spent 4 more attempts, but each of them ended in the same failure, and he could not last even 5 seconds in the battle with Fafnir. He once again blew it dry and again began to roll on the floor, clutching his head, not understanding how to even fight such a monster. Sitting down on a bench, he drooped into himself, thinking that he was still far from being a hunter, and he was trying to take the transcendental exam. Still, he needed to do something to improve the progress of the course. He was losing before he could even move, so he saw no point in continuing. It was already too late to refuse or change my assignment to something else. Suddenly, he heard a message from Transcendence Academy. Looking at the phone, he saw an offer to listen to an explanatory lecture on a relevant issue. If he agrees, points will be deducted from his grade. Seeing such a proposal, Seo-jun immediately grabbed the phone, thinking that they would tell him how to defeat this beast. He had 3 lectures to choose from: the Great Sage, Siegfried, and the Divine Blue Dragon. What he was counting on most was the lecture of the Great Sage equal to heaven. He hoped that his lecture would somehow help him with this battle. Turning on the lecture, he heard that Sun Wukong knew that the task of the first stage of the training exam was the battle with the Dragon of Destruction Fafnir. With a kind smile on his face, he said that in fact this is a task of attentiveness, due to which it causes some difficulties. But if you look deeper, everything will turn out to be much simpler than it seems at first glance. He expected that many students might be stunned by his first installation in the form of a breathing technique, but as it turned out, this is as much the beginning of Fafnir as the end, because there is simply nothing else at his disposal. Seo-jun hadn't seen him for a long time, so he listened carefully to every word to find at least some clue. In the end, The Great Master boiled it all down to the fact that you just have to avoid the breath of this monster, and the matter is in your pocket. After that, he suggested looking at how this is done in practice. His first advice was to not try to cut the breath. He did not say that this was impossible, but he believed that this was simply not necessary, so he should just avoid it. Having dodged the attack, he calmly said that by expelling his breath, Fafnir would not be able to use it again for some time. With a sly, bestial smile, he suggested that at this moment Fafnir was no more dangerous than an ordinary lizard. Naturally, in this case, he suggested simply beating her like an ordinary monster. With these words, he struck with incredible power, which is the first form of his spear technique called meteorite fall. Naturally, Fafnir instantly disappeared under such pressure, and the old man said that in fact everything was quite simple. Such a demonstration was not at all what Seo-jun expected. Calling this an easy stage, the lecturer said that the task was aimed only at testing the ability to understand the situation. Seo-jun couldn't believe that this was actually an expository lecture. He plunged into severe despair and literally lost his own identity from the realization that he was unfamiliar with the concept of clarification used by transcendental-level masters. The second lecture was no less useless, since the divine blue dragon simply stopped Fafnir's attack with lightning breath. Naturally, Seo-jun was not a dragon and had no idea what to do with this information. At that moment, he felt completely disappointed in the lectures and thought that this was the end. There was only one lecture left, but he no longer believed that he would find answers to his questions. Having spent his precious free coupons, he thought it would be a shame to back down right now. The last was Siegfried, a hero who possesses the famous sword Balmung and is the strongest dragon slayer. The dragon that helped him gain such a title was none other than the dragon of destruction named Fafnir. The title of the lecture mentioned the characteristics of this dragon, which was not strange, because Siegfried really is the most knowledgeable about this. Seo-jun hoped that he was the compiler of the first stage, because in this case he would have at least some chance of a decent explanation. Siegfried began his lecture by saying that the key to defeating Fafnir depends on whether you can dodge his breath or not. He said that a student just needs to be able to dodge the flames to achieve the goal. As soon as Seo-jun heard these words, he immediately lost hope and decided to stop the lecture. However, he immediately changed his mind when Siegfried said that he was probably watching this lecture, because for him, dodging the dragon's breath was not so easy. As it turned out, he was the only one who could understand the features of Fafnir and show the second way to achieve the goal. First of all, he clarified that Fafnir spews out his breath where he is summoned, so if you call him and quickly jump away, the breath will rush in that direction. It was pure trickery, but knowing this, inexperienced students might have a chance to evade the breath. Still, Siegfried took into account that there would be students who would find it difficult to cope with the speed of the dragon. Therefore, he said that for such students, he has an additional method. As it turned out, for this it was necessary to prepare a gold bar. Siegfried admitted that Fafnir became the dragon of destruction precisely because of the gold, which blurred his vision. In fact, it does not have to be a solid gold bar, because something similar could do. After calling Fafnir, he offered to throw gold right under his nose. In this case, the brat will not immediately use his breath because he will be afraid that the gold may melt and mix with dust. When asked whether this was a violation of the rules, he replied that it makes no difference whether the student uses a trick or his own skills, because the main thing is to find the right solution and way out of the situation. That was all he could say about this stage. The information turned out to be quite valuable, and he even said that if anyone is interested in how to defeat other dragons, then it is worth attending his lectures on fencing that defeats dragons. Sighing heavily, Seo-jun resigned himself to the fact that he had to spend money on the bar. Now he had some knowledge of how to fight against this dragon, so with some hope he began the first stage again. As expected, the dragon immediately began to prepare its fiery breath towards the student. At the same moment, Seo-jun threw a gold bar towards the dragon. The dragon was already a moment away from turning everything around into dust. However, as Siegfried said, as soon as he saw the shine of the gold bar, he immediately stopped, for fear of losing it due to the high temperature of the fiery breath. Within a moment, he turned into an obedient pet, whose gaze was aimed at the ingot flying past him. Seo-jun was already extremely happy that he was able to escape the dragon's breath. However, he had to hurry, because as soon as Fafnir received the ingot, he learned that it was not completely gold, but only covered with gilding. Realizing the student's cunning, he rushed towards him with a furious look. He still couldn't use his breath, but his huge claws were enough to tear the confused poor fellow to pieces. Finding himself under a huge wave of destruction, Seo-jun shouted that the great sage was a scoundrel, because he said that after his breath, Fafnir turns into a useless lizard. After making an incredible fuss, Seo-jun was still able to hold out for just over a minute, which was already something incredible. He only had 4 tries left. He still didn't understand how to defeat this monster, but he was already pleased with the message that he was able to get a little progress in Kiran's course. There was little time left, so he decided to use his attempts to the end. The second time, he managed to avoid breathing even without the fire ingot. Despite this, a powerful blow from the dragon's tail caused him to lose his balance. It was extremely difficult to dodge, not to mention the opportunity to strike. The speed of the dragon's tail greatly exceeded the speed at which Seo-jun moved around it. A moment before the collision, he, realizing that it was too late to dodge, decided to avoid the blow in a cunning way. Once again, a gold bar was used, which distracted the attention of the greedy dragon. Thanks to this, Seo-jun gained seconds of peace by dodging the blow. However, this trick did not work for long because within a moment the dragon rushed to attack again, this time even with a furious cry. Seo-jun understood that his rage was because he was angry again because the bar was gold-plated. A moment before Fafnir struck, Seo-jun reached into his pocket again. This time the cunning guy threw up as many as 5 bars. The dragon, seeing this shine in the air, again turned into an obedient pet. While he was trying to catch the same gold-plated bars, Seo-jun was already above. Pouring a large amount of mana into his spear and enhancing his body with aura, he aimed at the dragon's back. With the hope of piercing this monster, Seo-jun charged using the spear skills that Xiang Yu had taught him. With a happy face, he shouted that the attack worked. It did work, but only a little, so the dragon remained practically unharmed. Within a moment, Seo-jun felt a cold breeze coming from the dragon's nostrils and discovered a flea on his back. Another attempt did not bring the desired result. Each time, Seo-jun felt pain from the blows, but they did not have much effect on his real body. And yet, there was a positive aspect to this attempt, because the progress of Kiran and Xiang Yu's course increased significantly. This was to be expected, because this time he managed to combine their teachings in order to deliver a powerful blow. Looking at the progress of the lectures, Seo-jun realized that if this continues, then by the end of the free trial he will complete at least 1 course, and if he tries, even 2. Finally, a smile appeared on his face with hope that he was doing this for a reason. After using up his remaining 3 attempts, he returned to the academy to continue studying the lecture. Seeing him, Seo-jun asked why he hasn't been going on dungeon raids lately. Seo-jun was surprised by his answer, because he said that he did not have time for this, because he decided to focus on individual training. To avoid another awkward conversation, Seo-jun replied that in that case she would simply go back to sorting through the paperwork in her office. Seo-jun, feeling awkward, agreed with her proposal, realizing that it was strange for him to talk about lack of time, because his workouts looked like he's staring at his smartphone all day long. As a result, he received only 4 points out of 100 for combat strength, which was expected, because Fafnir turned out to be too strong. Failing the training exam with such a terrible grade in the first discipline was a little offensive for Seo-jun, but he didn't expect anything more. The problem was that the course progress was slower than he expected. Real combat was the only way to quickly gain an understanding of the courses, because putting the skills into practice shows excellent progress. 3 days later, it was time for the second discipline, which was basic endurance. Seo-jun had no idea what format the exam would take this time. As the task took shape, a red sphere suddenly appeared in his hand, emitting powerful magic. Taking a look at the magical step, he assumed that it would grant wishes, and yet he did not have time for this, because a warm breeze miraculously began to lift his hair. Looking around, he realized that this breeze turned out to be the breath of the evil dragon Kanchori. The task was to escape from the dragon, preventing him from getting Yeju, the pearl he was holding in his hands. It was useless to fight him since he is immune to damage from any attack. Running away from such a terrifying enemy for 1 hour seemed simply an unrealistic task, even though this was only the first stage of this discipline. Although Seo-jun failed the stage, he managed to bring Chiron's course and Xiang Yu's course closer to the 90% progress mark. After another 3 days, It was time for the third discipline, which was about adaptability. His 5 senses were blocked, while the task was to destroy the Sphinx, or survive. Seo-jun didn't understand what was happening at all, so he simply stared at the majestic Sphinx with incomprehension. He thought he was going to play a word-guessing game with him, so all 10 attempts were wasted in a few minutes. The fourth discipline was testing mana-related abilities. The first stage involved curbing Pulgasami's appetite within the allotted time. Seo-jun was forced to feed this elephant-shaped monster with his mana, but his city was simply immeasurable. After a few minutes, the student had exhausted his small supply. With a scream and tears in his eyes, he ran away from the monster in horror. The fifth discipline turned out to be where he showed himself quite well. In the first stage of the mental strength test, he had to hold out for 30 minutes while listening to the siren's song. Surprisingly, this test, which should have driven him crazy, turned out to be quite pleasant for him thanks to Shakyamuni's wagging ataraxia. Having completed the first level for the first time, he hurriedly moved to the second with a joyful face, expecting that he would easily overcome all 15 stages. As expected, he failed to last the allotted time while listening to the requiem from the world of the dead. Despite this, he was able to make minor progress in the Buddha course, the percentage of understanding of which reached 15%. As a result, Chiron's course and Xiangyu's course exceeded the 95% mark, and Seo-jun was already close to their complete mastery. He was glad, knowing that if he continued like this, he would be able to complete them completely during the next 2 disciplines. There were 2 disciplines left to choose from, but he did not know what would be in them. In those first 10 answers when he chose the 9th rank, nothing was mentioned about the disciplines to choose from. Seo-jun thought about what he should simply be allowed to choose on the day of the exam. After 3 days, he still had not received the message to continue the practice exam and began to get nervous. Seo-jun couldn't help but notice the change in his behavior, but Seo-jun tried to deny it, saying that everything was fine. He was literally in a cold sweat due to the fact that he was unable to complete the courses, because there were only 5 days of free use left. When he stopped looking at his phone, he thought that the only way out of this situation might be to raid the dungeon. It was better than just sitting and waiting for something unknown. However, at that moment, his phone began to release some magic. As soon as he looked at the phone, a mentor suddenly appeared in front of him and said with a joyful look that he had been waiting for their meeting. The mentor showed up on time because he had quite a lot of questions. Trying to relax the situation with his sweet smile, he realized that he was a little late, because the last time they saw each other was at the very beginning of the free course. When Seo-jun came to his senses a little, he, not noticing Seo-jun behind him, shouted dissatisfiedly to the mentor about what he had been doing all this time, that he only showed up at the end of the course. Seo-jun was a little scared, thinking that he was talking to her. Hearing her voice, Seo-jun hid the phone behind his back and tried to awkwardly justify himself, saying that due to fatigue he was starting to talk some kind of nonsense. After these words, the strange guy simply ran out of the academy onto the street to continue the conversation with his mentor. Once away from the people, Seo-jun began the interrogation by asking what had made the mentor so late since their last meeting. When the mentor said that he thought the student could cope just fine without him, Seo-jun nervously replied that these were just excuses. Seeing the student's dissatisfied face, the mentor, feeling that he was still to blame, said that he would continue to be honest. He admitted that he was going to check his profile and come back right away, but after looking at it, he was very upset. Seo-jun did not understand what he was talking about and asked him not to hesitate and explain what he meant. As it turned out, the reason for this was his level. At that moment, the mentor wanted to give at least some advice, but realized that this would not help his level much, so he decided that it was best to let the student focus on the 2 recommended courses. The fact is that the period of free use is short, and consultations become useful only when the student acquires a specific level of knowledge. Seo-jun didn't know how to answer, because the mentor really sounded convincing, and there was no point in being angry with him. Still, he apologized for disappearing without warning. Next, the mentor decided to check whether he had missed lectures and whether there was at least some progress in his studies. Expecting nothing from the student, the mentor could not believe his eyes and thought that some kind of mistake had occurred. His intense gaze made Seo-jun a little worried. When asked if there were any questions, the excited mentor answered hesitantly that it was nothing special, but he didn't understand why the system showed as many as 4 courses being studied and what generally happened to their progress. Seo-jun only confirmed that this is current information and that he actually teaches all 4 courses. The mentor could not believe his ears and hastily began to verify the information, thinking that perhaps there had been an error in karma. Hearing that the information on the screen was correct, he put on a shocked expression, showing the unexpectedness of this situation. The fact is that Seo-jun's level was previously terribly low, and the mentor could not believe that in just 3 months it was possible to achieve such progress, because even if these are just introductory courses, they usually take 4 times as long. He was no less surprised the moment he heard that Seo-jun had already started studying for the Transcendence Training exam, which greatly helped him in his progress. With a kind smile, the mentor admitted that his presence was indeed not required, although not for the reason he expected. Taking the opportunity, Seo-jun said that since they were talking about increasing the level, he would like to ask a question about the exam. He was interested in the elective disciplines and how they should be chosen. Looking at the screen, the mentor was surprised, because even though the training exam was in full swing, for some reason Seo-jun was displaying that no disciplines had been selected. The student assumed that this was due to the fact that he did not have a Transcendence Academy ID. The mentor could not understand how this was even possible, since it is usually created during registration. In response, Seo-jun said that he simply missed this stage. To confirm his words, the student simply showed a screen on which it was written that he could not create topics for discussion in the Academy community without having his personal ID. Nothing like this had ever happened before, so the mentor didn't even know what to answer. Nothing came to mind, so he decided that he needed to address this question directly to the director of the Academy. When he said that he needed to go away for a while, Seo-jun fearfully said that he would probably disappear again for several months. In response, the mentor promised that he would just leave a request and return immediately. Returning the phone, he said that he had already solved the problem with the elective disciplines, and now Seo-jun could calmly choose to continue the practice exam. As he disappeared, he again promised that he would return before the free pass ran out. The mentor disappeared again before Seo-jun asked all the questions that interested him. Still, he hoped that he was not lying and that they would meet again soon. After several attempts at completing additional disciplines, Seo-jun finally completed Xiang Yu's course, achieving 100% of his lecture progress. Now the system reported that he had completely mastered the spear, the power of which would move even mountains. Seo-jun couldn't believe that this was really the case, so he decided to test his skill in practice. Filling the spear with magic, he made a small swing and felt the destructive power emanating from it. At that very moment, he received an offer to listen to the epilogue lecture from lecturer Xiang Yu. With a cheerful laugh, Supreme Ruler Xiang Yu said that he never thought that the day would come when the student would graduate from the course. He really thought he would never see it. Xiang Yu was sincerely confident that the students who completed the course had undergone strong changes and could now freely use limitless power that would move even mountains. However, he asked that it was stupid to become proud over such a trifle, because this is only the basis for learning, which gives the right to move on. To encourage the students a little, he said that they had now moved from the status of ordinary garbage to the status of recyclables, which still does not change the truth that they are worthless masters, far from transcendence. Despite these words, the congratulations actually brought a smile to the student's face. Finally, he warned that this path would be extremely thorny, and students would probably still want to give up and doubt whether this was the right choice. He asked to remember that in transcendence, there is no one right answer, as in everything in this world. Therefore, he advised them to trust that they had made the right decision in order to confidently follow this path to the end, regardless of the speed of progress. Xiang Yu's course was completed, and Seo-jun fully mastered the power that moved mountains. When he returned to the academy, So-yun was already waiting for him with an interesting offer. She had previously mentioned the hunter training exam, and this time she said that applications were just beginning to be accepted and would last a week. Seo-jun was just about to ask about this, so he agreed that he wanted to participate. He failed the Transcendence training exam, and the grades made him want to cry. And yet he was not upset, realizing that the Transcendental and the Hunter were completely different levels. Xian Yu's course helped him gain incredible strength. Plus, he now has a holy spear. The application was completed, and there were still 10 days of training left before the exam. Unexpectedly for So-Yun, he suddenly came closer and embarrassed her with his gaze. He just wondered what would happen if they fought in a duel now. Still, he understood that this was unlikely to affect progress, so there was no point in distracting her. Awkwardly apologizing for his behavior, he asked how the search for students was going. So-Yun replied that this question actually bothers her a lot. She was worried about how grandfather would behave with the new students. So-Jun was an exception, but she doubted that things would continue to be as successful. So-Jun understood her, because he had no doubt that when a new student appeared, the Holy Sword would definitely come to the academy to beat him, asking for what purpose the stranger decided to get close to his granddaughter. Remembering his grandfather, he wondered if it was possible to spar with him. In fact, this was not the only problem, because it was possible to come to an agreement with the grandfather. She was more worried about which professor to invite to the academy. The problem was that her strength would not be enough to teach everyone at the same time, because each student takes time. When So-Jun heard about the need to have a professor in each field, he became very interested, because it was about money. So-Yun argued that hiring just anyone is a bad idea, and the academy simply does not have money for famous professors. With these words, the student had a logical question about how much the annual salary of famous professors is. So-Yun replied that it directly depends on the professor himself, but famous ones have salaries of hundreds of millions of won per month. So-Jun was shocked when he heard that, in the case of those who occupies the top, it can be on the order of several billions. Now he understood that professional hunters don't just go to academies, because in fact there is no less money there than in dungeons. 3 days later, the Transcendence practice exam was completed, and So-Jun scored a total of 29 points out of a possible 700. However, he did not expect more, and was actually glad that he had at least completed one of the 4 courses. It was a shame for the Chiron course, which lacked 5%. Within a moment, the mentor suddenly jumped out of his phone and again amazed him with his appearance. However, this time So-Jun did not show that he was surprised, but rather showed displeasure. He recalled that the mentor himself said that he would return before the end of the free pass, so he assumed that he would appear when he completed at least one course. Hearing that So-Jun had completed the course, Mentor screamed in surprise and opened his mouth wide. He was so happy for the student that he admitted that he couldn't even find the appropriate words to congratulate him. Still, So-Jun would like to hear more about what the principal said about his situation with the academy's student ID. From Mentor's reaction, it immediately became clear that everything was not as simple as we would like. In response, he shouted that it looked like they were in big trouble. So-Jun didn't understand what could have gone wrong. He was surprised to learn that as soon as the mentor decided to check his personal information, he saw that it was simply not there. Transcendence Academy had no information at all regarding student Kim So-Jun. He was not even listed on the list of applicants to the academy. So-Jun, clutching his head, said that this means that he is not a student at the academy. On the other hand, he could not accept this as the truth, because all this time he had been studying their lectures and even completed one of them. The mentor actually shared his feelings, because in his entire career, he had seen something like this for the first time. The Transcendental Academy strictly controls membership, and if one is not a student, then one will not be able to listen to lectures and will not be able to contact a mentor. When asked how the director of the academy reacted to this, the mentor said that he also did not understand how it happened. Although So-Jun did not know the director of the academy, it was easy to assume that he was someone very impressive. Even if the director doesn't understand what's going on, then it's hard to imagine who will explain the situation to them. So-Jun suggested that perhaps this was a system error, but the mentor replied that this does not happen unless karma is changed. However, karma remains the same no matter what happens. Still, the director noticed that there were some traces of someone else's intervention, but they could not even guess who did it. The only question that worried the student was what would happen to him next. He was afraid that because of this news, he would be forced to leave the academy altogether. Noticing his excitement, Mentor quickly asked him not to worry, because one way or another it was just a misunderstanding. The problem arose from their side, and the student had nothing to do with it. Ironically, he really had nothing to do with this, therefore, when he spoke about problems, they concerned only the academy itself, because, as mentioned earlier, the one who became a member of the academy will always remain one. And yet, the words that the lack of ID was not a simple system error made him think. Signs of someone's interference meant that his membership in the academy was completely intentional and even had its own purposes. But Seo-jun had no idea why his life was affected specifically. Still, he believed that there was nothing special about him, because he was a simple, hard worker who dreamed of becoming a professional hunter. The mentor assured him that this situation would not affect his further studies in any way, so he could safely do what he had done before. Returning to equally exciting questions, Seo-jun asked what he should do next, since the free pass was almost over. The mentor decided to explain a certain feature of their curriculum, namely that it can be divided into 4 stages. Seo-jun had just completed the entrance exam. As it turned out, even having overcome the last stage, he will not become transcendental. Having completed the advanced stage, he will simply stop needing their advice and will continue to train independently, in accordance with his characteristics. The true beginning will be the advanced stage. Thanks to the free pass, Seo-jun still moved on to the second initial level of training. He didn't mind continuing to use the spear as his main weapon, but first he needed to purchase a new free pass. The mentor advised him to immediately take individual courses. Most of all, he advised him to pay attention to the lectures of Hercules and Zhang Sanfeng, which would teach him incredible physical strength and walking in the air. As it turned out, the techniques of concentrating mana and wielding a spear were not taught here, because they are included in the intermediate level program, but Seo-jun could still study them. The mentor recommended that you first master the basics, so that later you would not have any difficulties with more advanced lectures. Seo-jun agreed with his proposal, as he was sure that he had a reason to insist on it. As it turned out, the cost of the free pass was very impressive, and Seo-jun couldn't even count the number of zeros of this amount the first time. The mentor just laughed and clarified that this is why he must diligently accumulate karma. Hearing about karma, Seo-jun was a little confused and still asked what it was. The mentor explained that for the academy, this is a reason, but for the students, it is a consequence that can be influenced. In short, it was their commitment to each other. Seo-jun did not understand what the academy was gaining as a result of this commitment. The mentor replied that their only role was to help students become transcendental. When Seo-jun asked why the academy was pursuing this goal, the mentor remained silent at first. After a short pause, he said that at this moment this was the maximum he could allow him to interfere with. Accordingly, this was the maximum that he could tell him. And yet, he asked Seo-jun not to give up, because when he reaches great heights, then he himself will understand what his words meant. Diluting the tense situation, he cheerfully said that until then he would actively support him and help him in any way he could. Seo-jun wanted to ask another question that was troubling him, something that had been bothering him all this time. He asked if they had other students besides him. The mentor noted that this is not difficult to understand just by looking at their academy community. After these words, he assumed that Seo-jun was actually asking if they were in the same dimension as him. After thinking a little, Mentor said that the answer to this question would be ambiguous, and yet he clarified that among all the dimensions using their academy, the place with the largest number of transcendent students is 4 people. Returning to the Hunter Academies, it is worth mentioning that in Korea there are 3 largest organizations. These are Isle, Gaon, and Huntermill. Each academy differs in specialization, and based on this, people usually say the following. If you want to learn magic, go to Isle Academy, and if you want to learn how to use weapons, then go to Gaon. As for Huntermill, they welcomed everyone, even those who didn't know anything. The absence of any features also means the absence of disadvantages. Since Huntermill is one of the top 3 academies in Korea, we can fully assume what they are like. So, the day has finally arrived for the professional hunter training exam from Huntermill Academy. Seo-jun and Seo-yun arrived early to avoid the long line, but even so, it was very crowded. The The student immediately noticed the differences between this event and the previous ones in which he took part. Compared to competitions, the scope of a practice exam and the money invested in it is on a completely different level. Moreover, the participant with the best grades will receive a scholarship of 1 billion won. The new pass costs 500 million won, so the prize was very important. It is possible to raise 500 million won and is not a huge problem, but do not forget that there are also individual courses that the mentor recommended. Seo-jun literally burst into flames, realizing that in order to collect such a tidy sum, there was only one thing left to do, to take first place in the training exam. Meanwhile, a large number of people wishing to take part made themselves felt, and there was a lot of noise in the hall. Such turmoil surprised the guys, because indeed no competition could be compared with the activity of the participants in this event. Seo-yun completed her assignment and decided to leave, wishing her student good luck in the exam. As Seo-jun walked further towards the waiting rooms, he suddenly stopped when he heard the sounds of a verbal altercation. Things were heading towards a fight, and all because of the blonde guy who passed by the line. As it turned out, that impudent guy was Kim Gang-chol, a student from Hunter Mill Academy. The exam inspectors asked the disgruntled guy to be calm, because in any case, everyone would have time to take part. Suddenly, the students began to whisper among themselves, recognizing the young man who had jumped the queue. In fact, no one knew who the academy sent from itself. As it turned out, this guy was a worthy opponent for those sent by the other two top academies. Lee Doon participated from Isle, and Jin Dongmin from Gaon. They said it would be the best practice exam in history. The crowd also discussed the fact that even in Hunter Mill, Gang Chol is among the top 3 best specialists among students. The promising swordsman stopped, taking a closer look at the stranger who had passed before him. He didn't see anything interesting in the student of an unknown academy, so he simply walked by. In turn, Seo-jun understood that the rising star of Hunter Mill Academy would certainly cause him problems. As the crowd began to discuss the favorites, Seo-jun decided to slow down to hear who else he would face. Some very noisy guy was talking about how Kim Gang-chul is undoubtedly superior to everyone else in terms of skills, although Lee Do-yoon and Jin Dong-min are far from weaklings. He even mentioned rumors that he was supported by the Order of Truth. Naturally, the exam was conducted by his own academy. The eccentric suspected that there was a place for a conspiracy here, because the academy probably shared with him valuable information regarding the training exam. And yet there were those who tried to reassure him, saying that even if he was a student of Hunter Mill, one of the best academies would keep its face and would not go against the rules. Meanwhile, the discussion was interrupted by the appearance of a strange, noisy guy who was also trying to get past the line. It only took one glance for Seo-jun to become interested in the identity of this eccentric. The fact that this disciple brought so many types of weapons with him raised questions. Sword, spear, bow, daggers. It was hard to believe that he used all the weapons at the same time. The strange guy began to poke the inspector with the application form, saying that he also needed to be let in. But the man patiently continued to ask him to get in line. The young man was very persistent, and asked why he was worse than the guy who was skipped in line. Meanwhile, the crowd had already begun to get angry with him, and the impatient guys began to shout that the eccentric should return to the end of the line. In order not to detain anyone, 2 disgruntled inspectors grabbed this guy by the arms and dragged him to the end of the line. This was the first time Seo-jun had seen such strange behavior from the members. Students from all over the country actually flocked to this place, and each of them wanted to start the exam as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, the first stage began, at which the physical strength of the participants was tested. Park Do-seok, an unremarkable guy, was preparing to become a hunter at the 2nd Division Academy. He believed that he could be placed on a par with the talents of such giants as Hunter Mill, Isle, and Gaon. However, the reason he was forced to choose the 2nd Division was money. The annual payment for one of the top 3 academies in Korea more than exceeds 100 million. Therefore, he could only go to a 2nd Division Academy, where he could receive a scholarship. People consoled him that it was better to become the head of a snake than the tail of a dragon, but he did not agree with them. After all, becoming the tail of a dragon, he would have the opportunity to compete with dragons, but becoming the head of a snake, he would have to compete with other snakes that would be no match for him. With such problems, this guy took part in the practice exam, plunging into the world of real professionals, being completely satisfied with his own choice. The Hunter Meal training exam, excluding the test portion, includes the 5 disciplines of a professional hunter, including basic stamina, mana usage, fighting monsters, and dungeon raids. Basic endurance was measured by a simple and straightforward task in which you need to run 3 kilometers in 5 minutes, repeating this several times. After successfully running 3 kilometers in 5 minutes, you must run 3 kilometers again, and if suddenly you fail, then the assessment will be completed. To put it simply, the main criterion for assessing endurance is how many times you have run the standard. At first, Park Do-seok did not see any competitors, and so June seemed to him like a stupid weakling, but in the end, they were already running the 15th lap, and there was no one left except them. From the very beginning, the guy with red hair put himself on par with the best students of the 3 academies. So when he saw a stranger running alongside him, he decided that it was worth recognizing his efforts. However, no matter how hard he tried, his stamina was not enough to stand on par with Sojun. At one point, a guy from an unknown academy took the lead. Park Do-seok could no longer keep up with him because his breathing was already knocked out. And yet he did not despair, because even this result suited him. Yet, as promised, he overcame himself, entering into battle with dragons, not snakes. When he saw Seojun approaching, he extended his hand forward to give him a high five, saying that he recognized him as his true comrade. However, to his disappointment, Seojun did not feel that he was finished at all and ran past him altogether. He didn't even have time to notice Park Do-seok's sincerity, because the stage of testing his endurance was surprisingly easy for him. As expected, the rest of the tasks aimed at testing physical indicators were given to him just as easily. All the students present were shocked that an inconspicuous guy could perform exercises with a huge amount of weight with such ease. It was hard to believe that he was a person like them, because from the enormous amount of weight his barbell began to bend right on his back. While everyone was surprised, Seojun continued to practice, thinking that the tasks of the practice exam were very easy. Although the daily tasks had strengthened his stamina, he was more confident that Xiang Yu's course had given him the ability to instinctively use enormous strength. When he came to this conclusion, he began to dream about what would happen when he completed the Hercules course, which promised an S-rank skill of divine power. Seojun was literally fired up with the idea of earning even more money to afford the Hercules course, while the academy worker behind him asked him in a confused voice to take a break and move on to the next task. Meanwhile, Kim Gang-chul also finished his strength testing exercises and was asked to rest before starting the next task. He was in another room, but none of those present could compare with him. He believed that, in fact, for above-average specialists, the training exam does not play a big role. Kim Gang-chul, Lee Do-yoon, and Jin Dong-min, as the strongest participants in the training exam, were supposed to put on nothing more than a demonstration performance to confirm the prestige and greatness of the top 3 academies in Korea. Kim Gang-chul himself understood perfectly well that this entire exam could be called a battle to defend the honor of the 3 academies. However, his case was a little special because he received some assignment from the Order of Truth. They asked him to take a closer look at the actions of a member named Kim Seojun. They didn't demand anything more from him, just watch what that guy was doing. That representative of the Order of Truth always supported him in all past competitions, without putting forward any special conditions, spoke only when necessary, and the rest of the time silently patronized him. It was strange that such a condition would appear so suddenly. A month ago, Student Huntermill had already heard the name of the student the Order was interested in during the dungeon distortion incident. But when they collided in the passage, he did not notice anything outstanding about Kim Seojun. When Gang-chul walked inside the waiting room, he saw that all the students couldn't believe the results. The scores were posted, and he himself wanted to look at the scoreboard, although he didn't think that there would be anything unexpected there. As it turned out, he not only did not take first place, but even ended up third. He couldn't believe how it happened that there were 2 whole people in front of him. Kim Sojun and Lee Min-yul were ahead by as much as 11 points. Gang-chul could not understand how this happened, because he did not know by name a single specialist who could defeat him. Sighing heavily, he calmed himself with the thought that there are simply students who succeed in only one thing. He was sure that this would not happen again in the next competition. However, when the battle strength testing stage against the monsters ended, he was shocked to find himself in third place again. Seeing this, he remembered the words of the observer from the Order of Truth, who said that he only had to watch what Kim Seo-jun was doing. The third discipline was testing the use of mana. Students had to hit the shield to count and evaluate the impulse of their power. Academy representatives assured that students should not hold back, using mana to the limit of their capabilities to break the shield. Mana was actually something Seo-jun wasn't sure about. Although, thanks to Merlin's course, he generally understood the principle of its operation, he could not say that he knew how to operate it, so he doubted that he would be able to get first place again. Meanwhile, the turn came to the student, from whom the best result of this stage was expected. Lee Dun, a student at Isle Academy, has long gained an incredible number of fans due to her unique magic skills. No one even doubted that she would take first place in the mana test. The level of her magical abilities was so great that at such a young age she could use energy transformation without any problems. Among her range of attacks, fire magic had the most destructive power. Using a fire arrow attack, she easily destroyed the magic shield, which no one had ever been able to do before. Taking first place and overtaking her main competitor from Huntermill Academy, she proved that in terms of mana, no one can keep up with Isle. At this moment, Seo-jun saw for the first time what mana conversion looked like. Although Lee Do-yoon had one more try, she had no doubt that no one could even come close to her result. The next participant in line was Kim Seo-jun, who interested all the students because he took first place in the previous two disciplines. As he passed by, he met Lee Dun's gaze, sensing her arrogance. Sighing and looking away, she had no doubt that he had no chance to even come close to her first place. Seo-jun, getting up on stage, thought about what her look even meant. Then he was allowed to begin. Although he was a little unsure of his own abilities, he did not refuse to try using magic. He had no doubt that the power that moved mountains would show itself remarkably well, so he decided to focus only on Merlin's mana, which he had not yet fully mastered. Within a moment he rushed to the attack, performing the third movement of the spear, striking. He was simply shocked, because when he came into contact with the shield, he easily cut it into two parts, like tofu. Moreover, although he did not make any special efforts, in addition to the shield, he also destroyed the force measuring apparatus, and also left a huge crack on the surface of the arena. Within a split second of his impact, the powerful energy created such a current that the inspectors of Huntermill Academy could barely stand on the stage. When Seo-jun could not understand how this happened, Lee Do-yoon, who was confident of her victory, was completely speechless. Only he understood that most likely this was due to some extraordinary ability of his spear, which makes it possible to ignore magical shields to a certain level. As a result, Seo-jun again took first place. After this, since the shield-forming device was broken, the exam had to be suspended for a while. It seems that they didn't even think about a breakdown, so they didn't prepare an additional device. When the situation was resolved and the results were updated, the crowd fell silent in surprise. The situation with the results did not change even when it came to using mana. The top 3 Hunter Academies were pushed down, with Kim Seo-jun and Lee Min-yeol once again taking first and second place respectively. The crowd discussed what was happening with great interest, and so they remembered that Seo-jun was the one who solved the problem with the corruption of the dungeon by catching the 6th rank monster Nerscylla. Naturally, after mentioning him, people began to discuss Dream Academy itself. Seo-jun, who was among the spectators, actually had no doubt that her student would demonstrate excellent results, but she did not at all mean that Kim Seo-jun would get ahead so much. She was sure that with such success, he could be predicted to take first place not only in the training exam, but also in the main exam for a professional hunter. Thanks to him, no one could now predict how the upcoming exam for a professional hunter would turn out. Representatives of major organizations overseeing the Huntermill practice exam suggested that the difficulty level and grading system would have to be revised this year. It was also surprising that Kim Gang-chul was pushed down so much, also in the Huntermill exam. The audience speculated that if they had known this would be the case, they would have sent Lee Ha-yoon, whom the Huntermills had raised with extreme care, as their strongest weapon instead. Previously, no one doubted Miss Lee Ha-yoon's superiority, but this training exam made it clear to everyone that even beyond the 3 strongest academies, there were educational institutions where incredible future hunters were studying. Even in the waiting room, Everyone was talking about how incredibly cool Kim Seo-jun is. Naturally, he himself could not even think that the last stage would happen in this way. Yet his weapon was a sacred spear, which, according to stories, pierced Jesus, crucified on the cross. Judging only by this legend, one can judge that it has extraordinary functionality. The problem was that it was necessary to first find out what this spear was. All he knew was the legend passed down without any explanation of the weapon's properties. After this stage, it could be assumed that the holy spear has the power to ignore a mana shield, or it is able to overcome a specific defense value without being enhanced by mana. Even after the tests, it was impossible to find peace, because some idiot began loudly singing ridiculous songs, not giving anyone peace. As it turned out, the noise was made by a guy with an entire arsenal behind his back, who had previously caused a conflict with the administration of the exam at the entrance. As soon as Seo-jun and this guy made eye contact, he stopped the song and froze. After that, he joyfully rushed towards Seo-jun, and he regretted that he was looking at him. This guy, like all the other exam participants, was well aware that in front of him was the superstar of the training exam, Kim Seo-jun, from Dream Academy. As it turned out, he himself was not just an absurd young man with an arsenal behind him, but the one who took second place in all previous stages. It was Lee Min-yul, an incredible guy who also managed to easily show more outstanding results than the students of the 3 strongest academies in Korea. His results and his behavior could hardly form a harmonious picture, because he himself was not serious, and the large number of weapons in his arsenal gave no rest, because it was hard to believe that someone could cope with so many martial arts. Lee Min-yul was very restless, because Seo-jun began to remain silent. He thought that he had done something wrong, and began to apologize for his intrusiveness, and for starting the dialogue in such an informal tone. In response, a kind smile appeared on Seo-jun's face, because in fact he was not against his company, because he did not come to swear or make any claims against him. A few minutes after they met, the raid on the dungeon began. The surprising thing was that it was almost no different from the real thing, even though it was created by augmented reality. The main criterion for assessing the 4th discipline of the Huntermill training exam was the time spent in the raid. The monsters that had to be destroyed were the 10 Nursils. Seo-jun was surprised by this coincidence, but still overcame the test with ease. What was unusual was that even though the augmented reality monsters were 2 stars weaker than the real ones, it was still a pretty tough difficulty level. This time, everything was different. With an incredible weapon in his hands and enough experience behind him, Seo-jun easily destroyed them one by one. He felt great that he was now on a different level, both in terms of intuition and awareness of what was happening on the battlefield, and in terms of strength and endurance. Just 3 months ago, he was nothing of himself. He worked every day to survive, being an ordinary person who fought for life. However, after becoming a student at the Transcendence Academy and meeting So-yun, he felt his life begin to change. Completing this stage as quickly as possible turned out to be a rather grueling task, but this only confirmed that his path to transcendence was still long and thorny. And yet, after overcoming yet another challenge and taking first place in dungeon raids, he even began to think that a future in which he would become the world's best hunter might even be entirely feasible. Having once again taken first place, Seo-jun, while in the waiting room, again became the victim of many envious glances. Representatives of the 3 strongest academies in Korea looked at him with incredible anger because he became the one who took all their glory for himself. Jin Dongmin and Lee Do-yoon took 5th and 4th place respectively, although they should have been in the top 3 if not for the appearance of Seo-jun and Lee Min-yul. Academy student Dream couldn't help but notice the hostility on their part. This was not strange for him, because now he was guaranteed first place unless he was disqualified or personally refused to vote. Naturally, all the contenders for victory lost their desire to participate in the competition because Seo-jun was significantly ahead. The only unexpected reaction was the behavior of Lee Min-yul, the strange guy who came in 2nd place. He spoke with cheerful emotions about how he could win this time. Unlike the others, Kim Gang-chul was strangely quiet, although at first he seemed quite confident. Like most of the previous stages, he finished the dungeon raid in 3rd place. It was not possible to look around at the other participants because Lee Min-yul, with his obsessive manner of speaking, began to get right into Seo-jun's soul. He proposed to become friends and was sincerely glad that the Dream Academy student did not object. When the dialogue improved, Seo-jun inquired about the arsenal behind his new friend's back and whether he really uses all this variety of weapons. As it turns out, this is indeed the case. Lee Min-yul was not trained in a specific art of battle, so he tried everything, mastering every possible weapon. When Seo-jun heard this, he couldn't help but feel surprised, realizing that Lee Min-yul was actually self-taught. Indeed, he achieved such a level only through independent training, which amazed everyone present in the waiting room. Self-taught, we are talking about students who study independently and do not belong to any academy. In fact, there are many such cases, and usually these are those who have neither money nor talent. However, sometimes, very rarely, there are such extraordinary personalities among the students. Seo-jun couldn't help but recognize his talent, because this guy turned out to be so talented that he was able to defeat the rising stars of the top 3 hunter academies in Korea by training on his own. Of course, he still wondered why such an incredible candidate for hunter did not go to the academy, having the opportunity to get anywhere. Lee Min-yul replied that he actually didn't want to get involved with anyone himself. As it turned out, he did not consider himself literally self-taught. He still admitted that he has a teacher, but he does not know that he has a student. The phrase sounded very mysterious, and Seo-jun demonstrated that he really did not understand how this was possible, although he still had some suspicions. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by one of the representatives of Hunter Mill Academy. He immediately apologized, saying that they had an unexpected problem. No one understood what was happening. Only a student close to the Hunter Mill Academy itself expected something similar. An academy employee said that the people appointed as the jury were unable to arrive due to unforeseen circumstances. Professors Hunter Mill, who were assigned to evaluate combat abilities in the battle, were just on their way here when the dungeon rift occurred. According to him, unexpectedly it turned out to be a 10-star dungeon. The professors had no choice but to intervene personally. Naturally, Kim Gang-chul was reluctant to believe these words, while the rest of the participants began to worry about what would happen to the exam in this case. The academy representative replied that due to these unforeseen events, an urgent meeting was currently being held, so it would have to wait until the results were available. Kim Gang-chul was sure that what was happening was the work of the Order of Truth. He didn't know how they managed to create such a dungeon, but he had no doubt that the Order was more than capable of pulling it off. The problem was that this jeopardized the continuation of the practice exam. Although he was only asked to observe, he was haunted by the knowledge that Kim So-jun would emerge victorious if the exam was simply abandoned. Therefore, he decided to come up with a proposal to change the method of conducting the last stage of the exam. The remaining discipline was testing combat strength in battle, so he proposed keeping the goal and holding this stage in the format of a tournament between students. After these words, the students began to whisper, and it was clear that they were not against improving their results in this way. The academy representative admitted that his words made sense, but he warned that it would be difficult to implement, since there are many people participating in the training exam, and it would take a long time to hold such a tournament. He was even more worried that they would definitely have a problem with the assessment method, since they had not practiced this format before. Understanding what was going on, Kim Gang-chul quickly found a solution and, saying that A-rank hunters were needed for the evaluation, said that Hunter Mill would not have any difficulty in finding a worthy replacement for the jury. No one wanted to just sit and wait, but the academy employee was insistent on stopping without the final step. Kim Gang-chul still did not give up and came up with another proposal. He proposed holding this tournament in an event format so that not everyone would participate, but only those who wanted to apply. This significantly reduced the time it took to complete it, because those who have already tested their strength enough will most likely not bother themselves with the final. In addition, the student mentioned that at this time the exam is broadcast throughout the country, and among the waiting spectators there are people from the association and government officials. He believed that it would make the organizers look bad if they interrupted the exam over such a small matter. The academy employee could not but agree with his words and thought about the question, realizing that if everything ends without a finale, then a crack will appear in the reputation of Hunter Mill, which is among the top 3 academies. There had already been talk of the exam being delayed, and Gang-chul understood that even though Kim Seo-jun was the real reason, From the perspective of others, it would look like Huntermill's lack of preparation. The self-confident student decided that since this happened, it was worth switching the viewer's attention and providing them with new content. He believed that now he would have the opportunity to defeat Kim So-jun, because in this case, all his recent achievements would go to him. Even if Seo-jun had won the exam, what would have been more important was how the representatives of the top 3 academies confirmed their status as the strongest in practice. That is why Lee Do-yoon and Jin Dong-min immediately supported this idea, understanding the intentions of the Huntermill Academy representative. As it turned out, even those who were already guaranteed second place were not against this format of the final stage. Lee Min-yul was looking forward to the tournament among the best, so he happily asked what Seo-jun would do. Many eyes were directed towards the first place of the tournament. It was worth considering here, because even without participating in the tournament, he had already secured a monetary reward for himself. Taking this opportunity, Kim So-jun, confident of his advantage, decided to ask for an additional reward for the victory. However, the tournament was confirmed, and the public was delighted when they learned that the top 15 students would participate, which meant they would see 3 students from Korea's top academies in action. Of course, they were also happy that even Kim So-jun and Lee Min-yoon, who trampled all the other participants, would appear on stage. The entire internet was buzzing because of their incredible results, which left even the students of the strongest academies behind. The tournament began with confident victories of representatives of major academies. Their skills were truly amazing, so the top 3 did not have any chance of winning. The number of participants decreased quite quickly, and interesting battles were already approaching. The 3 guys felt very confident and were looking forward to victory over Kim So-jun. However, the guy they competed so hard with was not thinking about them at all, as he had the $1 billion reward on his mind. Victory in the exam was already his, but together with winning the event match, he will receive as much as $2 billion. The smile on his face did not disappear because of the thought of money, because even after purchasing a free academy pass, he would still have an impressive amount left. The courses recommended by the mentor cost $2 and $2.5 billion, so he will be able to start one of them earlier than expected. In fact, he was not at all worried about that evil and envious trio from the strongest academies. He did not even think that there was any possibility that he would lose to them. And yet this tournament still had a worthy opponent, which would not be easy to deal with. Of course, he was thinking about Lee Min-yul. The audience and even the match commentators were crazy about his unusual fighting style. He changed his weapons during the battle, using his entire arsenal, putting enormous pressure on his opponent. Sometimes hunters use additional weapons, but usually it does not exceed the number of 3, because most focus on one main weapon, because it is difficult to ideally master even one. But Lee Min-yul had at least 8 guns on his back, and it was hard to believe that he could use all of them. His unusual fighting style embarrassed everyone who encountered him. The sudden use of a bow during a battle caused enemies to go on the defensive, doubting what this guy's main weapon was. A fairly good swordsman, whom Lee Min-yul encountered in the first battle, was not going to give in, and having repelled the next arrows, he shortened the distance in order to fight the battle himself. However, he was greatly mistaken when he thought that this strange guy with an arsenal on his back was a bow user. He wielded 2 swords no less skillfully, with which he easily stopped his opponent's attack. Moreover, he threw the poor guy aside without much difficulty, even though he was initially on defense. Watching the battle, Seo-jun only confirmed his suspicions that the battle with him would not be easy. This is not Kim Gang-chul or the rest of the 3, from whom you know what to expect. This guy is not limited by form and template. This is free space in which there is room to roam. Due to the fact that he is self-taught, the battle with him turns from sparring into a real fight, because this is the style that is formed in those who have not received a standard hunter education. Seo-jun, although not so free from patterns, could see that their styles were definitely somewhat similar. Because of this, he might wonder if Lee Min-yul, like him, was a disciple of the Transcendence Academy. When the mentor said that among the dimensions using their academy, there were 4 people in the place with the largest number of Transcendence disciples, he did not claim that it was Earth, but he did not deny it either. This means that those 4 people may well be the inhabitants of the Earth. Lee Min-yul's words that he has a teacher who doesn't know that he is his student could well be regarded as learning from video lectures, because professors don't know who is watching their videos. Meanwhile, this incredible guy with an arsenal behind him and a smile on his face took his first victory of the tournament. He treated the battle as if it were some kind of game, demonstrating superiority over the intense efforts of the enemy. Seo-jun had enough reasons to doubt, but since there was a possibility that this guy was also a transcendence disciple, it was worth checking. Meanwhile, the host of the additional event summed up the recent battle as an invigorating and crushing fight, after which he moved on to announce the next fight. Looking at the list, he paused for a moment, saying that everyone had been waiting for this moment for a long time. The next participant was a talent recognized by the devil's disciple herself. The world of magic was anticipating that she would be the one to usher in a new era. Of course, all these words described Lee Dun from Isle Academy. Her opponent was described as a student who shone like a supernova, the first competitor in the history of the training exam to score 100 points in each discipline. Of course, we were talking about Dream Academy student Kim Seo-jun. It is no exaggeration to say that Lee Do-yun is a true genius. She has abilities that even go beyond the definition of genius. She is one of the 5 strongest students at Isle Academy, which is the top 3 best hunter academies. Her talent was recognized by the devil's successor, Young Jamin, a genius magician and professor of witchcraft. There was nothing impossible in Lee Do-yun's life up to this point, so she was anticipating her victory, thinking that the Hunter Mill training exam was simply drowning the magicians, which is why she dropped in the rankings. Starting the battle with her powerful fire magic, she thought that if this was a training or professional exam for the Isle Academy, the results would be different, and she would have no equal. However, her confident smirk soon disappeared from her face as she aimed her attack at her opponent. She was simply shocked by what happened, because she was anticipating a quick victory in an instant. It was hard to believe that Seo-jun, whom she considered overrated by some miracle, without even taking an extra step, was able to dispel her technique with one light swing of his spear. Of course, he didn't even feel any danger from her magic after fighting the Dragon of Destruction Fanfur 10 times. Seeing her reaction, he was a little confused, realizing that he shouldn't have dealt with her attack so easily. With her whole body trembling and her eyes wide open, Lee Do-yun shouted that this was simply impossible. As it turned out, in her understanding, it was impossible to simply cut the magic. Studying with the best magicians, she learned that magic can be destroyed in 2 ways. This is done with the help of overwhelming mana, but if he has stepped over the law itself, embodied by the magician. Another option was to study the ideal law of the corresponding magician and destroy his attack with a reverse spell. However, looking at this guy, she thought that he was not even a magician and was not capable of understanding magic, and even if he understood, he would not be able to cast a reverse spell in such a short moment. Naturally, Seo-jun dealt with her attack with the help of a spear, because he was interested in its properties. He acted like he didn't understand what was going on, while a stunned Lee Do-yun tried to figure out how he did it. Realizing that the spear still had some special effect that he could not accurately determine, Seo-jun decided that it was worth buying an additional weapon with 1.5 billion in order to conduct a comparative experiment. Within a moment, Lee Do-yun distracted him from his reasoning by sending her most formidable arsenal of magical weapons, consisting of fire arrows, at him. She poured most of her mana into this attack with incredible fury so as not to give her opponent any chance to counter. However, even in this situation, Seo-jun did not feel much danger and reacted to the magic with a calm and cool mind. Again, without even moving, he spun his spear and began to parry each of the attacks with ease. Lee Do-yun, filled with anger, directed subsequent attacks at him even more furiously, hoping that at least some of them would hit the target. No matter how much she screamed, Seo-jun did not experience any difficulties at all and calmly cut through all the magic arrows. Mana was running low, and the powerful fire form of magic that Lee Do-yun was famous for did not bring any results at all. Shocked by what was happening, she let go of her magic cane and fell to her knees. She was completely overcome with fear and despair because of how terrible Seo-jun was in her eyes. She understood that there was no way she could defeat such an opponent. As he approached, he pointed his staff at her. With a kind smile on his face, he asked if this was his first victory in the tournament. Confused that she could not break through his defense, Lee Do-yun shouted that he was a real monster. Next up was an equally interesting duel between Lee Min-yul and Jin Dong-min. Unexpectedly for everyone, at first the battle was on equal terms. The fight was fierce, and Lee Min-yul even agreed to play by his opponent's rules, using a heavy weapon in the form of a huge axe. The self-confident Dongmin believed that the advantage was on his side, and he would soon be able to break the enemy. However, from Lee Min-yul's smile, it was easy to understand that in fact he was just playing around, trying to assess the level of his opponent. Within a moment, he reached for his leg, making his opponent nervous. As it turned out, he wanted to change the distance of their battle, and by throwing his dagger, he was able to throw the enemy further away. Dong Min was seriously angry, because he barely had time to react to this unexpected attack. However, at the moment when he thought about when his opponent managed to take out the dagger, Lee Min-yul had already managed to close the distance and was right above him. With a cheerful laugh, he struck with his sharp claws. His opponent barely had time to cope with such incredible speed, and in defense shouted that Lee Min-yul was using dirty tricks. He could not predict his actions and felt uncomfortable, because all this time he had to be on defense. Dong Min hoped that soon his opponent would exhaust his supply of variety of attacks, and he would have the opportunity to find a gap in his defense without fear of missing a blow, because if the match continued in the same spirit, the advantage would be on the opponent's side. However, he did not have time to cope with how quickly his opponent changed his fighting style, distance, and weapons. Under constant pressure, he relaxed his guard for a moment because he thought he had gotten enough distance, but Lee Min-yul quickly closed the distance and dealt him a heavy blow to the stomach. The representative of the Gaon Academy dropped his weapon a moment later and, grimacing in pain, knelt down. The judge thought that this was the end, so he declared Lee Min-yul the winner. Dong Min's self-confidence was shattered, and he began to scream in dismay that his opponent was fighting against the rules. He did not understand who would even fight in this way, so he said that he was not going to admit it, calling the fight invalid. Hearing his cry, the opinions of the spectators were divided, but no one could deny that in a real battle there is only a winner and a loser. Young Doman was ready to explode and continued to shout that it was all because of his opponent's cowardly tricks. Seo-jun, being in the waiting room, watched the broadcast with some pity, realizing that no matter how hard that guy tried, he would still have blown it. Based on what he had seen, he was sure that even if Lee Min-yul had not changed weapons during the battle, the outcome would not have changed. After seeing the defeat of two representatives of the strongest academies, Kim Gang-chul finally understood why the Order of Truth pushed the organization to change the final event. They were not only watching Kim So-jun, the Order also had its eye on Lee Min-yul. That's why they asked Gang-chul to stay back and just watch. The true goal of the Order of Truth was to bring these two monsters together in a duel. The event match would have ended successfully without his intervention, but now he began to suspect that Lee Min-yul might be a member of the Order, because he believed that no matter how talented a person was, a self-taught person would not be able to suppress the tops of all academies. The event match was coming to an end. The host said that the next match would become legendary. The first to enter the arena was the owner of strength as strong as steel. Kim Gang-chul could not stand aside, even though he was asked to do so. His opponent was the one whom the presenter described as the main character, going ahead, demolishing all obstacles along the way. Seeing Seo-jun in front of him, Kim Gang-chul, feeling deep resentment due to the results of the previous stages, wanted to tear him to shreds. He was determined, and did not intend to obediently follow the plans of the Order of Truth, because from the very beginning, they planned to use him as a witness. From the very beginning, he was not going to give in and put mana into his weapon. Seo-jun was also serious and rushed to attack. Although he did not use magic, he had to use a spear with both hands to stop the furious blow of the enemy's blade. A powerful burst of energy created a shock wave that destroyed the surface of the arena under their feet. Crossing their weapons for the first time, they jumped back before the next attack. For the first time since the beginning of this final tournament, the arena suffered under the pressure of destructive techniques, although these were only the first minutes of their battle. Taking a closer look at the enemy, Gan-chul began to analyze his features. He immediately noticed that his weapon did not contain the power of the aura sword, but somehow blocked his aura sword with ease. Taking a closer look, he felt that his opponent's spear was not just blocking, but not allowing this force to pass through at all, as if ignoring it. Even from the outside, all of Kim Se-jun's battles looked unusual to him. Now Gang-chul was sure that the reason for such a high score in the training exam was due to the fact that this guy possessed a special and very powerful weapon. Furiously rushing to the attack, he decided that if he avoided this spear, then the difference in abilities would practically be erased and he would easily defeat a newcomer from an unknown academy. With great effort, he tried to put pressure on Seo-jun, but he could not see that he was still getting acquainted with his strength. Kim Gang-chul continued to press, not giving his opponent a moment's rest. It was hard to believe that a two-handed sword, inferior in efficiency in high-speed battles, could deliver such a swift attack with great destructive power. Even though Seo-jun was able to block this attack without using any mana, he still recognized his talent, and that this guy was superior to all the participants he had fought with. Kim Gang-chul didn't give him time to think. With his next blow with incredible destructive power, he hoped to gain victory, however. This time Seo-jun managed to block and hold back. Seeing the rage and high-level skills on the opponent's side, Seo-jun recognized his strength, realizing that he was not called one of Hunter Mill's 3 most capable students for nothing. Then Seo-jun jumped to a safe distance and thought that in such a battle, he needed to show more respect for this enemy. At this moment, he was ready to give his best for the first time during the exam. Within a moment, magic began to surround him, the thirst for blood mixed with the aura. The sudden change caused a shiver and surprise from Gang-chul, who believed that his opponent had been fighting at the peak of his powers for a long time. However, it was only now that Seo-jun became serious enough. In an instant, he closed the distance and struck with his spear with incredible speed. Gang-chul, strengthening his blade with mana, barely had time to block this attack and had difficulty in holding his opponent. With a powerful swing of his sword, he nevertheless threw the enemy aside, and Seo-jun, who was not used to such battles, could barely stay on his feet. Despite this, he was completely concentrated. On the other hand, his opponent felt insecure. He couldn't believe that Seo-jun had been hiding his true potential all this time. Until recently, his aura was like a serene wave, but when it became saturated with real heat, Kim Gang-chul realized why the Order of Truth was showing special interest in his personality. Just a moment after Seo-jun rushed into the attack, Kim Gang-chul, who had once been pressing without a second of breath, began to slowly give in. He could not significantly increase the distance with the enemy, so he was in constant defense due to the fact that Seo-jun continued to pursue him, delivering a large number of blows. Now he understood that Seo-jun was strong not only because of his weapons. The guy from an unknown academy was different from those he had fought with before. Seo-jun was rough, awkward, and tough, too simple in his fighting style. Compared to Hunter Mill's high-level swordsmanship and mana accumulation technique, his movement seemed to him to be nothing more than ordinary swinging of a weapon. However, if everything was as simple as it seemed at first glance, he would have already defeated him long ago. Kim Gang-chul could not understand where the enemy had such enormous strength. The blow, which he managed to block at the very last moment, could easily have ended this fight, raising a huge cloud of dust. When the ardor subsided, Gang-chul stood on one knee leaning on his sword, barely able to stay in the arena. He did not understand why it was so difficult to cope with simple swings, movements in which not a trace of high-level fencing techniques could be traced. The issue was not just the weapon, because Kim Seo-jun initially did not even use the power of the aura sword, while Gang-chul put mana into his weapon at the very beginning of the fight. Just the thought of what level his opponent would be at using an aura sword filled him with horror. He felt a terrifying resemblance between his opponent and the one who had first made him feel fear. The arrogant girl changed his life once and for all with just one battle. She overpowered him in a matter of seconds, destroying his sword and saying that his rants about power were nothing more than the ravings of a non-entity. She wondered out loud how he could even be considered one of the 3 strongest in their academy. He could not forget his first meeting with Lee Ha-yun, who haunts his nightmares. Remembering that terrible despair, Gang-chul felt incredible rage. Being arrogant due to his previous successes, he could not accept the way Lee Ha-yun and the representatives of the Order of Truth looked at him. What made him even more angry was that Seo-jun, with his brute strength, reminded him of those past failures. He could not afford to lose, so with incredible bloodlust releasing his mana, he rushed to the attack again. With a loud shout, he jumped high and swung with all his might to deliver a heavy blow with his two-handed sword. Even though the Hunter Mill student put all his strength into this blow, Seo-jun did not feel much danger and only released a small amount of his magic. Just a moment later, In front of everyone in the audience, the fight ended unexpectedly. One of the 3 strongest students at Hunter Mill Academy lost in a duel with Kim So-jun. He fell to his knees and his sword was destroyed, just like in the battle with the terrifying Lee Hyun. As a result, Kim So-jun made it to the finals. Lee Min-yul was simply delighted because this was what he wanted. The spectators were impatient for the final battle. They could not even guess who would be able to take first place. As expected, Seo-jun and Min-yul ended up in the highly anticipated finale. These two took the lead, leaving Hunter Mill, Gaon, and Isle behind. Having met in the arena, Lee Min-yul said with a sincere smile that he wanted to fight with him at all costs. Seeing his opponent's gaze, he assumed that Seo-jun had a lot of questions for him. Indeed, they met for the first time since the beginning of the tournament, so after seeing his fights, Seo-jun wanted to make sure that no one really trained him on purpose. Min-yul again repeated his words that he has a teacher, but he does not know that he has a student. When Seo-jun asked who his teacher was, he suddenly became more serious. With a predatory look, he asked why he needed to know. Seo-jun spread his hands to the sides, saying that he had a guess that he already knew who he was talking about. When Min-yul nervously shouted that he was lying, Seo-jun only winked in response. He wondered if it would be better to directly mention the Transcendent Academy right away. Nevertheless, he immediately rejected this option, because if Lee Min-yul is not a student of the academy, then everything will end in a simple misunderstanding, and if he is a student, then the conversation will immediately become different. Moreover, Seo-jun understood that this would not make them comrades, but most likely on the contrary, it would be more correct to call them rivals. In such a situation, he could not predict how Lee Min-yul would react, so it was more logical not to put his cards on the table first. In that case, he decided to ask around for some clues, and immediately made Min-yul excited with the idea that if his teacher was who he thought he was, then he must be a transcendental strongman. Lee Min-yul was shocked by such an accurate guess and confusedly asked who Seo-jun really was. The provocation worked perfectly, so he replied that he had the same question. He admitted that, apparently, neither of the two would just tell their secrets, so he proposed a bet in which the one who loses the duel must answer the winner's question. Lee Min-yul was interested in this outcome, but wanted to know if there was a guarantee that the answer would be true. Seo-jun, continuing to bluff, replied that it would be up to the winner to decide. Within a moment, the presenter announced the start of the battle. However, even after a few seconds, the guys continued to stand silently as before the start of the battle. There was dead silence in the arena, and the audience began to whisper about what was happening and why the fighters did not move, but only stood and glared at each other. Seo-jun understood that at this moment his opponent was in great confusion. They both tried to feel each other out but didn't notice any obvious weaknesses. Lee Min-yul, having a huge number of attack options, decided to go on the attack first. He immediately shouted that he guessed that Seo-jun would not be easy in battle. This was the first fight where Seo-jun was fully concentrated. At the very beginning, Lee Min-yul had a sword in his hands, but Seo-jun understood that given his method of fighting, one should not think that everything would be limited to the sword. Considering the risks, he decided to give it his all from the very beginning and go ahead. Lee Min-yul was surprised by the strength of his opponent, because he not only predicted his actions, but also carried out the attack himself, destroying his sword with one blow. At the same moment, he managed to react and somersault back in time, dodging the enemy's blow. If Lee Min-yul had thought a little slower, the winner would have been a foregone conclusion, but he jumped back, throwing his weapon. Seo-jun was not going to let him relax and rushed forward. However, within a moment, he was stopped by many daggers flying towards him. As soon as he dodged the blades, a dozen arrows flying from the sky were already aimed at him. Seo-jun was forced to go on defense. The enemy perfectly controlled his distance. Seeing how skillfully the enemy got rid of his arrows, Lee Min-yul said with delight that it was incredible. Looking at the spearmaster, he said that his weapon was also a rather curious thing. Throwing his bow aside, Min-yul asked if he could find out more about this spear if he managed to win the battle. Rushing into the attack, Seo-jun said with a smile that there was no problem, but first you need to win. The fighting spirit of these fighters continued to increase, and the battle became more and more intense. Lee Min-yul replied with a kind laugh that he would do his best to reveal the enemy's secrets. After these words, they again tried to exchange blows, but they were all blocked. The battle seemed even. They could not find a gap in each other's defenses. After surviving another exchange of blows, Lee Min-yul cheerfully shouted that Seo-jun was incredibly cool. They again rushed to attack each other, but Seo-jun was already experiencing some uncomfortable feeling. Although he was in control of the fight, he still could not fully understand his opponent. Not only did Lee Min-yul without hesitation use techniques that could be considered a violation of the rules, but he also acted as if he was not trying to win at all. In addition, he was not at all bothered by the chuckles that sometimes floated from the stands, nor by the fact that all his tricks were easily reflected. After another unsuccessful series of attacks from both sides, the guys stopped. Seo-jun asked an unexpected question. It seemed to him that his opponent did not want to defeat him, but upon hearing this, Min-yul was surprised, saying that he really did want to. He was caught off guard by Seo-jun's question about why he didn't feel the urge to win. Waving his hands in confusion, Lee Min-yul said that he did not understand what he was talking about, because he, like no one else, wanted to defeat such an opponent. Everything fell into place when he said that he fights this way because he won't be upset if he loses. Seo-jun did not understand his motives, so he nervously asked why, in this case, he was using all means and methods to win. Lee Min-yul simply did the best he could to win. He really gave it his all, and when asked how others would react to his methods, he curtly replied that he didn't care. Pointing his finger at himself, he said with a sincere smile that his importance would not decrease because others scold him. These words clarified the situation, and Seo-jun rethought everything that happened earlier. The amazing attitude towards the situation on the part of the enemy amazed him so much that it made him smile. After that, he suddenly pulled his hand towards his pocket, and Min-yul wondered what kind of cunning trick his opponent was going to use. However, Seo-jun decided to take out his old spear, hiding the sacred weapon, and then said that he hoped that Min-yul would not view his actions as if he was looking down on him. This fight gave him the opportunity to rethink some of the Buddha's teachings. Then he mentioned the struggle for existence, how the strong devour the weak. Even the laws of nature force you to drop out if you do not have the necessary strength. Because of such a life, we are all forced to constantly adjust ourselves to a competing level in order to keep up with others. Lee Min-yul's words made him remember this lecture by Shakyamuni. Now the words about freeing the mind from these thoughts sounded different. The Buddha wondered if the student had ever left his thoughts behind, looking at the world from a different angle. Then he told a story that happened during his difficult service in a dimension called Earth. The story happened at a time when Shakyamuni still bore the human name Siddhartha Gautama, when he had not yet received the title of Buddha and served as a simple monk. One day Shakyamuni saw children having a running race. Like all children, they looked extremely carefree and were enjoying what they were doing. For some unknown reason, they started the competition over and over again. And all the time the same child took last place. But for some reason, the smile never left the child's face. Shakyamuni was interested in this. He approached the boy with a question. He asked why he was running, to which the child sincerely and joyfully replied that he liked it. It was still difficult for him to run, but he was not upset, because it would not take long for me to go to a walk. However, what was surprising was the way he answered the question of what would happen if others overtook him during his rest. Hearing this, the child said displeasedly that his finish was different from the finish of others, so no one could overtake him. At first, Buddha thought that he had misunderstood him, so he decided to ask what about the finish line, which was visible ahead, where all the children were running. In response, the child said that he was not sure, but for others this was really the end. For him, it was just a passing point. After these words, the guy ran away again with the same kind smile on his face. According to Shakyamuni, this boy continued to run last. But many years later, the news reached the monk that he had achieved the best result in the largest running competition in the country. At that time, this monk thought that life was a tower built with difficulty. I thought that by accumulating efforts, grain by grain, you build your own life for yourself. Therefore, this monk went through hard service again and again, trying with all his might to build an ideal life. However, after silently listening to this child, the monk suddenly thought that in fact it was not necessary for this tower life to be ideal. It was hard for him to understand why he himself had never thought about this in his life. Long ago, a little boy gave Buddhism the insight that our society is filled with competition. If you don't get better day by day, you will be eliminated, and if you fall behind, you will disappear altogether. This is natural selection. The strong devour the weak. Seo-jun understood this like others who started their journey from the very bottom. That's why he worked hard every day. Thanks to this, he was confident that in his rapid progress, he was not inferior to others. However, the further he went, the more anxious he became, and he began to realize that he was fixated on the Academy of Transcendence. He was only overwhelmed by the pressure that he had to try even harder to keep up with others. Everything he did was to survive the competition. Lee Min-yul became a real example for him. He reminded him of that boy from the story of the monk. Thanks to him, Seo-jun, although vaguely, was still able to understand the meaning of that lecture by Shakyamuni. Like the monk, he also wondered why he had not thought about this before. The moment when Seo-jun hid his sacred weapon greatly excited his opponent. He didn't think they were looking down on him, but he still didn't understand his motives. Lee Min-yul even said that he was sure that with that spear in his hands, Seo-jun would definitely have won. Definitely, with the holy spear, he could easily win, after all. All he had to do was stop Lee Min-yul's actions. In fact, his desire to win had not changed. He also knew that winning with equipment was also a skill. However, in this sparring, his desire to take out the old spear was caused by his opponent's words that his importance would not decrease because others scold him. In response, he gave a counter-speech, smilingly declaring that his importance would not rise if others praised him. He no longer desired the recognition of others, because he now understood that he determined his own worth. Hearing his words, Lee Min-yul froze with a surprised look. Then he said in confusion that Seo-jun turned out to be even better than he expected. Unexpectedly for everyone, he reached for his belts that held all his equipment, having dropped most of his weapons. He turned to Seo-jun and asked him not to think that he was looking down on him. The dagger remained in his hand, and he said that this is the only thing he learned from the teacher and what he is most confident in. Seo-jun replied with a smile that he did not look down on him, but considered him a worthy opponent. After these words, they rushed into the attack with incredible strength, and parrying each other's blow caused powerful destruction. Now they were united by a common goal. They fought freely, wanting to emerge victorious. Lee Min-yul wasn't lying when he said that he was giving his all for his goal. While at close range, he pushed Seo-jun's spear away, opening his body to the strike. Seo-jun expected a blow from him and was about to jump back, but the unconventional fighter with a free style suddenly acted too unpredictably. He did not intend to strike, but only closed the distance to suddenly throw his blades. With an ordinary spear in his hands, it was not easy to cope with this attack. Some of the blades were able to leave small cuts on Seo-jun's body. However, this did not make him feel any discomfort. He enjoyed the difficult battle more and more. If he had a holy spear, he could easily parry this blow, but now such things pose a threat to him. A moment later, Min-yul closed the distance and suddenly grabbed the end of Seo-jun's spear. A feature of his attacks was his extraordinary mobility, which was difficult to adapt to. Seo-jun barely managed to stop his point-blank blow with a dagger. Losing control of his spear, he was forced to grab the blade with his bare hand. Snatching the spear from the enemy's grip, Seo-jun powerfully swung it, throwing the enemy into the distance. What was strange to him was that as soon as he accepted the possibility of losing, his body immediately became much lighter. Now he understood that he did not have to win, and there was nothing wrong with him if he lost. But for the sake of victory, he sincerely gave his best. Fighting had never brought him so much pleasure before. Lee Min-yul was incredibly fast. Jumping high into the air, he dodged a wide blow from the spear, proving that he was not lying, that his daggers were the only weapons his teacher taught him to use. The skill of this guy's daggers was truly at its best, but once behind Seo-jun's back, she said threateningly that it was too early for him to be surprised. After that, Lee Min-yul tried to strike him while in the air, but the experienced guy with a spear managed to dodge. As it turned out, this is exactly what his opponent was waiting for, and the blow was a distraction. Within a moment, it became clear that Min-yul simply hid his intentions to lift the dust curtain with the help of earth and dust until the very end. After that, Lee Min-yul's silhouette began to disappear from view. Seo-jun was extremely wary, realizing that the enemy had created the opportunity for himself to carry out a series of unexpected attacks. This was surely a concealment technique. Seo-jun couldn't believe that this young guy was even capable of such a high-level technique. Still, he did not perfect it, and sometimes one could notice his rapid movements around the perimeter of the arena. And yet, even Seo-jun, without proper concentration, could not follow his movements for long. Although Lee Min-yul had such an ace up his sleeve, one could safely assume that this was his last winning move. With this in mind, Seo-jun decided to use his accumulated mana to respond with a brutal but powerful blow. However, after a moment he stopped, wondering if he was doing the right thing. All past battles that Lee Min-yul won ended after others underestimated him. It wasn't that Seo-jun lacked confidence in himself. It was just that watching this guy's frivolous fighting style made him realize a very important thing. Now he clearly saw how limited his own fighting style had been all this time. These reflections prompted him to progress Merlin's lecture. Now he was able to think about the words of the lecturer regarding the fact that if learning becomes a habit, it can become an obstacle to self-expression, since, be that as it may, learning remains knowledge received from another person. It became clear that it would not be possible to fight well using only the knowledge acquired by other people forever. Concentrating on his energy flow, Seo-jun realized that the moment had come when learning alone was not enough. Now, using Merlin's knowledge and Kiran's sense of touch, Xiang Yu's enormous strength and Shakyamuni's ataraxia, he finally managed to bring his own method into reality. Having created his own, his body began to release an incredibly powerful magical aura. This bright yellow mana is quickly absorbed by his spear. The audience was shocked because the power he used was nothing other than an aura blade. It was hard to believe this, because even hunters who had devoted decades of training were barely capable of using this power. Focusing on his surroundings, Seo-jun suddenly began to clearly sense the presence and movements of his opponent. As soon as Lee Min-yul tried to launch a sudden strike, he was immediately met with Seo-jun's spear. The powerful energy dispelled all the ardor, and Lee Min-yul stopped. His dagger was destroyed, and the blade of the spear was right at his neck. With a cold sweat on his face and an admiring smile, he admitted that he had lost this battle. The Order of Truth, observing this event, soon reported Kim So-jun's victory to the heir of the apostle. Mrs. Kalia tried not to show surprise. In response, she asked the follower whether they were able to detect the distortion. The man replied that he saw the distortion, but did not believe that it could be called such. It was about something they couldn't even imagine. Kalia was seriously wary when she heard that Kim Seo-jun suddenly changed his weapon and used an aura blade during the battle, enhancing an ordinary spear. Taking into account this unexpected information, Lady Kalia ordered to continue to keep an eye on the target, while she herself reported this to the apostle. In response, Calchas asked her why they should resort to such measures. Miss Kalia did not understand what they were talking about, so the confused follower explained his words by saying that although he understands that Kim So-jun is worth taking a closer look at, this has now become an obstacle to the plan they had devoted all this time to preparing. When he said that he did not understand why Mrs. Kalia was doing this for the sake of one particular student and asked what the apostle of abstinence had said, the heiress of the apostle could not stand it and nervously shouted his name. Seeing her stern look, Calchas suddenly fell silent, realizing that he had allowed himself too much. After that, he apologized and left the mistress's chambers. What was happening haunted her, and the situation became even more tense after the last meeting with the apostle. During that visit, she confirmed information that a very large distortion had been detected in Korea. The Apostle of Temperance also heard that the distortion was quickly dealt with. In response, Kalia confirmed this information and reported that the person who dealt with the distortion was a student named Kim Seo-jun. It seemed very strange to her that even though the apostle knew the news about the elimination of the distortion, he still called her to find out what had happened. It was also strange why he asked who exactly solved this problem. Suddenly, the apostle ordered her to keep an eye on what Kim Seo-jun, who had dealt with the incident, was doing. Not understanding the reason, she politely asked why to do this. The apostle reacted very nervously to her words and unleashed his terrifying power of bloodlust on her. After that, he said in a threatening tone that he knew very well that the young mistress had the strongest position of all the successors of the Apostle of Chastity. Using incredible pressure, he forced her to apologize after saying that she sometimes forgot that her position as heir did not make her the next apostle. His actions indicated that he was warning her that she was not in a position to ask unnecessary questions. However, after releasing the pressure, he still said that this order was not his own will. Turning around, Mrs. Kalia panicked and asked how this was possible. The Apostle of Temperance not only occupies the most important place in the Order of Truth, for the whole world he is one of the 7 apostles, whom no one dares to contradict. In response, he said that he knew that Kalia had been forced to solve matters alone all this time without the support of the elders. He asked that it be considered a kind of favor, given her title as successor. All he asked now was to report on everything related to Kim Seo-jun. Kalia thought for a long time about how it was possible that the Apostle of Temperance, one of the most influential people in the world, was used as a messenger to convey the order. In the whole world, there are only a few people capable of this. However, there was obviously a man standing at the head of the entire order of truth, whom few people saw alive. Of course, we are talking about the Great Voice. The training exam was over, and people began to return home. They were all amazed by the results and how good Kim Seo-jun turned out to be. Seeing the incredible strength of the students, the public became increasingly interested in purchasing spectator seats for the professional hunter exam in advance. Seo-jun had not yet left the building, because he had to resolve some organizational issues, including receiving the reward. When So-yun saw him, she nervously asked how it happened that her student was turning more and more into some kind of monster. When Seo-jun replied that it was a bit harsh, Seo-yun impatiently replied that her words were absolutely consistent with his progress, because anyone who looked at his results would think the same thing. What was especially amazing was his sudden ability to use the aura blade. When she asked the student where he even learned this complex technique, he absurdly replied that he was just lucky. These words caused a nervous outburst on the part of So-yun. She began to boil, saying that the student was again trying to make an excuse. Sighing heavily, she decided to again miss another strange moment, and simply asked if the student was going to go home. Seo-jun replied that he would indeed go straight home this evening, but he had one thing to finish before doing so. He said that he needed to meet someone. Immediately after these words, a noise arose behind So-yun because of the awkward situation surrounding Seo-jun's new comrade. Many representatives of academies aggressively attacked the promising guy who took second place in the tournament. Lee Min-yul was self-taught, and this attracted organizations because in this case, they had a chance to get him, but he ran away from them saying that he did not care about them. Still, it was to be expected that he would be glued to him immediately after the end of the training exam. Even though he lost in the finals, he attracted enough attention. And considering that he is self-taught and does not belong to any academy, all educational institutions were already drooling over him. Lee Min-yul was completely surrounded, and Seo-jun began to doubt that with such a huge line, they would be able to talk calmly. However, as soon as the fast travel master saw Seo-jun, he immediately stood behind him and shouted that he was going to go to Dream Academy. Everyone present was simply shocked, especially Seo-jun and Seo-yun, who heard this news for the first time. The representatives of the academies that tried to recruit him still had questions, so the guys had to run away from them. Thanks to their skills as hunters, they managed to break away from the pursuit, and Min-yul began to laugh awkwardly, realizing that he had caused trouble for the others. Seo-jun actually attacked him with a nervous question about what he was thinking when he said something like that. As it turned out, he was simply forced to say something like that because they were not lagging behind. In his defense, he said that this was not an unfounded statement. Hearing this, Kim Seo-jun was surprised because his friend had previously said that he was not going to the academy. He replied that he also didn't say that he wasn't going to the same academy as Seo-jun. These words confused the situation a little. Seo-jun didn't understand how to react to this at all. He could not express his opinion about his desire to join the academy. Besides, he himself was only a student. However, he also could not refuse, because then So-yun would not accept him, and it would turn out as if he was pressing on her like Grandpa's star sword. To keep this conversation simple, Seo-jun suggested we return to this topic a little later. He further recalled that there was a promise between them. With a smile on his face, Min-yul replied that he remembered it. It was time to clear up the earlier questions, so Seo-jun immediately asked who the person Min-yul called teacher was. Lee Min-yul expected this question, but at first he paused as if it was too difficult for him to reveal such a secret. However, after a moment he absurdly replied that he himself did not know who his teacher was. This sincere but stupid answer put the guys in an awkward position, and they began to look at him as if he were an idiot. Seo-jun immediately got angry, so he began to walk towards him with a threatening look and even a thirst for blood, saying that now was not the time for such stupid jokes. When he said that in this case he himself would force Min-yul to speak, he began to shout that this was not a lie at all. The dissatisfied winner of the argument could not believe his words, and reminded him that he himself had recently said that he had learned from his teacher only the use of a dagger. Moreover, he also claimed that his teacher was a strong man beyond imagination, which meant that he was still familiar with him. In response, Lee Min-yul asked to understand him correctly, after which he said that he was observing the teacher because he did not teach him personally. It was hard to believe, and words still did not answer the questions. Lee Min-yul is truly self-taught. Having incredible talent and wealth and money, he still chose this path because he did not want to get involved with anyone. According to him, he trained in the mountains alone. No one taught him, but he still liked that he did not have to adapt to the tedious academy program. And then one day, as usual, he was going to practice, but suddenly he felt someone's presence. Looking around, he saw a man in dark clothes and gray hair lying on the ground. Fearing for his condition, he immediately rushed to his aid, but he did not respond. This was his first meeting with the person he calls a teacher. The old man was seriously wounded and could not be left in the mountains. Throwing him onto his back, Lee Min-yul asked him to hold on until he took him to the hospital. However, in response, in a weakened tone, he replied that they could not go down. Min-yul was very worried about his condition. He thought that he was just delusional, so he worriedly repeated that if they didn't get to the hospital, he would die. When the old man said this phrase again, the guy realized that he had no other choice. These words smacked of desperate obsession, and ultimately he had to give up the idea of taking him to the hospital. For lack of anything better, he treated the man in an abandoned house in the mountains. At first, he was in a deplorable state and could die at any moment. But over time, he slowly began to gain strength. So a month passed, and one day, when Lee Min-yul was walking towards him again with the hope that he would finally open his eyes, something unexpected happened. He was forced to stop near an abandoned house after hearing unfamiliar voices. Someone was discussing the old man with words of surprise that he managed to get out of such a state. Peering from behind a tree, he saw that the man he had been treating all this time was standing on his feet, surrounded by many armed, unfriendly men in cloaks. The master whom he saved was surprised that the one who had recently become an elder personally came to him, a dying old man. According to Lee Min-yul, he was shocked that his grandfather had already woken up. But what was even more important was the question of what was happening. The unknown armed men were hostile to him, and were definitely not friends. They were interested in who helped him, but the master did not answer. The one whom the master called the elder, with a cunning and arrogant tone, said that he had guesses, after which he asked whether the boy hiding behind a tree nearby was his savior. Hearing his words, Lee Min-yul realized that he had been discovered, and was now also in trouble. However, just a moment later, the master, realizing that his savior was also in danger, struck the first blow and instantly beheaded the daring guy who was standing next to him. With incredible speed, he instantly dealt with 3 more armed strangers, using only a dagger. The enemies were simply shocked by his speed and strength, but taking advantage of their numerical advantage, they quickly came to their senses and rushed at him together. While talking about that incident, Lee Min-yul could not hide the trembling in his body. However, as it turned out, it was connected with memories that were not so terrible for him but delightful. He admitted that at that moment, for the first time in his life, he met someone who fought so skillfully. The wounded elder was the only one who could survive. He was stronger than the rest of his squad, so he managed to survive one attack from the master, but he already had a huge scar on his face. Covering the young man, the man he saved said to the enemies that they had probably forgotten that they were not able to see his attacks and cope with his speed. Turning to his savior, the master shouted to him to immediately leave this place and never return. After this, the battle continued and a powerful burst of mana followed, which blinded the youth and exerted such pressure that he barely remained conscious. However, when he opened his eyes, the master and elder of the enemy squad had disappeared, and he was left alone among the bodies of the killers lying on the ground. He absolutely could not understand what had happened, but according to him, at that moment, his intuition told him that he needed to listen to the old man, so he collected all the trophies and left. When he entered the abandoned building in which he was treating the mysterious master, he discovered a book. He decided to grab it at the same time, thinking that the old man had left it behind when leaving in a hurry, and would probably be angry if he lost this thing. With a deep sense of guilt, Lee Min-yul admitted that he wanted to return her if he suddenly found him later, but so far he had not had the chance to meet the mysterious master. With his hands folded in front of him, Seo-jun remembered his words that the old man was his teacher, and then asked why he called a teacher someone who had not taught him anything. In response, Min-yul clarified that in fact that book turned out to be a secret teaching. Seo-jun didn't understand what he was talking about, so the shy, well-mannered guy admitted that this teaching was related to the art of dagger fighting and concealment techniques. As expected, he read it, although he regretted it, knowing that it was bad to look into other people's things. Actually, because he saw how the old man fought, he believed that this technique was created by him. He doesn't know that he took his secret technique, much less that he studied it, which is why he called the master his teacher. Seeing his friend's surprise, Min-yul restlessly asked him to believe him. The story turned out to be very confusing indeed. Seo-jun, of course, suspected that the likelihood of his innocence was high, but now he is still convinced that this incredible self-taught person is indeed not a student of the Academy of Transcendence. Lee Min-yul still thought that no one believed him, so he swore that his words were the truth. When asked if he really did not know the identity of this master, he replied that he participated in the practice exam because he hoped to find the teacher at such a large event. After hearing this incredible story, So-yoon was surprised, but noticed that something came to her mind. She wondered if it could be that his teacher was actually Mr. Dark Star. Hearing this suggestion, Seo-jun opened his mouth in surprise, and Lee Min-yul simply froze. The Dark Star, along with the Sword Saint, is one of the 5 heroes who personify Korea. He is known for having the most secretive personality among them all. He is called a mastermind of secret assassinations, and due to his excellent disguise skills, nothing is known about him except his name. But in the case of So-yoon, the granddaughter of the Sword Saint, the conversation is different, because all 5 heroes keep in touch and know each other. When So-jun asked if she had ever met this gentleman, So-yoon replied that she had seen him a couple of times, because when she was little, Mr. Dark Star sometimes visited his grandfather. However, in those days, they began to fight every time they met. Based on this, Seo-jun asked if she could ask her grandfather about the secret teaching that Min-yul had obtained. He was confident that Mr. Park would understand whether this was truly a Dark Star technique. So-yoon replied that it was a really good idea and that we could meet him. Lee Min-yul, who had not understood what they were talking about for several minutes, was simply shocked by these assumptions, and no less shocked when he heard that the director of the academy where Seo-jun studies calls the great sword hero the grandfather. The next day, Seo-jun went to the academy as usual. His day started with a very displeased expression on his face, because when he thought about picking up another weapon to compare with the Holy Spear, he saw that the item he was interested in was worth 500 million won. The price for just one piece of equipment was enormous, so the student was outraged at how much money this academy was taking from him. He worked non-stop and earned money, but the spending still did not end. Sighing heavily, he decided to take his time, thinking that it was not urgent. The billion received for winning the training exam was credited to the account without any problems during the day, although the reward for participating in event competitions takes time. Meanwhile, Lee Min-yul learned that sweet sister So-yoon is the granddaughter of the Sword Saint. He was shocked by the news, but immediately respectfully asked her to help meet his teacher, whom they named one of the 5 heroes. So-yoon didn't mind. She excitedly asked him to skip the formalities and promised that she would turn to her grandfather for help. At first, Lee Min-yul was hesitant to show someone else's secret teaching to another person, but he agreed to personally demonstrate his technique to the Sword Saint, so he was going to come to the academy. At that moment, Seo-jun didn't understand why Min-yul addressed So-yoon as you. Returning to his interaction with the Transcendence Academy portal, Seo-jun decided to buy a free pass, but at that moment he was surprised by the message that several of his lectures had received progress, and Chiron's course was completely completed. Now it became clear to him that the percentage of course completion accumulates even in the absence of a free pass. Within a moment, as a reward for completing the course, he acquired a rank A bone reconstruction skill. Upon learning of this, he joyfully shouted in delight at his new ability and began to test his body's strength, trying to bend bones and make unnatural movements of his limbs. To his surprise, he felt no difference. When he completed Xiang Yu's course, he could feel the power that could move mountains circulating through his body, but this time there was nothing like that. He remembered that the battle stories said that rebuilding bones corrects skeletal flaws and removes toxins from the body, forcing him to be reborn. Within a moment, he completely forgot about completing the course because he felt the sudden appearance of terrifying energy and an equally terrifying thirst for blood. Looking around, he saw nothing, but was sure that he was not alone here. The guy thought in horror about what was happening, because he clearly felt a chill suddenly run down his back. He felt as if someone had put a sword blade to his throat. Within a moment, he heard the mysterious voice of a stranger, which surprised him at how the guy reacted to his appearance. He wondered how the student managed to sense his presence. He understood that the guy with the spear did not see him, but most likely just felt him. Seeing the tension on Seo Jun's part, the mysterious stranger said that there was no need to take him hostilely, because he was not here to kill him. When Seo Jun asked who he was, the stranger said that the disciple of the granddaughter of the Sword Saint was surprisingly too strong an opponent for the boy. Seo Jun realized which boy he was talking about, and then wondered if the stranger was Mr. Nightstar. After these words, an old man appeared in front of him, who was one of the 5 great heroes, as well as Li Minyul's teacher. Before him was indeed someone he knew to be a genius in secret murder and a master of concealment techniques. The old man with a scar on his left eye and a snake-like gaze admitted that Seo Jun was quite smart, after which he admitted that no matter how much he thought, he could not be amazed at how he even recognized his presence. Seo Jun once again surprised a professional hunter, being just a student. As usual, he didn't know how to justify himself, although this time he himself had no idea how it happened. He only guessed that this might be related to the skill of rebuilding bones that he received from Chiron's course. Based on this assumption, he could also think about whether this is an additional characteristic of this skill and extrasensory perception, and perhaps even something else that he does not yet know about. Returning to the conversation, he suggested that the visit of the great master was connected with his student. In part, this was true, and Seo Jun said thoughtfully that he knew that the master had left him his teachings on purpose. Sighing heavily, the Dark Star said that it would be better if his ridiculous student talked less, but after that he found out that he didn't know Minyul at all. Seo Jun said that he had no idea about his identity or that he left the book on purpose. Coming back to the matter, Seo Jun mentioned that Minyul is already on his way to the academy. However, the old man did not intend to meet him and was not very happy that he did not have much time. When Seo Jun asked what he was talking about when he said he had little time, the old man replied that if he wanted to meet the student, he would have done it a long time ago. Now they cannot intersect, and that is why the master initially came to Seo Jun for this reason. He said that there was no time, so it was worth getting straight to the point. Then he asked an unexpected question regarding how Seo Jun is connected with the Order of Truth. The student was surprised by the question, but without hesitation said that he denied any connection with them, even though he had to meet with Kalia once. Hearing about the successor of the Apostle of Chastity, the old man said thoughtfully that he now understood what was going on. He explained that in fact all this time he has been acting especially secretly, since he is monitoring what the Order of Truth is doing. When Seo Jun asked why he was doing this, the old man said with a serious look that he did not trust them. Most people in the world know the Order of Truth as the heroes of humanity, and the organization that stopped the great disaster, but the master knew that this was not all. After that, he suddenly mentioned a tragedy from the past, asking if Seo Jun knew about the giant berserker monster that was slain by the Order of Truth. Then he shared a shocking statement that only a few people know about. In fact, the berserker was not defeated, despite the claims of the Order of Truth. Seo Jun didn't understand how this could be true. It is known that the berserker is a powerful monster, which can be called the second great disaster. It is said that at that time he was struck down by the Great Voice and the 7 apostles. thereby marking the end of the great calamity. The master of stealth and assassination techniques explained that then the berserker was impossible to defeat. He also said that it was at least strange that there was no corpse left from the defeated monster, because there is not a single material regarding this. Even with the chaos that was happening at that time, it is too unnatural. Seo-jun was even more amazed by the words that in fact the berserker had suddenly disappeared. Confused, Seo-jun emotionally asked why then did everyone think that the Order of Truth saved humanity. The old man replied that it was obvious to believe that they had done something. He clarified that it was more likely that it was the Great Voice who did something to the berserker, but in any case, that monster was not defeated. Turning his back to the student, the master remembered that at first it was only a small grain of doubt, but an incident that happened several years ago made him convinced that he was right. He clarified that it is difficult to actually name those events. To get to that topic, he first asked if Seo-jun had ever thought about why the place of the Apostle of Chastity was empty. In response, Seo-jun remembered that the Order of Truth stated that he died of old age. However, as soon as he said this, he cried out in surprise at the realization of the probable truth. The puzzle began to take shape into a more complete picture, and the old man confirmed that the Apostle of Chastity had in fact suddenly disappeared, and precisely suddenly, just like a berserker. With displeased mockery, he said that natural death sounds ridiculous, because the 7 apostles were together even before the time of the great disaster. It was foolish to believe that the Apostle of Chastity was the only one who died of old age. This statement on the part of the Order of Truth was meaningless. The information from the hero became more and more amazing. He thought that the two were somehow connected, and so he began to monitor the Order and learn 2 things. Firstly, the Order of Truth planned to kill him for this, and secondly, the rift of the 10-star dungeon is a trick of the Order, and the reason for it is Seo-jun himself. Naturally, the guy did not understand what he had to do with them. The old man himself did not know the exact reason, but he was sure that the Order was closely monitoring the personality of the young man. When Seo-jun asked why Mr. Darkstar was telling him such secrets, he said with a serious look that he had come to him with a personal request. He wanted Seo-jun, whom he had only known for a few minutes, to take care of the boy for him. It was about Li Ming-yul, and the assassin admitted that if he could, he would look after him himself. But this is impossible while he is being persecuted by the Order of Truth. They have their own unique way of tracking objects, and this turned out to be quite scary news. The old man wasn't sure, but it seemed like the Order could see the consequences of their target's actions, so they called it visioning. He too came under their surveillance and leaves his mark on everyone he approaches. Seo-jun didn't understand why he had to act as a mediator, since information about the vision of the Order of Truth probably also meant that he himself was subject to this ability. Unexpectedly for him, the master replied that he was an exception. The apprentice is already the object of observation of the Order, however. Like the master, they cannot see him. So even if they meet, the Order will not sense anything unusual. At the same time, if he acts on behalf of Seo-jun, then they will believe that this is the work of a Dream Academy student. When the guy, dumbfounded by the situation, asked why the Order of Truth could not see him, the master disappointed him with his answer, saying that he himself did not understand how this was possible. The old man himself was able to free himself from their gaze, finding himself one step away from self-forgetfulness. But the young man's method remained a real mystery to him. Naturally, Seo-jun thought with a thoughtful face that this had something to do with the fact that the academy did not have any data on him. Time was already running out, and the old man could not afford to continue this conversation, so he handed a new book describing his teaching towards the academy student and asked him to pass it on to his heir. He wrote previous materials in a hurry and only managed to write down the art of wielding a dagger and the technique of concealment. But here, everything was presented in more detail. In response, the surprised Seo-jun restlessly asked where one of the great heroes had so much faith that he would give him such a thing. As expected, such a powerful master could not be afraid that Seo-jun would decide to do something, because in this case he can easily get rid of it. And yet the people outside the surveillance are the only ones he cannot put pressure on. The master of assassination and stealth was prepared for such a question, so he had something to give him as payment. He took out another scripture and said that this was another secret teaching that he himself had written down. He believed that it could be very useful to the young man for further development. The master was simply amazed when he heard that the guy answered that he didn't need that, and then asked to give him something else after a heavy sigh. He tried to hide his reaction, thinking that this brat didn't understand that even S-rank hunters would rip each other's throats out with the dark star technique. Without losing his status, he asked what exactly the young man would want in return for his request. Seo-jun hesitantly replied that he did not want anything special, and after a thoughtful pause, with a cocky expression on his face and an insolent tone, he asked the old man if he had ever heard of alimony. Mr. Dark Star was amazed. He thought that he had heard it right, because it is unlikely that one of the 5 heroes would be asked for money out of the blue, giving up a secret technique. However, the guy convinced him that he really wanted money. When Seo-jun brazenly said that if he didn't give him anything, then he himself wouldn't do anything, the master displeasedly asked what amount he was talking about. The student, with a cheerful expression on his face, said that at the moment he only needed a couple of kopecks, or rather 3 billion. Hearing about this impudent and disrespectful request, Mr. Darkstar nervously said the amount and called the young man a little asshole. In response, Seo-jun asked him not to get angry, but to listen to what he had in mind. Then he began a monologue about the importance of the situation. He began to manipulate with the words that, frankly speaking, he is the only one who can fulfill his request because, as the master said, it must be someone whom the order does not see. The balance of importance continued to shift to the young man's side after he said that it must be a person who is friendly with Minhyul, because if some stranger comes and says that the teacher gave him something and throws teachings at him, then Minhyul will not accept it with joy, but still begins to doubt. Then he said that maybe it would work once, but it wouldn't be possible to do something like this again, even though the matter needs to be taken seriously, because this is his student who saved his life. Seo-jun began to press with words that Minhyul would never get involved in this and would simply go to the mountains to train. The final argument was that Seo-jun was putting himself in danger, because their interaction meant that all attention would be directed at him, and then the order would begin to suspect him even more. After these arguments, the young man boldly declared that this amount was fully justified by the risks. Without showing unnecessary emotions, Mr. Darkstar resigned himself to his reasoning, and once again asked whether 3 billion would be enough. Seo-jun hurriedly shouted that this was so, because he didn't believe that everything would go so easily. He regretted that he had not closed his eyes to his conscience and asked for more. When the old man said that he would transfer it a little later, Seo-jun, hungry for money, asked if the master would be able to bypass all taxes and laws because he wants 3 billion to be the final price. The dissatisfied old man replied that it seemed to him that the youth's conscience had reached the level of a knotman. As he left, the Dark Star waved his hand, saying that the money would be received under the name of the association, so minor issues would be settled by the association, and there would be no questions for the young man. The old man was already leaving, so Seo-jun asked if he should mention his visit in a conversation with his heir. Disappearing, the hidden master said that he was free to decide this himself, because even if he said, the order still could not see him. He also asked Seo-jun to warn the boy not to talk left and right about the identity of his teacher. While Seo-jun was extremely serious due to his thoughts about the surveillance by the suspicious Order of Truth, Lee Minhyul rushed inside the training hall and said with sincere joy that he was already there. In a short dialogue with a friend, he nevertheless learned that his teacher was one of the 5 heroes, known as the Dark Star. Although Seo-jun told him in vivid colors about the Order of Truth, as expected, the teacher's identity shocked him. Of course, he did not mention alimony. To explain why he did not meet with him in person, Seo-jun said that Mr. Darkstar had to urgently leave on business, but in return he asked to give his student some notes. After that, Seo-jun held out a small notebook in his direction, similar to the one Lee Minhyul had previously found with detailed descriptions of dagger and concealment techniques. Having given this notebook to the recipient, Seo-jun hummed and decided to leave on business, happy that he had already fulfilled the request and received money in return. Now he could easily buy more weapons and listen to new lectures. At one point, Lee Minhyul, who had been silent all this time from the shocking statements, a little confusedly asked his friend why he was giving him this thing. Seo-jun was surprised by his question and repeated that the Dark Star asked him to give this to him. To his surprise, Lee Min-yul said that with such a valuable item, Seo-jun could actually hide the truth from him. It became clear that he was asking why he didn't steal the teachings and give them away as he was asked. Seo-jun began to pause before answering, because he thought that if he said that they were useless to him, he would insult the Dark Star. Still, he could not reveal the truth that he was a disciple of Transcendence Academy. Putting on an important face, he demonstrated feigned sincerity and said that this would be wrong. Lee Min-yul was shocked by these words, and after a short silence, he firmly said that he had made a decision. Seo-jun didn't understand what he was talking about, so he asked to clarify what he meant by this. In response, Min-yul, with a sparkle in his eyes and admiration in his tone, shouted that he had now firmly decided that he would attend Dream Academy with his best friend. He stated that he would start that day because he was touched by how nice a guy Seo-jun was. The glow of boundless trust began to blind the academy student, and he himself began to think anxiously that there was some misunderstanding that he could not explain. When they met with So-yun, Lee Min-yul leaned on his friend's shoulder and said that from that day on he would study at the Dream Academy. In fact, Madam Director was not against the fact that she was simply presented with a fact. She didn't mind, and even admitted that she would be happy about it. So-jun, trying to free himself from the embrace of his obsessive friend, only confirmed his guesses that So-yun would also not resist his action. In fact, at first it seemed stupid to him that he would actually be able to extract any benefit from this whole situation. However, it has now become clear that Min-yul will train himself according to the secret teachings that the Dark Star will provide him with. So Seo-jun will not frantically search for this troublesome guy every time the Dark Star gives him an assignment. He was very much cheered up by the mere realization that, on the contrary, if he carried him everywhere with him, then the Dark Star would have more reasons to give him a large sum. Looking at this troubled boy from the other side, he himself began to joyfully hug him and support the idea of him joining the academy, realizing that this was a real goose laying golden eggs. While Seo-jun rejoiced at his genius and the prospect of taking all the money of one of the 5 heroes for himself, So-yun thoughtfully said that now that they had a second student, they would be able to participate in team competitions. Seo-jun had not heard about this before, so the director explained that among educational institutions, there are all sorts of events where several students from the same academy participate, and of course, if a group participates, then the prize is much larger. Hearing that he could earn even more money this way, Seo-jun felt incredible joy. His face began to shine at the thought that this way he could cover some of his needs. Now he looked at the troubled boy completely differently, because he really had become the goose laying the golden eggs. 3 days later, Seo-jun had already begun studying the lecture of one of the most extraordinary lecturers, which most of all reminded him of some kind of avid jock. At first, during the lecture, the student had difficulty understanding why he needed to look at what this man did in his free time. As it turned out, at the beginning of his lecture, this man with incredible muscles and a strange t-shirt with a picture of the sun continued training and asked the student to be patient and wait until he finished the approach. The fact is that 3 days after Min-yul entered Dream Academy, he was able to receive a prize for winning the match of 1,000,000,000 won and 3 billion so-called alimony from the Dark Star for raising his obsessive student. Although he only had to lift his finger twice for the huge sum of 4.5 billion to evaporate instantly, he gained access to the incredible lectures of Hercules himself, who is a student of Chiron and the strongest hero of Greco-Roman mythology. The muscular hero stated from the very beginning that for the transcendence of a fighting group, the physical body is the most important and integral factor, because strength, agility, reflexes, and other indicators are a complex system of interweaving. What he was going to teach in his lecture was strength. With a wild look, he said that he was sure that some of the students who had listened to this point most likely thought that strength would only add weight to them. With a loud, stern, manly laugh, he said that this was an obvious fallacy, an unprecedented stupidity, a mere trifle. Showing off his biceps, he shocked So-jun with his incredible strength and size, as well as the words that in fact, strength, agility, and reflexes are what stem precisely from muscle strength and the development of their interaction with the nervous system. As soon as the great hero of Greco-Roman mythology tensed just a little, his muscles swelled twice as much, and he sat down a little and said that he would now show something interesting. Within a moment, he began to demonstrate incredible speed, which the Academy's transcendental camera could hardly capture. With an admiring glance, he said that he was capable of speed, fast as light, thanks only to his pumped-up leg muscles. With an incredibly fast lunge, he destroyed a huge boulder with his bare hand, saying that thanks to his art, he had destructive muscle power at his disposal that could bring down the skies themselves. There was no doubt that he could demonstrate such incredible success using only the brute strength of his menacing-looking arm muscles. Moving quickly from side to side, he demonstrated incredible conditioned reflexes that react with lightning speed to his thoughts, coupled with intuition, which he learned from Chiron himself. Demonstrating an incredible number of push-ups in one breath, he said that the endurance that knows no fatigue was given to him thanks to the magnificent muscles covering his entire body. The radiance of this madman, who radiates incredible energy with the help of physical strength alone, blinded the student, who no longer regretted that in 2 clicks he had lost a fortune, which would have been enough for several generations of a family living in Seoul. The veteran rocker-turned-transcendent surprised his student by saying that it all comes from sheer brute muscle strength. After the introductory lecture of the Hercules course, Seo-jun received a message about a new daily task, which only confirmed to him that this hero is a student of Chiron. At first glance, it seemed that the tasks were the same as Chiron's, just with an increased number of repetitions. But as it turned out, everything was not so simple, because the fine print indicated that all this should be done with a weight of at least 1 ton. Seo-jun couldn't believe what was written there, so he decided to rub his eyes, but even after that, the crazy inscription about extra weight did not disappear. Looking at the phone again, Seo-jun shouted in panic that the title of the lecture about 500 tons was not a joke at all. He really hoped that Zhang Sanfeng wouldn't have such crap in his course. With this thought in mind, he opened the second lecture on gait. Usually, gait refers to the movement of the legs in sports. Roughly speaking, this is the mastery of the legs. But the old man clarified that when they strive to master not only the movement of the legs, but to put the movements together, this is called practicing technique. Seo-jun hoped for a detailed and clear explanation of Zhang Xiaofeng's heavenly march, relying on the fact that he was the founder of the Wudang clan and Taoist, famous for creating several of the highest arts of movement. His interest only increased when he saw this celestial being's skills on display. The old man skillfully ascended into the air with incredible ease and began to walk as if on the ground. Then he said that in this lecture, he would teach students the so-called walking on air, in which the master, relying on Nigong, with the help of acupuncture points of his energy, can step on anything, even air. The principle of the lecture was taught during the course, so the old man asked to work on the daily assignment. Seo-jun was delighted with the mere thought that if he could soar freely in the sky, then restrictions in the air would disappear for him. As soon as he received the daily task, a deeply thoughtful expression appeared on his face, because it mentioned maintaining a speed of 300 kilometers per hour for 30 seconds, as well as falling from a height of 30 meters. Despite the madness of the task, for him it seemed more real than the one given to him by Mr. Hercules. Sighing heavily, he considered that it was not so scary as for advanced courses, because at first glance it seemed very doable. Then he was distracted by some girl who hesitantly entered the academy and, apologizing, said that she heard that Seo-jun was studying at this place. As it turned out, it was his close friend Suyeon, who called him Oppa. Seo-jun immediately invited her to go to the lounge and offered her coffee, inquiring about her fate at the academy and how she found out that he was here. As it turned out, she is Uncle Manchil's daughter, so she already knew where her brother was all the time. First of all, with an uncertain tone, she asked if he had seen her dad lately. Sitting down opposite, Seo-jun replied that they had been in touch by phone and talked for the last time when he participated in the practice exam. Seeing Seo-yeon's worried look, he immediately asked what happened and why she was so sad. She replied that Dad had stopped communicating, and that is why she decided to go to the academy to ask if Seo-jun knew anything about his disappearance. The student was excited by her words, and immediately took off, asking how long it had been since she had been able to contact Uncle Manhwa. Soyeon replied that it had been a day since he had been in touch since he left for some extra unscheduled part-time work. Seo-jun reassured her a little, saying that since only a day had passed, there was no need to worry too much, because it had already happened that her uncle drank and fell asleep somewhere nearby, perhaps in one of the 24-hour bars or visiting friends from the enterprise. Even after these words, although Seo-yeon took it as an option, she did not stop looking so worried. Seo-jun realized that there might be some other problem bothering her, so he asked if something else had happened. As it turned out, she was worried about a conflict with her father after she said that she wanted to become a professional hunter. Seo-jun was simply shocked by her words, and remembering that she was not awakened, asked if she was going to do it artificially. The Dream Academy student was even more stunned by the news that she had actually awakened about a month ago. That is why she said that she no longer wants to go to university, but instead will choose an option among hunter academies. As expected, her excitement was due to the fact that Dad was categorically against it. After these words, she thanked him for his words of support. Seo-jun understood her perfectly, because he knew that at this time the hunter's earnings were much better than in a prestigious job after a good university. He understood her feelings, because she wants to lighten the load on her father's shoulders as soon as possible. But there is no parent who will allow her child to do a dangerous activity. Uncle Manhwa, as someone who works at a dungeon monster processing plant, has heard a lot of accident stories over his long career, so he would hardly take such news positively from his only daughter. As they said goodbye, they exchanged good wishes, and Seo-jun asked her to be careful and call immediately if something happens or if her uncle still doesn't get in touch. He tried to support her in this situation until the very end, hiding his concern behind a smile and kind words. As soon as Soyeon left, he walked around the corner of the academy and tried to call his uncle himself, but he didn't accept the call. He could not understand what had happened in the old man's life for him to allow himself such irresponsibility, because of which his daughter was so worried that she even came for help. Even after several attempts, nothing changed. Hoping for the best, he returned inside, thinking that since his uncle had not been in touch for the first time, it was unlikely that anything dangerous could happen. He decided to wait one more day in the hope that everything would resolve itself. Meanwhile, at a hotel on the outskirts of Seoul, Miss Kalia was again taking a report, and this time she learned that Evil Doom, who is called the Devil among Hunters, noticed the activity of the Order of Truth and began to dig under them. As expected, Lady Kalia was unhappy that, following the Dark Star, another dangerous hunter from the 5 strongest heroes began to monitor their activities. Going off topic, she asked how the situation with Kim So-jun was. She began to chew her legs nervously when she heard again that even after a while of trying to track his actions and future, they still had no success. To resolve the situation, the lady said that the truth about the rift of the 10-star dungeon should not be revealed under any circumstances. She asked that all possible resources available in Korea be used to avoid the dissemination of information, especially among government officials and hunting associations. The next day, Seo-jun returned to the academy and began training again. He already regretted that he had sold all the bodies of the monsters, because they could have increased the load quite well. Instead, he began storing bar weights in his bag as weight. In such a situation, he was really glad that he had obtained kibesis, even though it was not intended for such purposes. As soon as the bag began to weigh a ton, Seo-jun began to perform the workout with incredible effort. He still doubted whether he had enough weight, but was amazed at how serious Hercules' training was. After several repetitions, he fell to the ground and said in a weakened voice that it was difficult even with the strength that moves mountains. To overcome his limit, he had to resort to using mana to complete the task. He could not even think that one day he would have to go out of his way for sports, although in fact, these exercises were more like torture than sports. Releasing his mana, he shouted that it was time to put all his strength into the task in all seriousness. A few hours later, when Seo-jun arrived at the academy, she was stunned by the picture she saw. Seo-jun was lying on the ground exhausted after doing push-ups, and his bag was lying on his back, looking like he was being crushed by a weight. With a stern tone and look, she asked what her dear student was doing, and he, in response, asked her to help in a weakened and pitiful voice. He asked her to remove the pouch on his back before he went to the next world. Folding her hands in front of her and looking at his wonderful object for carrying things, she thought disapprovingly that now, for the first time, he reminded her of some kind of loser. Sighing heavily, she reached out to Cabesus with the question of how much he had stuffed inside this amazing magical object. However, as soon as she grabbed the bag and tried to pull it towards herself, using only one hand, she felt a trembling throughout her body and resistance from the object, which was associated with its enormous weight. Realizing that it was no small matter, she grabbed it with both hands and used magic to strengthen her body. Using incredible efforts to the limit of her capabilities, she hardly moved the bag, and Seo-jun was finally able to get up at least on all fours. The headmaster couldn't believe that the bag he used as extra weight made her, a B-rank hunter, tremble with tension. Seo-jun, rising to his feet, sighed heavily and shouted that he thought he was going to die. After words of gratitude, he asked her an equally strange question about how tall the academy building is. The director, not understanding the essence of such interest, answered in confusion that there were only 5 floors, and in total it was about 15 meters, taking into account the height of the training floor. Seo-jun said that this was not enough, so Seo-yun, with concern in her tone, asked why he was asking this. In response, her inadequate student, with a crazy expression on his face, replied that he was going to jump down. Horrified by his intentions, Seo-yun stretched out her hand to stop him, but he didn't even let her utter a word, wondering out loud whether he could jump from such a height in his current form. Then he simply confronted her with the fact that he would go away for a while to test his strength. Seo-yun didn't even have time to move when her ridiculous student found himself on the roof, and a moment later his ringing scream and the whistle of falling down were heard. What was even more alarming was how loud and dull the sound of his landing on the surface was. Seo-yun couldn't say a word as she listened to what was happening outside the window. After landing, the student, whom she considered a real psycho, joyfully shouted that he managed to survive, after which he again climbed to the roof and jumped down. Returning to her office, immersed in real despair, Seo-yun began to think about what her new students would think when they saw this. She was even more worried about whether she would be able to accept new students at all if they thought this was an example of their training at Dream Academy. When Lee Min-yul came to the academy for his first day of training, he was as shocked as the director. Along with Seo-yun, they watched with a lot of questions as Seo-jun sent tremors through the entire building by squatting with his bag filled with enormous weight. When the strange student finished completing his assignments, he began to excitedly look at his phone, hoping to get an answer from his uncle, who had not been in touch. At that moment, Seo-yun and Min-yul started whispering about what was going on with this guy and whether everything was okay in his head. Seo-jun didn't even pay attention to them because it was already the 4th day since his uncle didn't pick up the phone. He was very worried because he had known Uncle Manchul for about 10 years. This was the first time that he had been missing for so long. He was sure there was some problem. Soo-yeon continued to write to him about how Dad wasn't in touch and asking if there was any news about him. Concerned about the situation, Seo-jun informed the director that he needed to leave for a while. Seo-yun began to worry, thinking that he would jump from the roof of the building again. While her student tried to make an awkward excuse, she shouted that he probably forgot that because of this, they received a complaint from citizens that they thought zombies were falling from somewhere. They even submitted a request to see if there had been a dungeon fissure somewhere nearby. To calm down the academy director a little, he still admitted that this time he was going to go outside the academy to look for Uncle Manchul. Seo-yun was excited by the news and immediately asked what could have happened. Putting on his jacket, Seo-jun replied that they shouldn't worry, but he himself doesn't know what's wrong yet, so he'll tell him after he returns. To get some information, he went to the company where he worked with his uncle. A very warm welcome awaited him there. His old colleagues began to come running to meet the new star of the world of future hunters. They immediately began praising him for his success in exams and tournaments, saying that his efforts had finally come to fruition. Seo-jun felt a little awkward, because he didn't have a chance to say a word amidst the heaps of praise and controversy about when he would become a professional hunter and what place among the legends he would occupy in the near future. Having calmed down a little, the old men inquired about the fate of the boy who came to see them. When someone suggested that he wanted to entrust them with transporting corpses from the dungeons, He replied that it had nothing to do with it, and he just stopped by to say hello. In fact, this is how he found out that their life became much better after the previous foreman was fired with his help. Manchul still did not hide the secret that it was he who tried. Seo-jun felt a little awkward remembering that this was his first request to So-yoon. Returning to the real reason for his visit, he asked if anyone had seen Uncle Manchul. The company's employees replied that, in fact, they had not seen him for a long time. When discussing his disappearance, they, as expected, first of all assumed that he'd gotten drunk again and was sleeping somewhere in some bar. However, among the workers, there was one who uttered a clue, mentioning that Manchul had been missing since he went after some person who looked a lot like a powerful hunter. Hearing this, Seo-jun excitedly asked for more details about that incident. The elderly worker said that this happened about 4 days ago, when some strange man came and said that he was looking for labor to transport monsters. It was then that Manchul left with him, and after that, no one saw him. As it turned out, Manchul was not the only one who thought about this, because that strange man promised to pay an indecently large amount and many were tempted, but they lacked determination, so he went himself. Seo-jun asked why his uncle was the only one who followed the stranger. The guys mentioned that the man seemed confused, because he did not order through the company, but contacted him directly. The matter seemed unclean, because such money is something dangerous. Everything fell into place when the guys mentioned their uncle's words, that he needed such risky and big money to send his daughter to the Hunter Academy. When asked if they knew which dungeon their uncle and their unknown hunter went to, the guys replied that they had not been told anything about it. Discussing this situation, the guys began to behave restlessly, realizing that Manchul's disappearance was probably connected with his risky task. It seemed that Seo-jun was at a dead end, but one of the workers gave him a good idea, saying that the Hunters Association could probably tell him something, because they always report there about all sorts of raids and transportation. After that, Seo-jun hurriedly ran to the association, thanking the guys for the valuable information. When he arrived at the Hunters Association and reported his problem, a representative of the organization replied that this was personal information and they did not have the right to disclose it to third parties. Seo-jun could not come to terms with this and began to shout that it was a matter of a missing person, but the man in the tuxedo replied that until the loss was confirmed, he could not disclose anything, and even if the raid member was missing, he could not discuss it with a third party. No matter how hard he tried, the association's policy did not allow him to obtain any information regarding the situation. He left the building. Seo-jun sat down with folded hands on a nearby bench and began to think about what he should do next. Remembering the information obtained, Uncle Manchul stopped communicating since he left with a suspicious person 4 days ago. There was no doubt that something unexpected had happened, but the problem that prevented him from solving this situation was that, as the association employee said, there were no confirmed facts for them to deal with this. An anxious feeling haunted him, because Uncle Manchul is a man who always came to his aid with a smile and full responsibility. They were connected by a long journey of life and even 9 years of hard work together at the enterprise. Moreover, it was he who supported the orphan in the most difficult moments of his life. He gave him all his savings when Seo-jun ended up in the hospital due to an accident at the plant. Despite the boy's words that the uncle himself had a hard time and that he should think about his daughter's future, he said that when an adult helps a child, he cannot simply refuse, but must thank him for it and take it for granted. The old man did everything possible to support him in difficult moments. When Seo-jun was broken, having lost all the money he had accumulated after 9 years of hard work, the first person who rushed to him and consoled him and worried was Manchul. Although he himself was poor, but with the words that money can always be earned again, he gave him a huge amount, sufficient to pay for his daughter's admission to a good university. It was those 3 million won that were the money that made Seo-jun what he is now. Therefore, the boy could not just sit and do nothing in a situation where Uncle Manchul was in danger. He needed to find any way to somehow influence the situation. It was because of this that he was forced to approach So-yoon to ask her for a favor by arranging a personal meeting with her grandfather, the sword saint of the 5 heroes of Korea. Relations between them were far from the warmest. The old man was still very prejudiced towards him, but despite this, he agreed to a personal meeting because his only granddaughter asked for it. In general, he was already familiar with the situation, so he assumed that the young man wanted to ask for his help. But he said that the purpose of his meeting would sound a little different. As it turned out, he wanted to find out how the Holy Sword looked at him in order to fight with him in a duel once. After this unexpected and crazy phrase, silence began. So Yoon was simply shocked by his words. The Sword Saint's chief assistant was speechless, as it was the first time he had seen someone who was not even a hunter above S rank even think about fighting the strongest among the swordsmen. Mr. Park himself at first thought that he had misunderstood the impudent young man, so he asked him to repeat it. Seo Jun explained that he wants to arrange a duel with conditions, and if he wins, then Mr. Park will not only help him, but will even take an active part in this matter. More sudden was the second condition, which concerned Seo Jun's loss. He stated that if he loses, he will leave Dream Academy. Naturally, he did not even dare to imagine that he would defeat such a formidable opponent. That is why he asked to take into account the condition that his victory should be counted as at least a small wound on the body of the Holy Sword. The situation required such crazy measures because Uncle Manchel went after a suspicious person and something happened, but the association did not disclose details, citing the confidentiality of this information. However, the conversation will be different if the request is made by one of the 5 heroes of South Korea, the Sword Saint. Although this is a game of roulette, he really had no other way to save Uncle Manchel. The old man, possessing terrifying power that even the suspicious Order of Truth fears, admitted that the young man's proposal was very self-confident, and yet he decided to agree and offered to follow him. First, Mr. Park Ming-chul went to a room that was emitting powerful energy. Lately, he had not visited it often, which greatly surprised his assistant. As it turned out, there was some kind of mysterious blade inside, from which came a terrible thirst for blood and the powerful energy that he himself possesses. Seeing this blade, Mr. Park's assistant was horrified. This blade is known throughout the world as the Sword of the Azure Dragon. According to legend, the military leader of the Silla state, Kim Yusin, having gone on service to Wolong, met Nan Seung on his way, receiving from him methods of army command and a precious sword. Even though it is only an imitation of a real azure dragon sword, even so it is considered the pinnacle of creation, forged by the best blacksmith in Korea.